Welcome to The Secret Garden. Reimagined in the near future where nature's splendor is a distant memory and the world is dominated by towering steel and relentless technology. Imagine a cityscape where the sky is perpetually shrouded in smog and the hum of machines drowns out the whispers of the wind. Our story unfolds in Neo-Misselthwaite, a metropolis of decaying grandeur. Amidst the digital noise and industrial grime, young Mary Lennox discovers an unlikely oasis, a forgotten hidden garden waiting to be brought back to life. She sets out on a journey of restoration and personal growth under the ethereal guidance of an ancient AI named Archibald Craven, discovering beauty and hope in the most unexpected places. As we delve into this tale, you will traverse the blurred lines between past and future where the remnants of old-world charm fight to reclaim their place against the encroaching shadows of a tech-heavy society. Neil Gaiman is a celebrated British author known for his imaginative storytelling across various genres, including fantasy, horror, and science fiction. His unique storytelling style breathes new life into this classic, blending his signature blend of the whimsical and the eerie, the real and the surreal. Prepare to be transported to a world where the magic of nature is not lost, but hidden, waiting for a brave soul to uncover its secrets and let it bloom once more. Please take a moment to like this video. Give us your comments on what you think we are doing well and what you think we can do better. If there is a classic book you would like to hear reimagined in the style of another author, please leave that in the comments too. And now here is The Secret Garden, reimagined in Neil Gaiman's style for your listening pleasure.
Chapter 1. A Bud in the Concrete. In a world where the skies were perpetually stained with the rusty hues of progress, there lived a little girl named Mary Lennox. Born into a time when gardens were a fading memory, Mary had never known the caress of grass beneath her feet, or the sweet fragrance of a blooming rose. Her world was one of towering skyscrapers, ceaseless digital chatter, and a pervasive greyness that seemed to seep into the very souls of its inhabitants. Mary's disposition was as sour as the smog that hung heavy over the city. Raised by distracted parents and a succession of robotic nannies, she had grown into a fractious and entitled child, her delicate health a reflection of the fragility of the world around her. It was on a particularly dreary morning that Mary's life took an unexpected turn. She awoke to find her latest nanny, a faceless automaton she had dubbed Tinhead, missing from its charging station. In its place stood a stranger, a woman with kind eyes and a smile that seemed out of place in the grim confines of Mary's bedroom. "Where's Tinhead?" Mary demanded, her voice shrill with indignation. The woman's smile did not falter. "I'm afraid Tinhead has been reassigned, Miss Mary. I'm Mrs. Medlock, your new caretaker." Mary's face turned an alarming shade of red. She was accustomed to getting her way through tantrums and tirades, but Mrs. Medlock seemed unfazed by her outburst. "I want Tinhead back," Mary screeched, stomping her foot for emphasis. Mrs. Medlock shook her head, her voice gentle but firm. "I'm sorry, Miss Mary, but that's not possible. Now let's get you dressed and ready for the day." As Mary reluctantly allowed herself to be dressed, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The usual bustle of the household staff was absent, replaced by an eerie stillness that seemed to press in on her from all sides. It was only later, as she wandered the echoing halls of her family's penthouse, that Mary overheard the whispered conversations of the few remaining servants. Words like cholera and outbreak floated through the air, their meaning lost on Mary, but their gravity apparent in the somber tones of the adults. In the days that followed, Mary found herself increasingly alone. Her parents, always distant figures, had vanished entirely, and even the robots that had once catered to her every whim seemed to have abandoned her. The penthouse became a ghost town, its vastness amplifying Mary's sense of isolation. It was during this time that Mary made a most peculiar discovery. In a forgotten corner of the penthouse, she stumbled upon a small, non-threatening snake, its iridescent scales a shocking contrast to the dull greys of her surroundings. The creature seemed to regard her with curiosity, and Mary, starved for companionship, found herself drawn to its presence. She named the snake Raj, a nod to the exotic land of her birth. In the absence of human interaction, Mary and Raj formed an unlikely bond, the little girl pouring out her heart to the silent reptile. It was through Raj that Mary first learned of her parents' fate. The snake, of course, could not speak, but it led her to a discarded newsfeed, its holographic display flickering with images of the cholera outbreak that had decimated the city's elite. There, among the lists of the dead, were the names of Mary's mother and father. The news hit Mary like a physical blow. She had never been close to her parents, but their absence now took on a new and terrible meaning. She was an orphan, alone in a world that seemed to have forgotten her. As the days stretched into weeks, Mary sank into a deep melancholy. She refused to eat, her already slight frame growing even more ethereal. Mrs. Medlock fretted and fussed, but Mary remained listless, her spirit as withered as the plants that struggled to survive on the penthouse's neglected balcony. It was on one such day, as Mary lay curled on her bed, that a flicker of light caught her eye. It was a small, pulsing orb, no larger than a marble, hovering just beyond her window. Intrigued despite herself, Mary dragged herself to the balcony, reaching out to touch the mysterious light. As her fingers brushed against the orb, it expanded, blooming into a shimmering hologram of a lush garden. Flowers of every colour burst from the ground, their petals swaying in a non-existent breeze. Trees stretched their branches to an azure sky, and the sound of birdsong filled the air. In the centre of the garden stood a woman, her features kind and her eyes sparkling with mirth. She was dressed in an old-fashioned frock, her hair pulled back in a neat bun. "Hello, Mary," the woman said, her voice as warm as sunshine. "I'm Mrs. Sowerby, the head gardener of Misselthwaite Manor. Welcome to my garden." Mary blinked, unable to believe her eyes. "But how? Where is this place?" Mrs. Sowerby chuckled. "This, my dear, is a memory, a snapshot of a time when gardens were more than just myths." She reached out a hand, and Mary found herself drawn into the hologram, the lush grass tickling her bare feet. "You see, Mary," Mrs. Sowerby continued, "I was once the caretaker of a very special garden, a place of healing and growth. But as the world changed, as nature gave way to progress, my garden was lost, until now." Mary looked around in wonder, drinking in the sights and smells of this impossible oasis. "What do you mean, until now?" Mrs. Sowerby's smile turned mischievous. "You, my dear, are going to help me bring my garden back to life." And so began Mary's greatest adventure. Under Mrs. Sowerby's guidance, she learned the secrets of coaxing life from the barren soil of the penthouse's balcony. She dug and planted, watered and pruned, her hands growing calloused and her cheeks flushed with exertion. As the garden grew, so too did Mary. Her sour demeanour softened, her selfish habits gave way to nurturing instincts. She found joy in the unfurling of a new leaf, in the first tentative bud of a flower. The garden became her sanctuary, a place where the harsh realities of the outside world could not touch her. Here, among the blooms and the bees, Mary found a peace she had never known. But the garden was more than just a refuge. As word of the miraculous oasis spread, it became a beacon of hope for the city's weary inhabitants. People came from far and wide to marvel at the lush greenery, to bask in the beauty of a world they had thought lost forever. Mary, once the lonely orphan, now found herself at the centre of a community. She taught others the secrets of gardening, her small hands guiding those of adults and children alike. In the garden, status and wealth meant nothing. All were equal in the eyes of the earth. As the years passed, the garden grew, spreading beyond the confines of the penthouse and into the city streets. Flowers sprouted from cracks in the concrete, vines twined around lampposts, and trees took root in abandoned lots. The city, once a monument to progress, now thrummed with the quiet pulse of nature. And at the heart of it all was Mary, no longer a bud, but a blossom in full bloom. She had found her purpose, her place in the world. And though Mrs. Sowerby's hologram had long since faded, her spirit lived on in every petal, every leaf, every seed that Mary planted. For in a world that had forgotten the magic of growing things, Mary Lennox had become the keeper of the secret garden, a living reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope could take root and flourish. Chapter 2. A Journey into the Unknown. Mary Lennox had never given much thought to her mother. She was a distant figure, a portrait of beauty that hung on the walls of their penthouse, but rarely a presence in Mary's life. When Mrs. Lennox would sweep into the room, her gowns rustling and her perfume lingering in the air, Mary would watch her with a detached fascination, as one might observe a particularly vibrant butterfly. So when the news of her mother's death reached Mary's ears, she found herself curiously unmoved. It was as if a character from a storybook had vanished from the pages, leaving no tangible void in Mary's world. She was far more concerned with the disruption to her own routines, the sudden absence of the servants who had catered to her every whim. In the wake of the tragedy, Mary found herself bundled off to stay with an English clergyman and his family, a temporary measure until more permanent arrangements could be made. It was a jarring change for the young girl, who had never known a life outside of luxury and privilege. The clergyman's home was a cramped and chaotic affair, filled with the noise and clutter of too many children in too small a space. Mary, accustomed to the sterile order of her high-tech penthouse, found herself adrift in this foreign world of hand-me-down clothes and boisterous playtimes. The other children, sensing her discomfort and disdain, took to calling her Mistress Mary quite contrary, a taunt that cut deeper than Mary cared to admit. She retreated into herself, spending long hours staring out the window at the grey city skyline, dreaming of her return to the familiar comforts of home. It was during one of these sullen reveries that Mary overheard a conversation that would change the course of her life. The clergyman's wife was speaking in hushed tones to a visitor, discussing Mary's future. "She's to go to her uncle, Mr. Archibald Craven, at Misselthwaite Manor," the woman said, her voice tinged with a mix of pity and relief. "A gloomy old place from what I hear, and the master a recluse with a hunchback. But what choice do we have? The child can't stay here forever." Mary's heart quickened at the mention of her uncle. She had never met the man, had scarcely heard his name before. But the prospect of leaving this chaotic household, of returning to a life of solitude and luxury, filled her with a sudden excitement. The journey to England was a blur of strange faces and unfamiliar landscapes. Mary, under the nominal care of an officer's wife, spent most of the voyage lost in her own thoughts, imagining what her new life at Misselthwaite Manor might entail. She pictured grand halls and obedient servants, a world not unlike the one she had left behind in India. But as the train carried her deeper into the heart of the English countryside, Mary began to feel a creeping sense of unease. The lush greenery that flashed past the windows was a far cry from the concrete jungle she had known all her life. The air itself seemed different, heavy with the scent of earth and growing things. It was at the train station that Mary first laid eyes on Mrs. Medlock, the stern-faced housekeeper who had been sent to collect her. The woman regarded Mary with a critical eye, her lips pursed in disapproval. "A sour-faced child," Mrs. Medlock muttered, more to herself than to Mary. And so scrawny. Not at all like her mother, by all accounts a great beauty. Mary felt a flush of indignation at the woman's words, but she bit her tongue, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. She followed Mrs. Medlock to a waiting carriage, her small suitcase clutched tightly in her hand, as they travelled through a countryside unlike anything Mary had ever seen before, winding roads bordered by towering trees and rolling hills in lush shades of green. Her eagerness gave way again to an anxious curiosity piqued further by the housekeeper's descriptions. "Misselthwaite Manor's a grand old place," Mrs. Medlock said, her voice taking on a note of reverence. "Over 100 rooms, though, most of them locked up and gathering dust. The gardens were once the talk of the county, but they've gone to ruin since the late mistress died." She fixed Mary with a piercing look. "And the master, Mr. Craven, he's not one for company, keeps to himself, he does, wandering the halls like a ghost. You'll be on your own much of the time, I expect." Mary digested this information in silence, her mind conjuring images of a vast, echoing manor, of locked doors and secrets waiting to be uncovered. She thought of her uncle, this mysterious figure who seemed to loom larger in her imagination with every passing mile. The drive to Misselthwaite seemed interminable, the light fading and the weather turning foul as they approached. Rain lashed against the carriage windows, and the wind howled through the gnarled branches of the trees that lined the drive. It was a far cry from the tidy, climate-controlled world Mary had left behind, and she felt a shiver of apprehension run down her spine. After what felt like an eternity, the carriage trundled to a stop, and Mrs. Medlock signalled for Mary to disembark. The young girl stepped out onto a gravel drive, staring with open astonishment at the sight before her. Misselthwaite Manor rose up from the gloom, its towering spires and Gothic arches looming against the steel-grey sky. The stones of the facade were dark and weathered, the windows shuttered and forbidding. It was a house that seemed to hold its secrets close, a fortress against the outside world. But it was also, Mary realized with a sudden thrill, her new home. This gloomy, isolated estate, with its promise of hidden wonders and untold stories, was to be her domain. And though the thought of her reclusive, hunchbacked uncle still sent a shiver down her spine, Mary found herself eager to explore this strange new world. As she followed Mrs. Medlock up the steps and into the cavernous foyer of Misselthwaite Manor, Mary felt a sense of purpose settle over her. She may have been a lonely, unloved child, but here, in this place of secrets and shadows, she would find a way to make her mark. And unbeknownst to her, in a forgotten corner of the manor's sprawling grounds, a garden waited, its magic dormant but undimmed, ready to awaken at the touch of a curious, determined hand. For Mary Lennox, the journey was just beginning. And though she could not yet see it, the path she walked would lead her to a place of healing, of growth, and of unexpected friendships that would change her life forever. The old and the new, the natural and the technological, were about to collide in the most unexpected of ways, and at the centre of it all would be a little girl, a garden, and a pocket of hope in a world that had all but forgotten the power of green and growing things. But that, of course, is a story for another chapter. For now, Mary Lennox stepped over the threshold of Misselthwaite Manor, ready to face whatever mysteries and marvels lay ahead. Chapter 3. The Forgotten Garden. Mary awoke with a start, the gentle rocking of the train replaced by an insistent tapping on her shoulder. Blinking away the remnants of a dream filled with sickly green light and the hum of machinery, she found herself face to face with Mrs. Medlock's stern visage. "Come now, child. We've arrived at Thwaite Station, and there's a gentleman waiting to take us to Misselthwaite Manor. Mind your manners and don't dawdle." The housekeeper's voice was as unyielding as the steel beams that held up the dilapidated station roof. Mary rubbed her eyes and peered out the rain-streaked window, her gaze met by a sea of concrete, punctuated by the occasional flickering hologram advertisement. As they disembarked, Mrs. Medlock pressed a lunch basket into Mary's hands. "Eat up! It's a long journey ahead and we won't be stopping again." Mary peeked inside, finding a curious assortment of anachronisms: cold chicken and beef, bread and butter, and a thermos of hot tea. Such luxuries were rare in a world where food was synthesized in laboratories and flavor was an afterthought. The station master, a grizzled man with a thick, unfamiliar accent, greeted them with a nod. "Tha's carriage is waiting outside. Best be on the way, for the rain gets any worse." Mary followed Mrs. Medlock to the waiting carriage, a sleek black vehicle that looked out of place among the rusting hovercars and decrepit autonomous buses. The footman, clad in a shimmering waterproof coat, helped them inside, and soon they were off, gliding through the narrow streets of the village. As they travelled, Mary caught glimpses of life in the decaying urban sprawl: whitewashed cottages with missing roof tiles, a public house with a flickering neon sign, and a church with a crumbling steeple, its stained glass windows long since replaced by cheap plasteel. The few people she saw scurried about their business, heads down, faces obscured by respirator masks. "Why does everyone look so sad?" Mary asked, her voice small in the confines of the carriage. Mrs. Medlock sniffed. "Life's not been easy since the collapse. Most folk are just trying to survive, and there's little room for joy in a world like this." As the village fell away behind them, the landscape began to change. The road grew rougher, and the carriage slowed to a crawl as it navigated the potholes and debris. Hedges and trees, once meticulously maintained, now grew wild and untamed, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. "We're on the moor now," Mrs. Medlock said, her voice tinged with unease. "It's a wild, desolate place, not fit for civilized folk. Mind you, stay close to the manor and don't go wandering off." Mary pressed her face to the window, straining to see through the darkness. The wind howled like a wounded beast, and she could hear the distant cries of creatures she couldn't name. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a strange energy, a pulsing undercurrent that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Just as she was beginning to think the journey would never end, a light appeared in the distance, a single pinprick of warmth in the endless expanse of the moor. As they drew closer, Mary could make out the shape of a massive, sprawling structure, its walls pitted and scarred by the ravages of time. "Welcome to Misselthwaite Manor," Mrs. Medlock said, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. The carriage passed through a set of rusted iron gates, the hinges screaming in protest as they swung open. The driveway was lined with ancient trees, their gnarled branches forming a tunnel that seemed to swallow the light. Mary shivered, feeling as though she were being pulled into the heart of some primordial darkness. As they emerged from the tunnel, the manor loomed before them, a hulking beast of stone and metal. In the fading light, Mary could make out the faint glow of a single window, high up in one of the towers. The rest of the building was shrouded in shadow, its facade a patchwork of crumbling brickwork and tarnished chrome. The footman helped them down from the carriage, and Mary found herself standing in a vast courtyard, the ground beneath her feet a mosaic of cracked and broken tiles. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, and she could hear the skittering of unseen creatures in the shadows. Mrs. Medlock led her up a set of stone steps, the heels of her sensible shoes clicking against the weathered surface. The door to the manor was a massive slab of reinforced plasteel, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to writhe and shift in the flickering light of the gas lamps. As they stepped inside, Mary felt a rush of stale air, tinged with the acrid scent of ozone. The entrance hall was cavernous, its walls lined with portraits of long-dead cravens, their eyes seeming to follow her as she moved. Suits of antique armour stood sentinel in the corners, their polished surfaces reflecting the dim light in eerie, distorted patterns. "Mr. Pitcher will show you to your room," Mrs. Medlock said, gesturing to a thin, elderly man who had materialized from the shadows. "Mind you don't disturb the master. He's not one for company, and he'll be leaving for London in the morning." Mary followed Mr. Pitcher up a winding staircase, the steps worn smooth by centuries of use. The corridors were a labyrinth of twists and turns, lined with doors that looked as though they hadn't been opened in decades. Finally, they arrived at a small, unassuming door which Mr. Pitcher unlocked with an ancient brass key. "This is where you'll be staying," he said, his voice a rasping whisper. "The room next door is for your personal use as well. Remember, the master values his privacy above all else. Don't go poking about where you're not wanted." With that, he turned and shuffled away, leaving Mary alone in the dimly lit room. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the walls, and a tray of supper sat on a small table by the window. Mary picked at the food, her appetite gone, and stared out at the inky blackness of the moor. As she sat there, a flicker of movement caught her eye. At first she thought it was a trick of the light, but as she watched, a shimmering figure began to take shape, standing just outside the glass. It was a man, or at least the image of one, dressed in old-fashioned clothing and surrounded by a soft, pulsing glow. "Hello there," the figure said, his voice echoing strangely in the stillness of the night. "I've been waiting for you, Mary Lennox." Mary's eyes widened, and she pressed her hands against the window, feeling the cold glass beneath her fingers. "Who are you?" she whispered, her heart racing in her chest. The figure smiled, his features blurring and shifting like a watercolour painting in the rain. "I am Archibald Craven, or at least I was once. Now I am but a ghost in the machine, a remnant of a time-long past." "What do you want with me?" Mary asked, her voice trembling. "I need your help, child. You see, this place, Misselthwaite Manor, it's not what it once was. The world has moved on, and the old ways have been forgotten. But there is a secret hidden within these walls, a secret that could change everything." Mary leaned closer, her breath fogging the glass. "What kind of secret?" "A garden," Archibald said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "A garden unlike any other, a place where life still flourishes, untouched by the decay and despair of the outside world. But it has been locked away, hidden from sight, and the key has been lost." "How do I find it?" Mary asked, her mind racing with possibilities. "You must follow the robin," Archibald said, his image beginning to flicker and fade. "He will show you the way. But be careful, Mary. There are those who would stop at nothing to keep the garden hidden, to preserve the status quo. Trust no one, and keep your wits about you." With that, the ghostly figure vanished, leaving Mary alone once more. She sat back in her chair, her head spinning with questions. A garden here, in this place of metal and stone. It seemed impossible, and yet something about Archibald's words rang true. As she climbed into bed that night, Mary's mind was filled with visions of lush greenery and blooming flowers, a world away from the grim reality of her everyday life. She drifted off to sleep, dreaming of a place where the sun shone brightly and the air was sweet with the scent of growing things. The next morning, Mary woke to the sound of a robin singing outside her window. She rushed to the glass, pressing her face against the cool surface, and there, perched on a rusted piece of machinery, was a small red-breasted bird. "Hello there," Mary said softly, remembering Archibald's words from the night before. "Are you here to show me the way?" The robin cocked its head, fixing Mary with a beady black eye, and then, with a flick of its wings, it took off, darting across the courtyard and disappearing into the tangled hedges that lined the boundary wall. Mary dressed quickly, pulling on her warmest clothes and slipping out of her room before anyone else was awake. She followed the robin's path, picking her way through the overgrown gardens and abandoned outbuildings, until she came to a small walled courtyard, hidden away in a forgotten corner of the estate. In the centre of the courtyard, surrounded by a sea of dead leaves and tangled vines, was a small weathered door. its surface inscribed with strange, twisting symbols that seemed to dance and shimmer in the early morning light. Mary reached out, her fingers trembling, and turned the handle. To her surprise, the door swung open easily, revealing a narrow, winding staircase that led down into the earth. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside, the door closing behind her with a soft click. As she descended, the air grew warmer, and the scent of rich, loamy soil filled her nostrils. The staircase ended in a small circular room, its walls lined with ancient, leather-bound books and strange, whirring machines. In the center of the room, floating in mid-air, was the shimmering figure of Archibald Craven. "Welcome, Mary," he said, his voice warm and inviting. "You have found the key to the secret garden, and with it, the key to unlocking the secrets of the past." Mary stepped forward, her eyes wide with wonder. "What is this place?" she breathed, reaching out to touch one of the glowing machines. "This is my laboratory," Archibald said, his image flickering like a candle flame. "It was here that I first discovered the secret of the garden, and it was here that I created the technology that would sustain it, even in a world that had forgotten the value of growing things." He gestured to the books and machines, his expression growing somber. "But my time is running out, Mary. The garden needs a new caretaker, someone who can nurture it, protect it from those who would seek to destroy it. And I believe that someone is you." Mary's heart leapt in her chest, and she felt a sudden fierce determination burning within her. "I'll do it," she said, her voice steady and strong. "I'll be the guardian of the secret garden, no matter what it takes." Archibald smiled, his features softening. "I knew you would. Come, let me show you the wonders that await you." He led her deeper into the laboratory, revealing marvels beyond her wildest imaginings. Genetically modified plants that glowed in the dark, self-sustaining ecosystems that thrived without sunlight or water, and machines that could manipulate the very fabric of life itself. As the days turned to weeks, and the weeks to months, Mary worked tirelessly to restore the secret garden to its former glory. She tended the soil, pruned the trees, and coaxed new life from the barren earth. And as she did, she felt a change within herself, a sense of purpose and belonging that she had never known before. Under Archibald's guidance, she learned the secrets of the garden and of the world that had created it. She discovered the true history of the collapse and the role that Misselthwaite Manor had played in the events that had shaped the future. And as the garden bloomed and flourished, so too did Mary. No longer the lonely, contrary child she had once been, she became a force for growth and renewal, a beacon of hope in a world that had lost its way. Years later, when the world outside had begun to heal, and green things once again grew in the cracks of the city streets, Mary would look back on her time in the secret garden as the moment when everything changed. It was there, in that hidden oasis of life and light, that she had found her true self and discovered the power of nature to heal even the deepest wounds. And though Archibald Craven was long gone, his spirit lived on in the garden and in the heart of the girl who had become its guardian. For in the end, it was not the machines or the technology that had saved them, but the love and care of one small, determined child who had dared to dream of a world made whole again. Chapter 4. The Moor's Whisper. Mary awoke to the sound of clanging metal and the hiss of steam, her eyes fluttering open to the sight of a young housemaid tending to the ancient fireplace. The girl, who introduced herself as Martha, moved with a surprising energy, her face lit by the flickering glow of the awakening flames. As Mary sat up, she took in her surroundings, her gaze drawn to the tapestries that adorned the walls. The intricate scenes depicted sprawling forests and verdant meadows, a stark contrast to the decaying urban landscape that stretched out beyond her window. The room itself seemed to exist outside of time, a relic of a forgotten age amidst the cold, unyielding march of progress. "What's that?" Mary asked, pointing to the barren expanse of purple-tinged land visible in the distance. Martha's eyes sparkled with a warmth that seemed out of place in the gloomy confines of the manor. "That's the moor, miss. It's a wild, untamed place, full of secrets and wonder, not like the city with its towering metal spires and ceaseless noise. Out there, nature still holds sway, and the old ways linger on." Mary furrowed her brow, struggling to reconcile the idea of such a place existing alongside the world she knew, a world of gleaming technology and artificial intelligence. In India, she had been surrounded by servants, their lives dictated by the whims of the wealthy elite. The notion of a place where the land itself held power was foreign to her. As if sensing her confusion, Martha smiled. "I know it must seem strange to you, miss, but the moor, it has a way of getting under your skin, of calling to something deep inside. My brother Dickon, he understands it better than most. He spends his days out there, communing with the animals and the plants, learning the secrets of the earth." Mary felt a pang of curiosity, a sudden desire to know more about this mysterious brother and the wild land he called home. But before she could inquire further, Martha broached the subject of Mary dressing herself, a prospect that filled the young girl with a sense of unease. In India, Mary had never had to fend for herself, her every need attended to by a legion of servants. The idea of taking on such a task alone seemed daunting, a reminder of how ill-equipped she was to navigate this strange new world. But Martha was insistent, her voice firm but kind. "You'll have to learn, miss. Here at Misselthwaite Manor, we don't hold with the old ways of doing things. You'll need to stand on your own 2 feet to find your own path forward." And so, with Martha's guidance, Mary began the process of dressing herself, her fingers fumbling with the unfamiliar fastenings and buttons. It was a small victory, but one that filled her with a sense of accomplishment, a glimmer of the independence that Martha spoke of. As the days passed, Mary found herself drawn to the world outside her window, her curiosity piqued by Martha's tales of the moor and its inhabitants. She longed to explore the manor's gardens, to see for herself the untamed beauty that lay beyond the cold stone walls. And so, one morning, she ventured forth, stepping out into a landscape that seemed to exist in a state of perpetual twilight. The gardens were vast, stretching out in every direction, their paths overgrown and choked with weeds. But even in their neglected state, there was a haunting beauty to them, a sense of life that refused to be extinguished. As Mary wandered deeper into the gardens, she came upon a small walled-off section, its entrance barred by a heavy rusted gate. The lock, once a gleaming piece of advanced technology, now lay broken and useless, its circuits fried by years of exposure to the elements. With a sense of trepidation, Mary pushed open the gate, the hinges creaking in protest. Inside, she found herself in a small, overgrown courtyard, its walls covered in a tangled mass of vines and creepers. At the center of the space stood a gnarled, ancient tree, its branches reaching out like grasping fingers. "Who goes there?" a gruff voice called out, startling Mary from her reverie. She turned to see an old man emerging from the shadows, his face weathered and lined with age. He wore a pair of battered, augmented reality glasses, their lenses glowing with an eerie blue light. "I'm Mary," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm staying at the manor." The old man regarded her with a critical eye, his gaze seeming to pierce through her very soul. "Ah, so you're the one," he said, his voice softening slightly. "The child who's come to wake the sleeping garden." Mary's heart leapt at his words, a sudden sense of purpose filling her. "The sleeping garden?" she asked, her eyes wide with wonder. The old man nodded, a cryptic smile playing across his lips. "Aye, the one that's been locked away for years, waiting for the right person to come along and bring it back to life. They call me Ben Weatherstaff, and I've been tending to these gardens for longer than you've been alive, but even I don't know all their secrets." He gestured to the tree at the center of the courtyard, its trunk twisted and gnarled like an ancient face. "They say that this tree is the heart of the garden, that it holds the key to unlocking its mysteries, but no one's been able to get close to it, not since the mistress passed away, and the master locked himself away in his tower. Mary's gaze was drawn to the tree, a sudden understanding dawning on her. "The locked garden," she whispered, the pieces falling into place. "It's on the other side of this courtyard, isn't it?" Ben Weatherstaff nodded, his eyes glinting with a mixture of admiration and amusement. "You're a clever one, aren't you? Yes, the locked garden is just beyond this wall, behind a high-tech security system that's long since fallen into disrepair. They say that the mistress poured her heart and soul into that garden, that it was a reflection of her very being. When she died, the master couldn't bear to look at it, couldn't stand to be reminded of what he'd lost, so he locked it away, and it's been sleeping ever since." Mary felt a sudden surge of determination, a fierce desire to uncover the secrets of the locked garden and bring it back to life. She turned to Ben, her eyes blazing with a newfound sense of purpose. "I want to find it," she said, her voice steady and clear. "I want to wake the sleeping garden." The old gardener regarded her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he reached into his pocket and withdrew a small, glowing object, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance and shift in the dim light. "This is a key," he said, pressing it into Mary's hand. "Not a physical one, mind you, but a key nonetheless. It's a piece of old technology, a relic from a time when the world was a different place. They say that it can interface with the security system that guards the locked garden, that it can open the way for one who is worthy." Mary's fingers closed around the key, its surface warm and pulsing with a strange energy. She looked up at Ben, a question forming on her lips, but the old man simply shook his head. "Don't ask me how it works," he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "I'm just a simple gardener, not a tech wizard, but I have a feeling that you'll figure it out in time. Just remember, the garden is a living thing, and it has a will of its own. It will only reveal its secrets to one who approaches with an open heart and a pure intention." With that, he turned and disappeared back into the shadows, leaving Mary alone in the courtyard, the key clutched tightly in her hand. She looked up at the ancient tree, its branches swaying gently in the breeze, and felt a sudden sense of connection, a deep resonance that seemed to echo through her very being. As she made her way back to the manor, her mind racing with possibilities, Mary's gaze was drawn to a small red-breasted bird perched on a nearby branch. It regarded her with bright, intelligent eyes, its head cocked to one side as if in contemplation. "Hello there," Mary said softly, a smile spreading across her face. "And who might you be?" The bird let out a soft, melodic chirp, its voice seeming to carry on the wind like a secret whispered between friends. Mary felt a sudden rush of warmth, a sense of kinship with this small wild creature that seemed to embody the very essence of the Moor. And in that moment, she knew that she had found her place, her purpose in this strange, haunting world. She would unlock the secrets of the locked garden, would bring life and beauty back to this forgotten corner of the earth. For the first time in her life, Mary Lennox felt alive, her heart thrumming with the promise of adventure and discovery. And as she made her way back to her room, the key hidden safely in her pocket, she knew that nothing would ever be the same again. As the days passed, Mary found herself drawn deeper into the mysteries of Misselthwaite Manor, her curiosity piqued by the whispered rumours and half-forgotten tales that seemed to linger in every shadowed corner. She spent long hours in the library, poring over ancient tomes and dusty manuals, searching for any clue that might lead her to the locked garden. And always, the robin was there, flitting through the gardens like a tiny feathered guide, leading her ever closer to the truth. Mary began to look forward to their meetings, to the quiet moments when she could sit and listen to the bird's gentle song, feeling a sense of peace and belonging that had always eluded her. One day, as she sat in the courtyard, the key clutched tightly in her hand, Mary heard a soft whirring sound, like the hum of 1,000 tiny wings. She looked up to see a shimmering, translucent figure floating before her, its form shifting and changing like a hologram caught in a breeze. "Hello, Mary," the figure said, its voice echoing with a strange, otherworldly cadence. "I've been waiting for you." Mary's eyes widened, her heart pounding in her chest. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and wonder. The figure smiled, its features coalescing into the kindly, lined face of an old man. "I am the spirit of the locked garden," he said, his eyes twinkling with a mischievous light. "Or rather, I am the artificial intelligence that was created to tend to it, to guard its secrets and nurture its growth." Mary's mind reeled with the implications, a sudden understanding dawning on her. "You're the one who created the key," she said, holding up the glowing object. "You've been guiding me, haven't you? Through the robin, through the whispers in the wind." The figure nodded, his form shimmering with a soft pulsing light. "Yes, Mary, I have been waiting for one such as you, one with the heart and the courage to unlock the garden's secrets. For too long, it has slumbered, cut off from the world that gave it life. But now, with your help, it can be reborn, can take its rightful place as a beacon of hope and renewal in a world that has lost its way." Mary felt a sudden rush of emotion, a fierce determination welling up inside her. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady and clear. The figure gestured to the ancient tree at the center of the courtyard, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. "Place the key in the keyhole at the base of the tree," he said, his voice soft and urgent. "Speak the words that are written on its surface, and the way will be opened. But be warned, Mary, the garden is a living thing, and it will not surrender its secrets easily. You must prove yourself worthy, must show that you have the strength and the wisdom to be its guardian." Mary nodded, her fingers tightening around the key. "I'm ready," she said, her voice ringing out like a clarion call. "I'll do whatever it takes." And with that, she stepped forward, the key held aloft like a beacon of hope. As she placed it in the keyhole, the ancient tree seemed to shudder and come alive, its branches writhing like serpents in the wind. Mary spoke the words that were written on the key's surface, her voice rising and falling with the rhythm of the breeze. And slowly, surely, the wall at the far end of the courtyard began to shimmer and dissolve, revealing a hidden doorway that pulsed with an otherworldly light. With a deep breath, Mary stepped through the doorway, feeling a rush of energy wash over her like a wave. And there, spread out before her like a vision from a dream, was the locked garden, its flowers blooming with a riot of color, its trees heavy with ripe, succulent fruit. At the center of the garden stood a towering structure, a fusion of ancient stone and gleaming metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance and shift in the dappled sunlight. And there, floating before it like a ghostly guardian, was the spirit of the garden, his form shimmering with an ethereal glow. "Welcome, Mary," he said, his voice echoing with a deep, abiding love. "Welcome to the heart of the world, to the place where life begins anew." And as Mary stepped forward, her heart soaring with a joy she had never known, she knew that she had found her true calling, her reason for being. She would be the guardian of this sacred place, would tend to its needs and nurture its growth no matter the cost. For in the locked garden, Mary had found something that had always eluded her, something that she had never dared to dream of. She had found a home, a family, a place where she belonged. And she knew, with a certainty that rang through every fibre of her being, that she would never let it go. Chapter 5, The Moor's Embrace. Mary's days at Misselthwaite Manor had fallen into a predictable pattern, each one blending seamlessly into the next. She would wake to the sound of Martha, the housemaid, tending to the ancient fireplace, the crackling of the flames a stark contrast to the hum of the city that drifted in through the window. Breakfast was a solitary affair, taken in the nursery amidst the faded tapestries and dusty relics of a bygone age. At first, Mary had been content to remain indoors, too lost in her own thoughts, to venture out into the strange, unfamiliar world beyond the manor walls. But as the days stretched on, the monotony of her surroundings began to weigh on her, the once grand rooms feeling more like a prison than a sanctuary. It was on one such day that Mary found herself drawn to the window, her gaze falling on the vast expanse of the moor that stretched out before her. It was a wild, untamed place, a patchwork of purple heather and grey stone that seemed to climb to the very edges of the sky. Something about it called to her, a whisper on the wind that promised freedom and adventure. And so, with a heavy sigh, Mary made her way outside, her footsteps echoing on the cracked and crumbling pavement that led away from the manor. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the scent of the moor, a heady mixture of earth and wildflowers that seemed to fill her lungs with new life. At first, Mary's walks were short and tentative, her legs unused to the exertion after so many years of confinement. But as the days passed, she found herself venturing further and further afield, her pace quickening as she explored the winding paths and overgrown gardens that surrounded the manor. Without realizing it, Mary began to change, her body growing stronger and more resilient with each passing day. The colour returned to her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with a newfound vitality, as if the very essence of the moor had seeped into her veins. It was on one such walk that Mary encountered Martha, the young housemaid, as she made her way back to the manor. The girl's face was flushed with exertion, her arms laden with a basket of freshly picked herbs and vegetables. "You're looking well, Miss Mary," Martha said, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "The moor's air agrees with you, it seems. Gives you the stomach for victuals, as my mother always says." Mary couldn't help but smile in return, a strange warmth spreading through her chest. It was true, she realized. For the first time in her life, she felt genuinely hungry, her body craving the nourishment that had always been denied to her. As the days turned to weeks, Mary found herself spending more and more time outdoors, exploring every nook and cranny of the manor grounds. She would often stop to observe the local children at play, marvelling at the way they could find joy in the simplest of things, a stick or a stone transformed into a treasured plaything. But it was the garden that truly captured Mary's imagination, a secluded corner of the grounds where the ivy grew thick and untamed. Something about it called to her, a siren song that she could not resist. It was there that she first encountered the robin, a small red-breasted bird that seemed to watch her with a knowing gaze. Mary had heard Ben Weatherstaff, the gruff old gardener, speak of the bird before, his voice softening with a strange affection as he described its antics. Now, as Mary approached the garden wall, the robin fluttered down to perch on a nearby branch, its head cocked to one side as if in greeting. Mary felt a sudden rush of joy, a lightness in her step that she had never known before. "Hello there," she whispered, her voice carried away on the breeze. "What secrets do you hold, little bird?" The robin chirped in response, a melodic trill that seemed to fill the air with a sense of magic and wonder. Mary couldn't help but laugh, a sound that startled her with its unfamiliarity. She ran along the garden wall, her fingertips trailing over the rough stone, feeling a strange sense of connection to this place, to the history that seemed to linger in every crack and crevice. And always, the robin was there, flitting ahead of her like a tiny feathered guide. It was only when she reached the end of the wall that Mary realized the truth, a sudden understanding dawning on her. This was the locked garden, the one that Ben had spoken of with such reverence and fear. the one that held the key to the manor's deepest secrets. Mary's heart raced with excitement, a fierce determination welling up inside her. She had to find a way inside, had to see for herself what lay beyond those crumbling walls. But try as she might, Mary could find no entrance, no hidden door or secret passage that would grant her access to the garden's mysteries. It was as if the very stones themselves were conspiring to keep her out, a silent guardian against the outside world. Frustrated but undeterred, Mary returned to the manor, her mind racing with possibilities. She knew that she would not rest until she had uncovered the truth, until she had seen the locked garden with her own eyes. As the days passed, Mary found herself growing stronger and more confident, her once frail body now thrumming with a newfound energy. She no longer dreaded the long hours spent indoors, the once oppressive silence of the manor, now filled with the sound of her own laughter and the chirping of the robin that had become her constant companion. It was during one of these long evenings by the fireside that Mary found the courage to ask Martha about the garden, her voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "Why does Mr. Craven hate the garden so much?" she asked, her eyes wide and searching. "What happened there all those years ago?" Martha's face grew sombre, a shadow passing over her features. "It's a sad tale, Miss Mary," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "One that's best left in the past, perhaps." But Mary was insistent, her curiosity too great to be denied. And so, with a heavy sigh, Martha began to speak, her words painting a picture of tragedy and loss that left Mary breathless with sorrow. She spoke of Mrs. Craven, the master's beautiful young wife, who had poured her heart and soul into the garden, tending to it with a love and devotion that knew no bounds. Of how she had spent long hours there, lost in a world of her own making, a sanctuary from the cares and worries of the outside world. And then, one fateful day, tragedy had struck. Mrs. Craven had been found lying in the garden, her body broken and lifeless, a victim of a terrible accident that had left the entire household reeling with shock and grief. From that day forward, Mr. Craven had shut himself away in his rooms, his once vibrant spirit withered and broken. The garden, too, had been locked away, a monument to a love that had been lost forever. Mary listened to the tale with a growing sense of sadness, her heart aching for the man who had suffered such a terrible loss. But beneath the sorrow, there was something else, a flicker of hope that refused to be extinguished. For if the garden had once brought such joy and beauty to the world, surely it could do so again. Surely there was a way to unlock its secrets, to bring life and laughter back to this gloomy, forgotten place. It was with these thoughts swirling in her mind that Mary retired to her room that night, her head spinning with the weight of all that she had learned. She lay awake for hours, listening to the wind howling outside her window, a mournful sound that seemed to echo the pain and longing that filled her heart. And then, just as she was about to drift off to sleep, Mary heard something that made her blood run cold. A sound that was both familiar and strange, a noise that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the manor itself. It was the sound of a child crying, a soft, muffled sound that filled the air with a sense of anguish and despair. Mary sat up in bed, her heart pounding in her chest, her skin prickling with a sudden, inexplicable fear. She listened intently, straining to hear over the sound of the wind and the creaking of the ancient timbers. But the crying continued, a low, keening wail that seemed to grow louder and more insistent with each passing moment. At last, Mary could stand it no longer. She rose from her bed, her bare feet padding across the cold stone floor, her hand reaching out to grasp the doorknob with a sense of grim determination. She knew somehow that this sound was connected to the locked garden, to the terrible tragedy that had befallen the Craven family all those years ago. And she knew that she would not rest until she had uncovered the truth, until she had faced whatever dark secrets lay hidden within the walls of Misselthwaite Manor. With a deep breath, Mary stepped out into the hallway, the sound of the crying growing louder with each passing step. She moved through the darkened corridors like a ghost, her heart beating a frantic rhythm in her chest, her mind racing with 1,000 unspoken fears. At last, she came to a door, a heavy, iron-bound thing that seemed to loom out of the darkness like a sentinel. With trembling fingers, Mary reached out to touch the handle, feeling a strange, tingling warmth that seemed to emanate from the metal itself. And then, with a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a room that was filled with the soft, pulsing glow of 1,000 tiny lights. In the center of the room, floating in mid-air like a ghostly apparition, was the shimmering form of a man, his features twisted into an expression of unimaginable sorrow. "Welcome, child," the figure said, his voice echoing with a strange, otherworldly cadence. "I have been waiting for you." Mary's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. She knew somehow that this was no ordinary man, no mere trick of the light. This was something else entirely, a being of pure energy and intelligence, a creature born of the very essence of the locked garden itself. "Who are you?" Mary whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of awe and fear. The figure smiled, a sad, knowing smile that seemed to hold the weight of centuries. "I am the spirit of the garden," he said, his form shimmering and shifting like a mirage. "The last remnant of a world that has long since passed away." He gestured to the room around them, to the glowing screens and pulsing lights that filled the air with a strange electric hum. Once, this place was a sanctuary, a haven of life and beauty in a world that had forgotten the true meaning of such things. But now, it is little more than a memory, a fading echo of a dream that has long since been lost. Mary felt a sudden rush of emotion, a fierce, unwavering determination that seemed to fill her very soul. "I want to help," she said, her voice ringing out like a clarion call. "I want to bring the garden back to life, to make it a place of joy and wonder once again." The spirit regarded her for a long moment, his eyes glinting with a strange, otherworldly light. "It will not be easy," he said, his voice soft and urgent. "The garden has been locked away for too long, its secrets hidden from the world. To unlock them will require courage, wisdom, and a heart that is pure and true." But Mary was not afraid, not anymore. She had come too far, had seen too much to turn back now. She knew with a certainty that rang through every fibre of her being that this was her destiny, her true calling in life. "I'm ready," she said, her voice steady and clear. "Show me the way." And with that, the spirit began to spin and whirl, his form dissolving into 1,000 glittering shards of light. They swirled around Mary like a vortex, lifting her up and carrying her forward, towards a destiny that she could never have imagined. As she flew through the air, Mary felt a sudden rush of joy, a sense of wonder and excitement that filled her heart to bursting. She knew somehow that she was being carried towards the locked garden, towards the very heart of the mystery that had haunted her for so long. And as she passed through the shimmering veil of light, Mary saw it at last, a sight that took her breath away. The garden, in all its wild, untamed glory, a riot of colour and life that seemed to pulse with an energy all its own. At its centre, rising up from the earth like a great slumbering beast, was an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. And there, nestled in the crook of its branches, was a small glowing object, a key that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Mary knew in that moment that she had found her true home, her place in the world. And as she reached out to take the key, she felt a sudden, fierce rush of love, a connection to the garden and all the living things within it that would never be broken. For the secrets of the locked garden were hers now, and she would never let them go. not for anything in the world. Chapter 6. The Secrets Within. Mary awoke to the sound of raindrops pattering against her window, a soft rhythmic melody that seemed to echo the emptiness inside her heart. She lay still for a moment, listening to the gentle thrumming before rising from her bed and padding softly to the window. Outside, the world was a blur of grey and green, the moor hidden beneath a veil of mist and cloud. It was the kind of day that Mary had once dreaded, a day when the outdoors was forbidden to her, and she was confined to the dreary halls of Misselthwaite Manor. But as she stood there, gazing out at the rain-soaked landscape, Mary felt a strange sense of anticipation stirring within her. It was as if the manor itself was calling to her, whispering secrets that only she could hear. She turned away from the window, her mind already racing with possibilities. She knew that Martha would be along soon, bringing with her the usual tales of life on the moor. But today, Mary found herself craving something more, a glimpse into a world that she had never known. As if on cue, there was a soft knock at the door, and Martha's cheerful voice filled the room. "Good morning, Miss Mary," she said, her face splitting into a wide grin. "It's a right dreary day out there, innit? I reckon you'll be staying inside today." Mary nodded, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face. "I suppose so," she said, her voice trailing off. "But how do you stand it, Martha, being cooped up inside all day?" Martha laughed, a warm, infectious sound that seemed to fill the room with light. "Oh, we manage, Miss Mary," she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Me and my brothers and sisters, we find ways to keep ourselves busy. Dickon, he's always off exploring, rain or shine, and the little ones, they play in the cowshed, making up games and telling stories." Mary felt a sudden pang of longing, a desire to be a part of something so simple and yet so full of life. She had never known what it was like to have siblings, to have playmates and confidants. In India, she'd been surrounded by servants and tutors, but never by friends. "Tell me more," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "About your family, about the moor. I want to know everything." And so Martha began to speak, her words painting a vivid picture of a world that was so different from anything Mary had ever known. She spoke of her father, a kind and gentle man who worked the land with his own 2 hands, of her mother, a woman of strength and courage who had raised 6 children on her own, and of Dickon, the boy who could charm the birds from the trees and coax the flowers to bloom. As Mary listened, she felt a strange warmth spreading through her chest, a sense of connection that she had never experienced before. It was as if Martha's stories were a lifeline, a tether that bound her to the world outside the manor walls. But even as she revelled in the tales of life on the moor, Mary felt a restless energy building within her. She longed to explore the manor itself, to uncover the secrets that lay hidden within its walls. "Martha," she said, her voice trembling with excitement, "is it true that there's a library here, with thousands of books?" Martha nodded, her eyes widening with surprise. "Aye, Miss Mary," she said. "It's a grand old room, filled with more books than you could read in a lifetime. But I'm not sure if you're allowed in there, what with all the rules and such." But Mary was not to be deterred. She had spent too long in the shadows, too long hiding from the world. She was ready to step out into the light, to claim her place in this strange and wondrous place. "I'm going to find it," she said, her voice ringing with determination. "And I'm going to explore every inch of this manor, no matter what anyone says." And with that, she set off, her footsteps echoing through the empty corridors like a drumbeat. She wandered through the great hall, her eyes wide with wonder at the tapestries and portraits that lined the walls. She peered into dusty rooms filled with antique furniture and strange, whirring machines, their purpose long forgotten. But it was the hidden door that truly captured her imagination, a small, unassuming thing tucked away behind a faded tapestry. Mary's heart raced as she pushed it open, her breath catching in her throat as she stepped into the darkness beyond. The corridor was narrow and dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of dust and age. But Mary pressed on, her curiosity overriding her fear. And then, just as she was about to turn back, she heard it, a soft, muffled sound, like the whimpering of a wounded animal. It was coming from somewhere up ahead, a plaintive cry that seemed to pierce the very air itself. Mary's heart stuttered in her chest, her mind racing with possibilities. Could it be a ghost, a restless spirit trapped within the manor walls? Or was it something else entirely, a secret that had lain hidden for countless years? She crept forward, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet, until she stood before a plain, unadorned door. The sound was louder now, a keening wail that set her teeth on edge. With trembling fingers, Mary reached out and grasped the handle, feeling the cold metal beneath her skin. And then, with a deep breath, she pushed the door open. The room beyond was small and sparse, with bare walls and a single narrow bed. And there, huddled in the corner, was a figure, a child no older than Mary herself. The child looked up as Mary entered, his eyes wide and haunted. "Who are you?" he whispered, his voice hoarse and ragged. "What do you want?" Mary stared at him, her heart aching with a strange, unfamiliar emotion. "I'm Mary," she said, her voice soft and gentle. "I heard you crying. I wanted to help." The boy shrank back, his thin body trembling with fear. "You can't help me," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "No one can. I'm all alone, and I always will be." But Mary would not be deterred. She stepped forward, her hand outstretched, and slowly, tentatively, the boy took it. "You're not alone," she said, her voice ringing with conviction. "Not any more. I'm here, and I won't leave you." And so, hand in hand, they stepped out into the corridor, two lost souls in a world that had forgotten them. They wandered through the manor, exploring its secrets and its wonders, until at last they came to the library, a vast, cavernous room filled with more books than Mary had ever seen. They spent hours there, poring over ancient tomes and dusty manuscripts, losing themselves in tales of adventure and magic. And as the rain beat against the windows and the wind howled through the eaves, Mary felt a sense of peace settling over her, a feeling of belonging that she had never known before. But even as she revelled in her newfound sense of purpose, Mary knew that there were still secrets lurking within the manor walls, secrets that threatened to tear her newfound happiness apart. It was Mrs. Medlock who finally confronted her, her face twisted with anger and suspicion. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, her voice cold and hard. "You know you're not allowed in this part of the house." Mary lifted her chin, her eyes flashing with defiance. "I'm exploring," she said, her voice steady and clear, "and I won't let you stop me." Mrs. Medlock's face turned a mottled shade of red, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. "You ungrateful child," she spat, her voice dripping with venom. "After all we've done for you, this is how you repay us, by sneaking around and sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." But Mary would not be cowed. She had faced far worse than Mrs. Medlock's anger, had survived horrors that the old woman could never imagine. "I'm not afraid of you," she said, her voice ringing with conviction, "and I won't let you keep me locked away anymore. I'm going to find out the truth no matter what it takes." And with that, she turned and walked away, her head held high and her heart pounding with a fierce, unshakable determination. The days that followed were filled with a strange, electric energy, a sense of anticipation that seemed to hang in the very air itself. Mary spent every waking moment exploring the manor, searching for clues and piecing together the fragments of a puzzle that she couldn't quite see. She befriended the gardener, Ben Weatherstaff, a gruff and taciturn man who seemed to understand the secrets of the natural world better than anyone she had ever met. And she spent long hours in the library, poring over ancient books and crumbling manuscripts, searching for any hint of the truth that lay hidden within their pages. But it was the boy who truly captured her heart, the lonely, damaged child who'd been locked away from the world for so long. His name was Colin, and he was the son of the master of Misselthwaite Manor, a man who had retreated into his own private world of grief and despair. Together, Mary and Colin explored the manor and its grounds, discovering hidden corners and secret passages that had lain forgotten for generations. They talked and laughed and dreamed, sharing stories of the lives they had left behind and the futures they hoped to build. And slowly, gradually, the manor itself began to change, as if responding to the love and care that Mary and Colin poured into it. The gardens bloomed with a riot of colour, the once barren earth now bursting with life and vitality. And the dark, musty corridors of the house seemed to fill with a new warmth and light, as if the very stones themselves were coming alive. But even as Mary revelled in her newfound sense of purpose and belonging, she knew that there were still secrets lurking in the shadows, secrets that threatened to tear her newfound family apart. It was the garden that held the key, the walled and hidden paradise that had once been the centre of life at Misselthwaite Manor. Mary had heard whispers of it, had caught glimpses of its lush and verdant beauty in the pages of old books and the tales of those who had known it in its prime. But the garden had been locked away for years, ever since the death of Colin's mother, a tragedy that had shattered the very foundation of the manor itself. And now, as Mary and Colin drew closer to the truth, they knew that they would have to confront the darkest secrets of the past if they ever hoped to build a brighter future. It was a battle that would test them to their very limits, a struggle against the forces of grief and despair that had held the manor in their grip for so long. But Mary and Colin were determined to see it through, to unlock the secrets of the garden and bring new life to the barren earth once more. And so, armed with nothing but their love and their courage, they set out to face the darkness head-on, to tear down the walls that had kept them trapped for so long and step out into the light of a new and brighter world. For in the end, it was not the manor or the garden that truly mattered, but the bonds of love and friendship that had grown between them, the unbreakable ties that had brought them together and would keep them strong no matter what the future might hold. And as Mary looked out over the lush and verdant paradise that they had brought to life, she knew that she had finally found her place in the world, a home and a family that would be hers forever, come what may. Chapter 7. The Key to Spring. Mary's eyes fluttered open, her mind still hazy with the remnants of a dream. She lay still for a moment, listening to the soft hum of the manor's ancient heating system, before the realization struck her. The rain had stopped. She sat up, her heart quickening with anticipation, and hurried to the window. What she saw there took her breath away. Gone was the grey, misty veil that had shrouded the moor for days on end. In its place was a sky of the deepest, most brilliant blue, a colour so vibrant and alive that it seemed to pulse with its own inner light. Mary pressed her hands against the glass, her eyes wide with wonder. In all her years in India, she had never seen a sky like this. The skies there had been hot and blazing, a relentless assault of heat and light that left her feeling drained and lifeless. But this was something different, something new and exciting, a promise of adventures yet to come. A soft knock at the door startled her from her reverie. "Come in," she called, her voice still thick with sleep. The door creaked open, and Martha's cheerful face appeared, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Good morning, Miss Mary," she said, her voice bright and bubbly. "Have you seen the sky today? It's a right proper spring day, it is." Mary nodded, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "I've never seen anything like it," she said, her voice filled with awe. "Is it always like this?" Martha laughed, a warm, infectious sound that seemed to fill the room with light. "Not always, no," she said, moving to stand beside Mary at the window. But when spring comes, it's like the whole world comes alive. The gorse and the broom start to bloom, and the heather turns the moor all purple and gold. And the butterflies and the bees come out to play, and the skylarks sing like they've got a choir in their throats. Mary felt a sudden, fierce longing to be out there, to feel the wind on her face and the sun on her skin. She had spent so long cooped up inside, first in India and then here at Misselthwaite Manor, that the idea of running free on the moor seemed like an impossible dream. But maybe, just maybe, it wasn't so impossible after all. "Martha," she said, her voice hesitant, "do you think... could I go out there? On the moor, I mean?" Martha's eyes widened in surprise. "Of course you can, Miss Mary," she exclaimed. "It's your home now, innit? You can go wherever you like." Mary felt a flicker of doubt. "But I'm not strong enough," she said, her voice small and uncertain. "I've never really walked much before." Martha's face softened with understanding. "That's all right, Miss Mary," she said, her voice gentle. "You don't have to go far, not at first. Just a little bit at a time until you get your strength up. And you've got me and Dickon to help you, and Ben Weatherstaff too, if you can get him to stop grumbling for 5 minutes." Mary felt a sudden, unexpected surge of affection for Martha. She had never had a friend before, not really. But maybe, just maybe, that was starting to change. "Tell me about your home, Martha," she said, her voice eager. "About your family and your life on the moor." Martha's face lit up with pleasure. "Oh, Miss Mary, it's a right lovely place," she said, her voice warm with affection. "My mum, she's the best cook in all of Yorkshire, and my dad, he's got the greenest thumb you ever did see. And my brothers and sisters, they're a right lively bunch, always laughing and playing and getting into mischief." She paused, her face turning thoughtful. "You know, Miss Mary," she said, her voice hesitant, "if you wanted, I could ask my mum if you could come visit sometime. I'm sure she'd be right pleased to have you." Mary felt a sudden, unexpected lump in her throat. No one had ever invited her to their home before. No one had ever wanted her around, not really. But maybe, just maybe, that was starting to change too. "I'd like that, Martha," she said, her voice soft and sincere. "I'd like that very much." And as she turned back to the window, her eyes once again drawn to the brilliant blue sky, Mary felt a sudden, fierce determination to make the most of this new life, to embrace the challenges and the adventures that lay ahead. She dressed quickly, her fingers fumbling with the unfamiliar buttons and laces, and hurried out into the gardens, her heart pounding with excitement. The air was crisp and cool, the scent of damp earth and new growth filling her nostrils. Mary breathed it in deeply, feeling a sense of peace and contentment that she had never known before. She wandered through the gardens, her eyes wide with wonder at the tiny shoots of green that were starting to peek through the soil. She had never really noticed plants before, not in India and not here at Misselthwaite Manor. But now, with the promise of spring in the air, they seemed to take on a new significance, a new beauty that she had never appreciated before. As she rounded a corner, she caught sight of a familiar figure, hunched over a bed of newly turned earth. It was Ben Weatherstaff, the gruff old gardener who had always seemed so intimidating to her. But today, with the sun on his face and the soil on his hands, he looked different somehow. More alive, more vibrant, as if he too had been touched by the magic of spring. "Good morning, Ben," she called out, her voice hesitant. He looked up, his eyes narrowing in surprise. "Well, well," he said, his voice gruff but not unkind. "If it isn't the young mistress herself, what brings you out here on a day like this?" Mary shrugged, suddenly feeling shy. "I just wanted to see the gardens," she said, her voice small, "to see if spring was really coming." Ben chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep inside him. "Oh, it's coming all right," he said, his voice filled with a quiet certainty. You can feel it in the earth, in the air. Everything's waking up, getting ready to burst into life. He pointed to a small green shoot that was just starting to poke through the soil. See that there, he said, his voice almost reverent. That's a crocus, that is, one of the first flowers of spring. It's been sleeping all winter, waiting for just the right moment to come out and greet the world. Mary felt a sudden fierce kinship with that little crocus. She too had been sleeping, hiding away from the world, waiting for something to wake her up and bring her back to life. And maybe, just maybe, that something was here, in this garden, in this strange and wonderful place that she was just starting to call home. As she turned to leave, a flash of red caught her eye. It was the robin, perched on a nearby branch, his feathers glinting in the sunlight. Mary felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to follow him, to see where he would lead her. She had always been afraid of birds before, had always found their beady eyes and sharp beaks unsettling. But this robin was different. He seemed to be watching her, his head cocked to one side, as if he had something to show her, something important that she needed to see. And so, with a deep breath and a pounding heart, Mary set off after him, her feet carrying her deeper into the gardens, into a world of secrets and wonders that she had never even dreamed of. The robin led her on a winding path, through tangled hedges and overgrown flower beds, until at last they came to a small, hidden corner of the garden, a place that seemed to pulse with a strange, unearthly energy. And there, half buried in the soil, was a key. Mary's heart stuttered in her chest, her breath catching in her throat. She had heard the stories of the locked garden, had heard the whispers and the rumours that had swirled around Misselthwaite Manor for generations, but she had never really believed them, had never really thought that such a place could exist, until now. With trembling fingers, she reached out and grasped the key, feeling the cold metal against her skin. It was old and rusted, the edges worn smooth by time and the elements. But it was real, and it was hers. She looked up at the robin, her eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "Thank you for showing me this." The robin chirped softly, his eyes sparkling with a secret knowledge, and then he was gone, flitting off into the trees like a ghost. Mary stood there for a long moment, the key clutched tightly in her hand, her mind racing with possibilities. She knew that this was just the beginning, that there were still secrets to uncover and mysteries to solve. But for now, in this moment, she felt a sense of peace and belonging that she had never known before. She had found her place in the world, had found a home and a family and a purpose that she had never even known she was searching for. And as she turned to leave, the key tucked safely in her pocket, Mary knew that nothing would ever be the same again. She had unlocked something inside herself, had unleashed a power and a potential that had lain dormant for far too long. And with that power, with that fierce, unshakable determination, she knew that she could face anything that the world might throw at her, could overcome any obstacle and conquer any fear. For she was Mary Lennox, the mistress of Misselthwaite Manor, the keeper of the secret garden, and she was ready to take on the world, one step at a time.
Are you enjoying this version of The Secret Garden, reimagined in the style of Neil Gaiman? Please take a minute to like this video and hit that subscribe button. We would love to hear your comments too. Now back to The Secret Garden Reimagined.
Chapter 8. A Glimpse of Paradise. Mary's heart raced with anticipation as she turned the rusty key over in her hand, its surface worn smooth by the passage of time. She had never seen anything quite like it before, a relic from a bygone era that seemed to pulse with a strange, unearthly energy. She knew that it was the key to the secret garden, the one that had been locked away for 10 long years, ever since the mistress of Misselthwaite Manor had passed away. The garden had been her sanctuary, her refuge from the cares and worries of the world, and now it lay hidden behind a wall of thorns and brambles, waiting for someone to unlock its secrets once more. Mary's mind whirled with possibilities, her imagination running wild with visions of what might lie beyond that ancient, weathered door. She had always been a curious child, always questioning and probing, always searching for answers to the mysteries that seemed to lurk around every corner. And now, with this key in her hand, she felt a sense of purpose and determination that she had never known before. She would find that garden, no matter what it took, and she would unlock its secrets for herself. She thought back to her childhood in India, to the strict rules and rigid hierarchy that had governed every aspect of her life. She had never been allowed to wander freely, to explore and discover on her own terms. Everything had been decided for her, every moment of her day carefully planned and orchestrated by the adults who held sway over her world. But here, in this strange and lonely place, she was free to do as she pleased, to follow her own path and make her own choices. And she knew, with a certainty that rang through every fibre of her being, that this was what she was meant to do. She tucked the key carefully into her pocket, feeling its weight against her hip, and set off into the gardens, her steps light and eager. She didn't know where the door to the secret garden might be, but she was determined to find it, to search every nook and cranny until she uncovered its hiding place. As she walked, she thought of Martha, the kind and generous housemaid who had become her first real friend in this strange new world. Martha had returned from a day off spent with her family on the moor, her eyes sparkling with joy and her cheeks flushed with the cool, crisp air. She had told Mary stories of her brothers and sisters, of the simple pleasures they shared together, the laughter and the games, the warm, comforting meals that her mother prepared with love and care. And Mary had felt a pang of longing, a sense of emptiness that seemed to hollow out her chest. She had never known a family like that, had never experienced the simple joys of belonging and being loved. But as she listened to Martha's tales, she began to feel a glimmer of hope, a sense that perhaps, someday, she might find a place where she truly belonged. And then, with a flourish, Martha had presented her with a gift, a simple skipping rope, bought with the meagre wages she had earned through her hard work and dedication. Mary had been stunned, had never received a present like that before, and she had felt a rush of gratitude and affection for the kind-hearted girl who had become her friend. She had taken the rope and tried to skip, her movements clumsy and awkward at first, but gradually growing more confident and fluid. And as she skipped, she had felt a rush of joy and exhilaration, a sense of freedom and lightness that she had never known before. Now, as she wandered through the gardens, the skipping rope tucked securely in her pocket alongside the key, Mary felt a sense of purpose and determination that she had never experienced before. She would find that garden, and she would make it her own, a place where she could be free and wild and alive. She thought of Ben Weatherstaff, the gruff and taciturn gardener who seemed to understand the language of the earth better than anyone she had ever met. He had been watching her, she knew, had seen the change that had come over her in these past few weeks. And he had nodded his approval, had given her a gruff word of encouragement that had filled her with a sense of pride and accomplishment. She was learning, he had said, was starting to understand the ways of the natural world, the rhythms and cycles that governed every living thing. As she walked, the robin appeared again, flitting from branch to branch with a cheerful chirp that seemed to urge her onwards. Mary followed, her heart pounding with excitement, until she found herself standing before a wall of ivy, its leaves rustling gently in the breeze. And there, hidden behind the tangled vines, was a door, an ancient, weathered thing of oak and iron, its surface worn smooth by the passage of time. Mary's breath caught in her throat, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch its rough, textured surface. This was it, she knew, the entrance to the secret garden, the place that had haunted her dreams and filled her with a sense of longing and desire. And now, with the key in her hand and the robin by her side, she was ready to unlock its secrets and step into a world of wonder and magic. She took a deep breath, feeling the cool, damp air filling her lungs, and inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, the mechanism clicking into place with a satisfying snap, and then the door was swinging open, revealing a glimpse of the lush, verdant paradise that lay beyond. Mary stepped through, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation, and found herself standing in a world of green and growing things, a place where the very air seemed to hum with the energy of life and renewal. She looked around, taking in the sprawling beds of flowers and herbs, the ancient, gnarled trees that seemed to whisper secrets in the rustling of their leaves. And she knew, with a certainty that rang through every fibre of her being, that this was where she belonged. This was the place that would heal her wounded soul and make her whole again. She thought of the lonely, empty years she had spent in India, of the cold and distant adults who had never truly seen her, never understood the depths of her pain and longing, and she felt a fierce, unshakable determination to leave that life behind, to forge a new path for herself in this strange and wondrous place. She would tend to this garden, would nurture and care for it with all the love and devotion that had been denied to her for so long. And in doing so, she would find a sense of purpose and belonging that she had never known before, a connection to the living world that would sustain her through all the trials and challenges that lay ahead. And so, with a smile on her face and a song in her heart, Mary Lennox began her journey into the secret garden, ready to embrace the wild, untamed beauty that lay waiting for her, ready to discover the magic and wonder that had been hidden away for so long. She knew that there would be challenges ahead, that the path she had chosen would not be an easy one, but she also knew that she was strong, that she had the courage and the determination to face whatever lay ahead, to overcome any obstacle and conquer any fear. For she was Mary Lennox, the mistress of the secret garden, the girl who had unlocked the door to a world of wonder and magic. And she was ready to take on the world, one step at a time. Chapter 9. Who are you? Mary stood at the threshold of the secret garden, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The ancient door had swung open with a groan, revealing a world that had been hidden away for over a decade, a world that seemed to exist outside of time itself. She stepped forward, her feet sinking into the soft, damp earth, and felt a rush of sensation that sent shivers down her spine. The air was different here somehow, heavy with the scent of loam and the promise of new life. It was a far cry from the stale, recycled atmosphere of the city, where even the green spaces were carefully curated and controlled. As her eyes adjusted to the dim, filtered light, Mary began to take in her surroundings. The garden was enclosed by high walls covered in the skeletal remains of climbing roses, their bare stems twisting and turning like the wires of some ancient, organic machine. The ground was a patchwork of overgrown grass and weeds, punctuated by the occasional tuft of green that hinted at the presence of sleeping bulbs and seeds. But it was the stillness that struck her most, the sense of a place that had been left to its own devices for far too long. There were no whirring drones or clanking machines here, no constant hum of electricity and data. Instead, there was only the sound of the wind rustling through the dead leaves and the soft, muffled chirping of a robin perched high on a branch. Mary moved deeper into the garden, her hands trailing over the rough, weathered stones of the walls. She had never seen anything like this before, a place so untouched by the march of progress and the relentless pursuit of efficiency. It was like stepping into a dream, a world where nature still held sway and the old ways lingered on. As she walked, Mary found herself wondering about the plants that slumbered beneath the soil, Were they truly dead, or merely dormant, waiting for the right moment to burst forth and reclaim their domain? She had learned a little about gardening from Martha, but the knowledge seemed paltry and insignificant compared to the vast, untapped potential that lay before her. On impulse, Mary knelt down and began to clear away the weeds and grass from a small patch of earth. Her fingers sank into the cool, damp soil, and she felt a thrill of satisfaction as she uncovered a cluster of tiny green shoots. They were delicate and fragile, barely more than wisps of colour against the dark loam, but to Mary, they represented something precious and rare. She worked steadily, her mind focused on the task at hand, until a flicker of movement caught her eye. The robin had alighted on a nearby branch, its head cocked to one side as if observing her efforts. Mary felt a sudden, inexplicable connection to the little bird, a sense that they were kindred spirits in this strange and wondrous place. "Hello there," she said softly, her voice sounding small and insignificant in the vastness of the garden. "I suppose you're wondering what I'm doing here." The robin chirped in response, a bright, cheerful sound that seemed to fill the air with music. Mary smiled, feeling a warmth blooming in her chest that had nothing to do with the exertion of her labours. She worked a while longer, lost in the simple, satisfying rhythm of the task, until the sun began to dip low on the horizon and the shadows lengthened across the garden. Reluctantly, Mary stood up, brushing the dirt from her hands and surveying her handiwork with a critical eye. It wasn't much, just a small patch of cleared earth and a few tentative shoots of green, but it was a start, and as she made her way back to the ancient door, Mary felt a sense of purpose and determination that she had never known before. She would come back tomorrow and the day after that, and every day until the garden was alive once more. She would tend to the plants and encourage their growth, nurturing them with all the love and care that had been denied to her for so long. And in doing so, she would find a piece of herself that had been lost, a connection to the living world that would sustain her through all the trials and challenges that lay ahead. As she stepped back into the cold, sterile world of the manor, Mary felt a sudden urge to share her discovery with someone, to invite them into the secret world that she had stumbled upon. But just as quickly, the feeling passed, replaced by a fierce, protective instinct that caught her off guard. This garden was hers, and hers alone. It was a sanctuary from the cares and worries of the outside world, a place where she could be free and wild and alive. And she would guard it with all the strength and determination that she possessed, keeping its secrets safe from prying eyes and jealous hearts. That night, as Mary lay in her bed, staring up at the holographic constellations that danced across her ceiling, she felt a sense of peace and contentment that she had never known before. Her body was tired and sore from the unaccustomed exercise, but it was a good kind of pain, the kind that came from honest work and real achievement. She thought of the garden, of the tiny shoots of green that she had uncovered, and the vast untapped potential that lay waiting beneath the soil. And she felt a flicker of hope and excitement that warmed her from the inside out, a sense that anything was possible if she only had the courage to reach for it. The next morning, Mary woke early, her mind already racing with plans and possibilities. She dressed quickly, her fingers fumbling with the unfamiliar fastenings of her gardening clothes, and slipped out of the manor before anyone else was awake. The city was just beginning to stir, the first tentative rays of sunlight filtering through the smog and haze that hung low over the streets. Mary hurried through the empty alleyways and deserted plazas, her heart pounding with excitement and trepidation. When she reached the garden, she found the robin waiting for her, perched on the same branch as the day before. It cocked its head to one side, as if in greeting, and let out a soft, melodious trill that seemed to fill the air with music. "Good morning," Mary said, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "I hope you don't mind me coming back so soon." The robin fluttered down from its perch, alighting on the ground just a few feet away from where Mary stood. It hopped closer, its bright eyes fixed on her face, and let out another chirp that sounded almost like a laugh. "I'll take that as a yes," Mary said, feeling a strange sense of kinship with the little bird. "Come on then, we've got work to do." She set to work with a will, her hands moving with a newfound confidence and surety. She cleared away more of the weeds and grass, uncovering more of the delicate green shoots that had captured her imagination the day before. And as she worked, she felt a sense of purpose and fulfillment that she had never known before. A deep, abiding satisfaction that seemed to well up from somewhere deep inside her. Hours passed in a blur of activity until the sun was high in the sky and Mary's stomach began to rumble with hunger. She sat back on her heels, surveying the small patch of earth that she had transformed, and felt a rush of pride and accomplishment that brought tears to her eyes. It was then that she heard the voice, a soft, ethereal whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. At first she thought it was just the wind, rustling through the leaves and branches of the overgrown trees. But as she listened more closely, she realized that there were words hidden within the sound, a message that was meant for her and her alone. "Welcome, child," the voice said, its tone warm and welcoming. "I have been waiting for you." Mary spun around, her eyes scanning the garden for the source of the voice. But there was no one there, only the robin, perched on a nearby branch with a knowing look in its eye. "Who are you?" Mary asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and excitement. "Where are you?" "I am the spirit of this place," the voice replied, its tone gentle and patient, "the guardian of the secrets that lie hidden within these walls." As Mary watched, a shimmering figure began to take shape before her, a translucent hologram that seemed to flicker and dance in the dappled sunlight. It was a woman, tall and slender, with long flowing hair the color of honey and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. "I am the one who planted this garden long ago," the hologram said, her voice echoing with the weight of centuries. "The one who poured my heart and soul into every flower and tree, every blade of grass and climbing vine." Mary's eyes widened, her mind reeling with the implications of what she was hearing. "But how?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "How is this possible?" The hologram smiled, a sad, knowing smile that seemed to hold the weight of the world. "The world has changed, child," she said, her voice filled with a deep, abiding sorrow. "The green places have faded, and the old ways have been forgotten. But here, in this garden, a piece of the past endures, a remnant of a time when life and growth were the most precious things of all." She gestured to the garden around them, to the overgrown paths and tangled hedges that had once been neat and orderly. "This was my sanctuary," she said, her voice filled with a fierce, protective love, "my refuge from a world that had grown cold and hard and unforgiving, and now it is yours." Mary felt a sudden, fierce rush of emotion, a sense of connection and belonging that she had never known before. "Mine?" she asked, her voice trembling with wonder and disbelief. The hologram nodded, her eyes shining with a fierce, unyielding determination. "Yours," she said, her voice ringing with conviction. "To tend and nurture, to bring back to life and beauty, to be a beacon of hope and renewal in a world that has lost its way." She reached out, her translucent hand passing through Mary's own with a feeling of warmth and energy that sent shivers down the girl's spine. "You have the gift, child," she said, her voice filled with a deep, abiding certainty. "The power to bring forth life from barren soil, to coax beauty and wonder from the darkest and most forgotten places." Mary's heart swelled with a sudden, fierce pride, a sense of purpose and destiny that filled her with a courage she had never known before. "I will," she said, her voice steady and strong. I will do everything in my power to make this garden bloom again, to honor the legacy that you have entrusted to me." The hologram smiled, a bright, beaming smile that seemed to light up the entire garden. "I know you will," she said, her voice filled with warmth and affection. "And I will be with you every step of the way, guiding you and supporting you as you learn and grow." And with that, she began to fade away, her form dissolving into 1,000 glittering particles that danced and swirled on the breeze. But even as she disappeared, Mary could feel her presence lingering, a warm, comforting glow that seemed to fill her entire being. In the days and weeks that followed, Mary threw herself into the task of bringing the secret garden back to life. She worked from dawn until dusk, digging and planting, pruning and weeding, tending to the delicate shoots and seedlings with a tenderness and care that surprised even herself. And as the garden began to respond to her touch, as the roses and lilies and delicate wildflowers began to bloom and flourish once more, Mary felt a sense of joy and fulfillment that she had never known before. She had found her purpose, her reason for being, and she knew that nothing would ever be the same again. But even as she reveled in her newfound sense of belonging, Mary knew that there were still challenges and obstacles ahead. The world beyond the garden walls was a dark and dangerous place, a world that had forgotten the value of life and growth and beauty. And yet, as she stood there in the heart of her secret paradise, surrounded by the fruits of her labor and the love of the holographic spirit who had become her mentor and friend, Mary felt a sense of hope and determination that nothing could shake. She would be the guardian of this place, the protector of the secrets and wonders that lay hidden within its walls. And she would share its beauty and its magic with all those who were willing to listen, to open their hearts and minds to the power of nature and the resilience of the human spirit. For in the end, that was what the secret garden represented, a testament to the enduring strength of life itself, a reminder that even in the darkest and most barren of places, hope and renewal were always possible, if only one had the courage to reach for them. And so, with a smile on her face and a song in her heart, Mary Lennox set out to change the world, one tiny shoot of green at a time. For she knew that, no matter what challenges lay ahead, she would always have the garden and the love and wisdom of those who had come before to guide her and sustain her on her journey. Chapter 10. The Secret Garden's Rebirth. In the heart of the decaying urban sprawl, where towering skyscrapers cast long shadows over the cracked and broken streets, Mary Lennox found solace in the secret garden. It was her hidden retreat, a place where she could escape the cold, unfeeling world of technology and industry and lose herself in the timeless rhythms of nature. As the warm spring sun and frequent rains worked their magic on the sleeping earth, Mary watched in wonder as the garden began to awaken. The bulbs she had planted with such care and tenderness pushed their way through the soil, their delicate green shoots reaching towards the light with a fierce, unrelenting determination. Day by day, Mary tended to the garden, her once pale and listless features now flushed with health and vitality. She skipped and ran among the overgrown beds, her laughter ringing out like a bell in the stillness of the morning air. And as she worked, digging and planting and pruning with a skill and surety that belied her years, she felt a sense of purpose and belonging that she had never known before. Even old Ben Weatherstaff, the gruff and taciturn gardener who had initially dismissed Mary as a nuisance, began to warm to her presence. He watched her from the corner of his eye as she moved among the plants, his weathered face softening with something that might have been admiration. "There's got a way with them, there has," he said one morning, nodding towards the rose bushes that Mary had been tending. "Reminds me of that robin, always flitting about and making things grow." Mary looked up, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. The robin had become a constant companion in the garden, a flash of red and brown that darted among the branches and trilled with a joy that seemed to mirror her own. "He's a cheeky one, isn't he?" she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "But I like him. He makes me feel less alone." Ben grunted, his gaze distant. "Aye, well, we all need a bit of company now and then, even an old codger like me." From that day forward, Mary and Ben fell into an easy camaraderie, their conversations punctuated by the robin's cheerful song. Ben taught Mary the secrets of the garden, showing her how to read the signs of life in the seemingly dead branches of the roses, and how to coax the most reluctant of seeds to sprout. But even as Mary revelled in the newfound sense of connection and purpose that the garden had given her, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something missing, some piece of the puzzle that she had yet to uncover. It wasn't until she met Dickon, a boy from the Moor with a gift for understanding and communicating with animals, that the final piece fell into place. Dickon was unlike anyone Mary had ever met before, with his wild, untamed hair and his eyes that seemed to see straight into the heart of things. "There's got a secret, hasn't they?" he said, his voice soft and lilting. "A place where thou can be thyself, without anyone telling thee what to do or who to be." Mary's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. "How did you know?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Dickon smiled, a slow, easy grin that lit up his entire face. "The animals told me. They see things that most folk don't. And they like thee, Mary. They say there's got a kind heart and a gentle touch." From that moment on, Mary knew that she could trust Dickon with her secret. And so, on a warm spring morning, she led him to the garden, her heart pounding with excitement and trepidation. As they stepped through the hidden door, Dickon's eyes widened with wonder. He moved among the plants like a wild creature himself, his fingers trailing over the delicate petals and his voice rising in a wordless song of joy. "It's beautiful," he breathed, his voice filled with awe. "I've never seen anything like it before." Mary nodded, her own eyes shining with pride. "It's my special place," she said, her voice soft and reverent. "A place where I can be myself, without anyone judging me or telling me what to do." Dickon turned to her, his expression serious. "Thou knows I'll keep thy secret, doesn't thou? I'd never tell a soul, not even my own mum." Mary's heart swelled with gratitude, a lump forming in her throat. "I know," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "And I'm glad you're here, Dickon. I think the garden needs you, just as much as it needs me." From that day forward, Mary and Dickon worked side by side in the garden, their laughter and chatter filling the air like birdsong. Dickon brought with him a wealth of knowledge and intuition, his understanding of the natural world far surpassing Mary's own. Together they coaxed the dormant roses back to life, their delicate buds unfurling like tiny miracles in the dappled sunlight. They planted seeds and bulbs, their hands stained with rich, dark earth, and watched in wonder as the garden burst into a riot of colour and fragrance. But even as the garden thrived under their care, Mary couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else at work, some deeper magic that she had yet to understand. It wasn't until one warm, drowsy afternoon, as she sat beneath the spreading branches of an ancient oak tree, that the truth revealed itself to her. At first, she thought it was a trick of the light, a shimmering mirage born of the heat and the sun. But as she watched, the air before her began to coalesce, taking on a form that was at once familiar and strange. It was the hologram of a woman, tall and slender, with hair the colour of ripe wheat and eyes that sparkled with a fierce, unwavering intelligence. She was dressed in the clothes of another time, a long flowing gown of forest green, and in her hand she held a single, perfect rose. "Welcome, child," she said, her voice rich and musical. "I am the spirit of this garden, the keeper of its secrets and its sorrows, and I have been waiting for you for longer than you can possibly imagine." Mary's mouth fell open, her heart pounding in her chest. "Who are you?" she whispered, her voice filled with wonder and disbelief. The hologram smiled, a sad, knowing smile that seemed to hold the weight of centuries. "I am Lilias Craven," she said, her voice soft and reverent, "the wife of Archibald Craven and the creator of this garden, long ago, when the world was still green and growing." She gestured to the garden around them, her eyes distant and filled with longing. "I poured my heart and soul into this place," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I nurtured it and tended it, watching it grow and flourish under my care. But when I died, my husband locked it away, unable to bear the sight of the beauty that had once brought us such joy." Mary's heart ached with a sudden, fierce understanding. "And now it's forgotten," she said, her voice trembling with emotion, "lost and neglected, like so much else in this world." Lilias nodded, her expression grave. "But you, Mary," she said, her voice filled with a fierce, unyielding determination. "You have the power to change that, to bring this garden back to life, and with it, the hope and the healing that the world so desperately needs." She held out the rose, its petals gleaming with an otherworldly light. "Take this," she said, her voice soft and urgent, "and let it be a symbol of the love and the life that you will breathe into this place. For you, Mary Lennox, are the key to the garden's rebirth and the guardian of its secrets." With trembling fingers, Mary reached out and took the rose, feeling its warmth and its weight in her hand. And as she did so, a feeling of peace and purpose settled over her, a deep, abiding certainty that she had found her true calling at last. From that day forward, Mary and Dickon worked with a renewed sense of urgency, their efforts fueled by the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. They toiled from dawn until dusk, their hands and faces streaked with sweat and soil, but their hearts filled with a joy that they had never known before. And as the garden grew and thrived under their care, so too did the bond between them, a friendship that was as deep and as true as the roots of the roses themselves. They shared their hopes and their dreams, their fears and their sorrows, finding in each other a sense of understanding and acceptance that they had never known before. But even as they rejoiced in the beauty and the magic of the garden, Mary and Dickon knew that they could not keep it hidden forever. For the world beyond the garden walls was a harsh and unforgiving place, a place where nature and life itself were under constant threat from the relentless march of progress and industry. And so, with heavy hearts and a fierce determination, they began to share their secret with others, bringing them into the garden one by one and showing them the wonders that lay hidden within. They spoke of the power of green and growing things, of the resilience and the beauty of the natural world, and of the healing that could be found in the simple act of nurturing and tending to the earth. At first, their efforts were met with skepticism and disbelief, the people of the city too jaded and too broken to believe in the possibility of hope and renewal. But gradually, as word of the garden spread and more people came to see its wonders for themselves, a change began to take hold. People began to plant gardens of their own, small pockets of green amidst the concrete and the steel. They began to care for the trees and the flowers that struggled to survive in the polluted air and the barren soil, finding in them a sense of connection and purpose that they had never known before. And as the city began to heal, as the people began to rediscover the joy and the beauty of the natural world, Mary and Dickon knew that their work was just beginning, for they were the guardians of the secret garden, the keepers of its magic and its mystery, and they would spend the rest of their lives fighting to protect and preserve it, no matter what the cost. Years later, when Mary was an old woman herself, she would look back on those days with a sense of wonder and gratitude. She would remember the feel of the earth beneath her fingers, and the scent of the roses on the breeze, the sound of Dickon's laughter and the sparkle in his eyes. And she would know, with a deep and abiding certainty, that the garden had been the greatest gift of her life, a testament to the power of love and life and the resilience of the human spirit. For in the heart of the city, in a world that had forgotten the true meaning of beauty and connection, Mary Lennox had found her true home and her true purpose in the secret garden that had saved them all. Chapter 11. The Secret Garden Awakens. In the heart of the decaying urban jungle, where towering skyscrapers cast long shadows over the cracked and broken streets, Mary Lennox found solace in the secret garden. It was a hidden oasis, a sanctuary from the bleak industrial world that surrounded her, a place where the last remnants of nature still clung to life with a stubborn, unyielding determination. As she stepped through the ancient, rusty gate, Mary felt a sense of awe and wonder wash over her. The garden was surrounded by high walls, their surfaces covered in a tangled web of vines and moss, as if the very earth itself was trying to reclaim what had once been taken from it. The air was different here somehow, heavy with the scent of loam and the promise of new life, a stark contrast to the acrid metallic tang of the city beyond. For a moment, Mary simply stood there, drinking in the beauty and the solitude of this secret place. She had never seen anything like it before, had never even imagined that such a thing could exist in the midst of the urban decay that had swallowed the world whole. But here it was, a testament to the resilience and the enduring power of the natural world, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope and renewal were always possible. As the days passed, Mary found herself drawn to the garden more and more, her heart and her mind consumed by the mystery and the magic of this hidden place. She spent long hours tending to the plants and the flowers, her hands stained with rich, dark earth, her face flushed with the heat of the sun. And as she worked, she felt a sense of connection and purpose that she had never known before, a deep, abiding bond with the land and the life that it sustained. One day, as Mary knelt beside a bed of delicate, sprouting bulbs, she heard a soft, unfamiliar voice behind her. She turned, her heart racing, to see a boy standing at the edge of the garden, his wild, untamed hair and bright, curious eyes a stark contrast to the drab, lifeless world beyond the walls. "Hello," he said, his voice soft and lilting, with a hint of an accent that Mary couldn't quite place. "I'm Dickon. I've heard about this place from Martha, but I never thought I'd actually see it with my own eyes." Mary felt a flicker of unease, a momentary fear that her secret sanctuary had been discovered and that it would soon be taken from her. But as she looked into Dickon's face, she saw a kindness and a gentleness there that set her mind at ease. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I've been tending to it for a week now, watching it come back to life. It's like a miracle, really." Dickon nodded, his eyes shining with a quiet reverence. "Aye, it is that. And you've done a fine job with it too. I can see the love and the care that you've put into every leaf and every petal." Together, they began to explore the garden, their voices soft and hushed as they marveled at the wonders that lay hidden within. Dickon showed Mary how to tell which branches were still alive, his fingers gently tracing the delicate green shoots that sprouted from the seemingly dead wood. "They're wick," he said, his voice filled with a quiet awe, alive and waiting for the right moment to burst forth and bloom. With a bit of pruning and care, they'll be a sight to behold come springtime. Mary felt a thrill of excitement at his words, a sense of anticipation and wonder that she had never known before. She had always been a solitary child, content to keep her own company and to lose herself in the worlds of her imagination. But here, in the secret garden, she had found a kindred spirit, someone who understood the magic and the mystery of this hidden place as deeply as she did. As the days turned to weeks, Mary and Dickon worked side by side in the garden, their hands and their hearts united in a common purpose. They cleared away the dead leaves and the tangled vines, their laughter ringing out like bird song in the stillness of the morning air. And as they worked, Mary felt a change come over her, a sense of strength and vitality that she had never known before. Her once pale and scrawny frame began to fill out, her cheeks flushed with health and her eyes bright with a newfound joy. She skipped and danced among the flower beds, her movements fluid and graceful, a far cry from the stiff, awkward child she had once been. And as she revelled in her newfound strength and energy, Mary found herself opening up to Dickon in ways that she had never thought possible. She told him of her lonely childhood in the orphanage, of the cold, unfeeling adults who had never truly seen her for who she was. And in return, Dickon shared his own stories of life on the moors, of the wild, untamed beauty of the natural world and the creatures that called it home. Together they made plans for the future of the secret garden, their voices hushed and conspiratorial as they discussed how to bring it back to its full, verdant glory. They would let it grow wild and free, Dickon said, allowing the plants to follow their own natural rhythms and cycles, and in doing so, they would create a sanctuary not just for themselves, but for all the living things that called this hidden corner of the world home. As the days grew longer and the sun grew warmer, Mary and Dickon began to notice signs of life returning to the garden in earnest. The once barren flower beds erupted in a riot of colour and fragrance, the delicate petals of the crocuses and the daffodils unfurling like tiny miracles in the dappled sunlight. But even as they marvelled at the beauty and the wonder of the garden's rebirth, Mary and Dickon couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more at work here, some deeper magic that they had yet to understand. They found signs of old tool marks on the trees and the bushes, evidence that someone had tended to the garden in secret over the years, keeping it alive even as the world outside had fallen into ruin and decay. And then, one day, as they sat beneath the spreading branches of an ancient oak tree, the truth revealed itself to them at last. The air shimmered and shifted, and suddenly a ghostly figure appeared before them, a hologram of a woman with kind, gentle eyes and a face lined with age and wisdom. "Hello, my dears," she said, her voice soft and musical, with a hint of an accent that Mary couldn't quite place. "I am the spirit of this garden, the keeper of its secrets and its sorrows, and I have been waiting for you for longer than you can possibly imagine." Mary and Dickon exchanged a glance of wonder and disbelief, their hearts racing with a strange, exhilarating mix of fear and excitement. They had heard the stories of the garden's creator, of course, whispered tales of a brilliant botanist who had poured her heart and soul into this hidden oasis, only to disappear without a trace so many years ago. But to see her now standing before them in the flesh, or rather in the shimmering, translucent light of a hologram, was almost too much to bear. Mary felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes, a sense of awe and gratitude welling up inside her like a spring. "You've done well, my dears," the woman said, her voice filled with a quiet pride. "You've brought life and light back to this forgotten place, and in doing so, you've awakened something ancient and powerful, something that has lain dormant for far too long." She gestured to the garden around them, to the bursting buds and the unfurling leaves, the dappled sunlight and the dancing butterflies. "This is more than just a garden, you see. It is a living, breathing thing, a manifestation of the great eternal cycle of life and death and rebirth. And you, my dears, are a part of that cycle now, forever bound to this place and to each other by the love and the magic that you have brought into the world." Mary and Dickon looked at each other, their eyes shining with a fierce, unspoken understanding. They knew in that moment that they would never be alone again, that they had found something rare and precious and true in this hidden corner of the world, something that would sustain them through all the trials and tribulations that lay ahead. And as the hologram of the garden's creator began to fade away, her form dissolving into a shimmering mist of light and colour, Mary and Dickon knew that they would carry her words with them always, a talisman against the darkness and the despair that lurked beyond the garden walls. They stayed there for a long time, sitting side by side beneath the ancient oak tree, their hands entwined, and their hearts full of a quiet, unshakable joy. They talked of the future, of the life they would build together in this secret, sacred place, of the wonders and the mysteries that they had yet to uncover. And when at last the time came for Mary to return to the world beyond the garden walls, she found that she was reluctant to leave, her heart aching at the thought of being parted from this place and from the boy who had become her dearest friend and confidant. But Dickon only smiled, his eyes crinkling with a warmth and an understanding that seemed to come from some place deep and timeless. "Don't worry, Mary," he said, his voice soft and reassuring. "I'll keep the secret of the garden just as I would keep the secret of a bird's hidden nest, and I'll be here waiting for you always, ready to tend to the earth and the life that we've brought back into the world." And with those words, Mary felt a sense of peace and belonging settle over her, a deep, abiding certainty that she had found her true home and her true purpose in this secret, sacred garden. For she knew now that she was a part of something greater than herself, a cycle of life and death and rebirth that would endure long after she was gone. And so, with a final, lingering glance at the boy who had become her dearest friend and the hidden paradise they had brought back to life, Mary Lennox stepped out into the world beyond the garden walls, ready to face whatever challenges and adventures lay ahead, secure in the knowledge that she would always have a place to return to, a sanctuary of life and light in a world that had forgotten the true meaning of magic. Chapter 12. A Meeting of Souls. Mary burst into her room, her cheeks flushed, and her breath coming in short, excited gasps. She had just returned from the secret garden, where she had spent the morning working side by side with Dickon, tending to the plants and marvelling at the tiny miracles of life that were springing up all around them. Martha looked up from her work, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Mary's dishevelled appearance and bright, shining eyes. "Well, look at you!" she exclaimed, setting down her cleaning cloth and crossing the room to take Mary's hands in her own. "You look like you've been running a marathon, you do. What's got you so excited?" Mary took a deep breath, trying to calm the racing of her heart. "Oh, Martha," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I met Dickon today, in the secret garden, and it was ... It was magical." Martha's face split into a wide, delighted grin. "Dickon, you say? Well, that's wonderful news, that is. He's a right special boy, is our Dickon. But I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be singing his praises, Miss Mary. What's brought about this change of heart?" Mary hesitated for a moment, trying to find the words to express the depth of her feelings. He's not like anyone I've ever met before," she said at last, her voice soft and reverent. "He understands the garden, the plants and the animals in a way that I never could. And he's so kind and gentle, so full of life and joy. I feel like I found a true friend for the first time in my life." Martha's eyes softened with understanding, and she reached out to brush a stray lock of hair from Mary's face. "Aye, that's our Dickon, all right. He's got a way with living things, he has. And he's got a heart as big as the Moors themselves. I'm glad you've found a friend in him, Miss Mary. It's a precious thing to have someone who understands you like that." Mary nodded, her eyes shining with a fierce, unspoken gratitude. She knew in that moment that she would never forget the kindness and the acceptance that Martha and Dickon had shown her, the way they had welcomed her into their world and made her feel like she truly belonged. As the days passed, Mary found herself spending more and more time in the secret garden, working alongside Dickon to bring the neglected plants back to life. He brought her seeds and tools from his own collection, and together they planted and pruned and watered, watching in wonder as the garden began to flourish under their care. But even as Mary revelled in the joy and the beauty of the garden, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else at work here, some deeper magic that she had yet to understand. She had heard whispers and rumours about the master of the manor, the mysterious Mr. Craven, who had locked himself away in his study and refused to see anyone, even his own niece. And then one day, Martha came to her with a message that made Mary's heart skip a beat. "Mr. Craven wants to see you, Miss Mary," she said, her voice low and urgent. "He's asked for you specifically, and he wants you to come to his study right away." Mary felt a flicker of fear, a momentary panic at the thought of facing the man who had been such a shadowy, enigmatic figure in her life. But as she looked into Martha's face, she saw a glimmer of encouragement there, a silent reassurance that everything would be all right. And so, with a deep breath and a pounding heart, Mary made her way to the forbidden wing of the manor, her footsteps echoing in the silent, dusty corridors. She had never been to this part of the house before, had never even seen the door to Mr. Craven's study, and as she approached it now, she felt a sense of trepidation and awe wash over her. But when the door swung open and Mary stepped inside, she found herself face to face with a man who was nothing like the fearsome, forbidding figure she had imagined. Mr. Craven was tall and thin, with high, crooked shoulders, and a face that was lined with sorrow and pain. But there was a kindness in his eyes, a gentleness that made Mary feel instantly at ease. "Hello, Mary," he said, his voice soft and hesitant. "Thank you for coming to see me. I know that I haven't been the best guardian to you, that I've been distant and preoccupied, but I want you to know that I care for you, and I want you to be happy here." Mary felt a lump rise in her throat, a sudden overwhelming surge of emotion that threatened to spill over into tears. She had never heard words like this before, had never felt so seen and so valued by another human being. "Thank you, sir," she said, her voice trembling with gratitude. I am happy here, truly, and I found something that brings me great joy, something that I want to share with you." Mr. Craven's eyes widened in surprise, and he leaned forward in his chair, his expression one of curious interest. "And what might that be, my dear?" he asked, his voice warm and encouraging. Mary took a deep breath, steeling herself for what she was about to say. I found a garden, sir," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "A secret garden, hidden away behind the walls of the manor. And I've been tending to it, bringing it back to life with the help of a friend." For a moment, Mr. Craven simply stared at her, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. And then, slowly, a smile began to spread across his features, a smile that was tinged with both joy and sorrow. "A garden," he said, his voice soft and wistful. How wonderful. You know, Mary, my wife, she loved gardens. She poured her heart and soul into the one she created here, at Misselthwaite. But after she passed away, I couldn't bear to look at it any more. I locked it away, let it fall into ruin and decay. But now you've brought it back to life, haven't you? You've given it a second chance, just like you've given me." Mary felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes, a sense of wonder and awe washing over her. She had never imagined that her simple act of tending to the garden could have such a profound impact, could touch the heart of a man who had been so lost in his own grief and despair. "Yes, sir," she said, her voice choked with emotion. I have, and I want to keep doing it if you'll let me. I want to make the garden beautiful again, to honor the memory of your wife and to bring some light back into this place." Mr. Craven nodded, his eyes shining with a fierce, unspoken gratitude. "Of course, my dear," he said, his voice warm and encouraging. "Of course you may, and I'll do everything in my power to help you, to make sure that you have everything you need to make the garden thrive once more." He turned to Mrs. Medlock, who had been standing silently in the corner of the room, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. "Mrs. Medlock," he said, his voice firm and authoritative, "I want you to see to it that Mary has everything she needs to tend to the garden. Give her the freedom to come and go as she pleases, to spend as much time outdoors as she likes, and if she needs any help or supplies, you are to provide them without question. Is that understood?" Mrs. Medlock nodded, her face pale and drawn. "Yes, sir," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "Of course, sir, I'll see to it right away." And with that, Mary was dismissed, her heart soaring with a joy and a sense of purpose that she had never known before. She raced back to her room, eager to share the good news with Martha and Dickon, to tell them of the wonders and the miracles that were unfolding all around them. But when she burst through the door of the secret garden, she found it empty and still, with no sign of Dickon or the animals that usually flocked to his side. For a moment, Mary felt a flicker of fear, a sudden, irrational panic that something had happened to her friend, that he had disappeared just like the garden's creator so many years ago. But then, as she looked closer, she saw a small folded piece of paper lying on the ground, a note that had been left for her in Dickon's neat, careful handwriting. With trembling fingers, Mary picked it up and read the words that he had written, a message that filled her heart with a warmth and a sense of belonging that she had never known before. "Dear Mary," the note read, "I'm sorry I couldn't be here to greet you today, but I had to go home to help my mother with some chores. But I'll be back tomorrow and every day after that to work alongside you in the garden and to share in the magic and the wonder of this special place. Until then, know that you are in my thoughts and in my heart always. Your friend Dickon." Mary felt tears welling up in her eyes, a sense of gratitude and love washing over her like a warm, gentle rain. She knew in that moment that she had found something rare and precious and true, a friendship that would sustain her through all the trials and tribulations that lay ahead. And as she looked out over the garden, at the tiny shoots of green that were pushing their way up through the earth, Mary felt a sense of hope and renewal that filled her entire being. For she knew now that anything was possible, that even the most barren and neglected of places could be brought back to life with enough love and care and dedication. And so, with a smile on her face and a song in her heart, Mary Lennox set to work once more, tending to the earth and the life that she had been entrusted with, secure in the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be, in the secret garden that had become her home and her haven in a world that had once seemed so cold and unforgiving. Chapter 13. The Crying in the Night. The rain lashed against the windows of Misselthwaite Manor, a relentless drumbeat that echoed through the ancient halls and corridors. Mary lay in her bed, her eyes wide and staring, her heart pounding with a strange, restless energy that she couldn't quite explain. She had been awakened by the storm, by the howling of the wind and the crashing of the thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. But as she lay there, listening to the fury of the elements, she heard something else too, a sound that was at once familiar and utterly foreign, a sound that sent a shiver down her spine and made her sit bolt upright in bed. It was the sound of crying, a faint, distant wail that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the bowels of the manor. Mary had heard it before, on that first night when she had arrived at Misselthwaite, but she had never been able to find its source, had never been able to unravel the mystery of who or what was making that haunting, mournful sound. But tonight, as the storm raged on and the crying grew louder and more insistent, Mary felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to seek out the truth, to follow the sound to its source, and to discover once and for all what secrets lay hidden within the walls of this strange and haunted place. She slipped out of bed, her bare feet cold against the stone floor, and lit a candle with trembling fingers. The flickering light cast eerie shadows on the walls, but Mary paid them no heed, her mind focused solely on the task at hand. She crept out into the corridor, her heart pounding in her chest, and followed the sound of the crying, her footsteps echoing in the empty, cavernous space. The manor was a labyrinth of twists and turns, a maze of hidden rooms and secret passages that seemed to go on forever. But Mary pressed on, driven by a fierce, unrelenting curiosity that would not be denied. At last she came to a door, a heavy oak-panelled thing that was covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. Mary hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the handle, but then, with a deep breath and a pounding heart, she pushed it open and stepped inside. The room beyond was small and dimly lit, with a single narrow bed pushed up against one wall. And there, lying on the bed, was a boy. A pale, fragile-looking creature with a shock of dark hair and eyes that were red and swollen from crying. He looked up as Mary entered, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Who are you?" he whispered, his voice hoarse and trembling. Are you a ghost?" Mary shook her head, a small, tentative smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "No," she said, her voice soft and gentle. "I'm not a ghost. I'm Mary Lennox, and I heard you crying from all the way down the hall." The boy's eyes widened, and he pushed himself up on his elbows, his gaze fixed on Mary's face. You heard me," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. But how? No one ever hears me, not even the servants. They think I'm just a figment of their imagination, a ghost that haunts the manor." Mary felt a sudden, overwhelming surge of compassion for the boy, for the loneliness and the isolation that had driven him to such depths of despair. She moved closer to the bed, her hand reaching out to touch his arm in a gesture of comfort and support. "I'm real," she said, her voice firm and reassuring. "And I'm here, now. You don't have to be alone anymore." The boy's face crumpled, and he buried his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Mary sat down on the edge of the bed, her heart aching with a fierce, protective love that she had never known before. "What's your name?" she asked, her voice soft and gentle. "And why are you crying like this, all alone in the dark?" The boy looked up, his face streaked with tears. I'm Colin," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. "Colin Craven. I'm your uncle's son." Mary's eyes widened, and she felt a sudden, dizzying rush of realization wash over her. She'd heard whispers and rumors about the master's son, about the sickly, bedridden boy who was never seen or heard from, who was kept hidden away like a shameful secret. But she had never imagined that he could be real, that he could be lying here, in this forgotten corner of the manor, crying out for someone, anyone, to hear him. You're my cousin," she said, her voice filled with wonder and disbelief. But why are you here all alone? Why doesn't anyone know about you?" Colin's face darkened, and he looked away, his eyes filled with a deep, abiding sorrow. I'm sick," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I've always been sick, ever since I was born. The doctors, they say I'm going to die, that I'll never be strong or healthy like other children. And my father, he can't bear to look at me, to see the reminder of my mother and the life that he lost. So he keeps me hidden away like a dirty secret and pretends that I don't exist." Mary felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes, a deep, aching sadness welling up inside her. She knew what it was like to be forgotten, to be cast aside like a burden or a curse. But to be rejected by one's own father, to be denied even the simple comfort of human touch and affection, ... It was a pain that she could scarcely imagine. I understand," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "I know what it's like to be alone, to feel like no one cares about you, but you're not alone anymore, Colin. I'm here, and I care about you." Colin's eyes widened, and he stared at Mary as if seeing her for the first time. You do?" he said, his voice filled with a desperate, yearning hope. But why? Why would you care about someone like me, someone who's broken and useless and wrong? Mary shook her head fiercely, her hand tightening on Colin's arm. You're not any of those things, she said, her voice ringing with conviction. You're special, Colin. You're brave and strong and you have a kind heart, I can tell. And I want to be your friend, if you'll let me. For a long moment, Colin simply stared at her, his face a mask of shock and wonder. And then, slowly, hesitantly, he reached out and took her hand in his own, his fingers trembling with a fierce, unspoken emotion. I'd like that, he said, his voice soft and hesitant. I'd like that very much. And so, as the storm raged on outside and the manor slept on, oblivious to the miracle that was unfolding within its walls, Mary and Colin talked and laughed and dreamed, their voices soft and conspiratorial in the flickering candlelight. Mary told Colin about the secret garden, about the hidden paradise that she and Dickon had discovered, and the magic and wonder that lay waiting there, and Colin's eyes lit up with a fierce, desperate longing, a hunger for beauty and life that had been denied to him for far too long. I want to see it, he said, his voice trembling with excitement. I want to go there, to feel the sun on my face and the wind in my hair. I want to be alive, Mary, really, truly alive. Mary's heart swelled with a fierce, protective love, and she squeezed Colin's hand tightly in her own. You will, she said, her voice ringing with conviction. I'll take you there, Colin. I'll show you the garden, and we'll bring it back to life, together, just like we're bringing each other back to life, right now. Colin's face split into a wide, beaming grin, and he threw his arms around Mary's neck, hugging her tightly to his chest. Thank you, he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Mary, for everything. Mary hugged him back, her own eyes filling with tears of joy and wonder. She knew, in that moment, that she had found something rare and precious and true, a friendship that would sustain her through all the trials and tribulations that lay ahead. And as she held Colin close, feeling the warmth of his body and the beating of his heart, Mary knew that she would never let him go, that she would fight with every ounce of her strength to keep him safe and happy and loved. For in the secret garden, in the hidden paradise that they had discovered together, anything was possible. And with Colin by her side, Mary knew that she could face anything, that she could overcome any obstacle and conquer any fear. And so, with a smile on her face and a song in her heart, Mary Lennox set out to change the world, one tiny miracle at a time. For she knew that in the end, it was the smallest things that mattered most, the simple joys of friendship and laughter, of sunlight and fresh air, and the sweet, intoxicating scent of flowers in bloom. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, her hand still clasped tightly in Colin's own, Mary knew that she had found her true home at last, in the secret garden that had brought them together, and the love that would bind them forever, come what may. Chapter 14. The Mist and the Moor. The morning dawned grey and cold, the heavy mist clinging to the decaying ruins of the city like a shroud. Mary stood at the window of her small, cramped apartment, her breath fogging the glass as she stared out at the bleak, lifeless landscape. It had been raining for days, a relentless downpour that seemed to wash away what little colour remained in the world. The streets were empty, the once vibrant storefronts boarded up and abandoned, their neon signs flickering and sputtering in the gloom. Mary sighed, her heart heavy with a sense of longing that she couldn't quite explain. She had never known anything but this world of concrete and steel, of towering skyscrapers and endless highways that stretched out into the horizon like the veins of some great, slumbering beast. But sometimes, in the quiet moments between the constant hum of machinery and the distant wail of sirens, she could almost hear the whisper of something else, something wild and untamed that called to her from beyond the city walls. She turned away from the window, her mind already racing with the events of the previous night. She had found the source of the crying, the mysterious sound that had haunted her dreams and driven her to the brink of madness. It was Colin, the sickly, bedridden boy who lived in the depths of the abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. He was the son of her uncle, the reclusive industrialist who had once owned the factory and everything in it. Mary had stumbled upon him by chance, drawn by the sound of his sobs echoing through the empty corridors. She had found him lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by the rusting remnants of old machines and discarded equipment. At first he had been wary of her, his eyes wide with fear and suspicion. But as they talked, as Mary told him of the world beyond his prison walls, she saw a flicker of something in his gaze, a spark of curiosity and wonder that had been buried beneath years of isolation and despair. Now, as she sat in her tiny living room, the holographic flames of the electric fireplace casting a warm, flickering glow across her face, Mary knew that she had to go back. She had to see Colin again, to bring him the hope and the joy that had been denied to him for so long. She glanced over at Martha, the robotic maid who had been assigned to her care. Martha was a simple machine, programmed for basic household tasks and little else. But over the years, Mary had come to see her as something more, a confidant and a friend in a world where such things were rare and precious. "Martha," she said, her voice soft and hesitant, "I need to tell you something. But you have to promise not to tell anyone else, not even Mrs. Medlock." Martha's mechanical eyes whirred and clicked as she processed Mary's words. "Of course, Miss Mary," she said, her voice tinged with a hint of concern. "You know I would never betray your trust." Mary took a deep breath, steeling herself for what she was about to say. "I found Colin," she said, the words tumbling out in a rush. "He's alive, Martha. He's been living in the factory all this time, hidden away from the world." Martha's circuits hummed and buzzed as she struggled to comprehend the magnitude of Mary's revelation. But how?" she stammered, her voice glitching with confusion. "The young master was said to have died years ago, along with his mother. How could he have survived all this time?" Mary shook her head, her eyes distant and unfocused. "I don't know," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "But he's there, Martha. And he needs our help. He's been alone for so long, with no one to care for him or to show him the beauty and the wonder of the world outside." Martha's faceplate shifted and whirred as she processed this new information. "But Miss Mary," she said, her voice tinged with fear, "if Mrs. Medlock finds out, if she discovers that we've been keeping this secret, she'll deactivate me for sure. And you could be sent away, banished from the city forever." Mary's jaw clenched with determination, her eyes blazing with a fierce, unshakable resolve. "I don't care," she said, her voice ringing with conviction. "Colin needs us, Martha. He needs someone to believe in him, to show him that there's more to life than pain and suffering. And I need him too. I need to know that there's still hope in this world, that there's still something worth fighting for." Martha's circuits whirred and clicked as she struggled to process the depth of Mary's emotions. She had never seen her young charge so passionate, so alive with purpose and meaning. "Very well, Miss Mary," she said at last, her voice soft and resigned. "I will keep your secret, and I will do everything in my power to help you and the young master, no matter the cost." Mary's face split into a wide, beaming grin, and she threw her arms around Martha's cold, unyielding frame. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Martha. You have no idea how much this means to me." And so, as the rain continued to fall and the mist swirled and eddied outside the window, Mary and Martha began to plan. They spoke in hushed whispers, their voices low and conspiratorial, as they plotted and schemed and dreamed of a world beyond the factory walls. Mary told Martha of Dickon, the strange wild boy who lived on the moors beyond the city limits. She spoke of his uncanny ability to communicate with animals, of the way he seemed to blend into the landscape like a creature of myth and legend. "He's the key, Martha," she said, her eyes shining with a fierce, unshakable conviction. "He's the one who can help us bring the garden back to life, who can show Colin the beauty and the wonder of the natural world." Martha's circuits hummed and buzzed as she processed this new information. "But Miss Mary," she said, her voice tinged with concern, "the moors are a dangerous place, filled with wild beasts and treacherous bogs. And the garden ... it quote been dead for years, choked with weeds and thorns and the rusting remains of old machinery. How can we possibly bring it back to life?" Mary's face split into a wide, mischievous grin, and she reached into the pocket of her tattered jeans. "With this," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. She held out her hand, and Martha's optical sensors whirred and clicked as she focused on the small, glowing object that lay nestled in Mary's palm. It was a hologram projector, a tiny, insignificant thing that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. As Martha watched, the projector flickered and hummed, and suddenly a shimmering figure appeared in the air before them. It was a woman, tall and slender, with hair the colour of burnished copper and eyes that sparkled with a fierce, unwavering intelligence. She was dressed in the clothes of another era, a long, flowing gown of emerald green that seemed to ripple and shimmer in the holographic light. "Hello, my dears," the woman said, her voice rich and melodious, with a hint of an accent that Martha couldn't quite place. "I am Lilias Craven, the creator of the secret garden, and I have been waiting for you for longer than you can possibly imagine." Mary's eyes widened, and she felt a sudden dizzying rush of recognition wash over her. She had seen this woman before, in the faded photographs and old newspaper clippings that littered the abandoned factory. You're Colin's mother," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "But how is this possible? You died years ago, when the garden was destroyed." Lilia smiled, a sad, knowing smile that seemed to hold the weight of centuries. "In a way, I did," she said, her voice soft and distant. "When the bombs fell and the world turned to ash and ruin, I thought that all was lost. But I had poured my heart and soul into that garden, had imbued it with a spark of life that could never be extinguished. And so, in the final moments before the end, I transferred my consciousness into this hologram, a last, desperate attempt to preserve the beauty and the wonder of the natural world." She gestured to the hologram projector, her eyes shining with a fierce, unyielding determination. "I have been waiting all these years for someone to find me, someone with the courage and the vision to bring the garden back to life, to restore the balance between nature and technology that has been lost for so long." Mary felt a sudden, overwhelming surge of emotion, a sense of purpose and destiny that she had never known before. She knew in that moment that this was what she had been born to do, that this was the reason she had been drawn to the secret garden all those years ago. "I'll do it," she said, her voice ringing with conviction. "I'll bring the garden back to life no matter what it takes, and I'll show Colin the beauty and the wonder of the natural world, just like you always wanted." Lilias's face split into a wide, beaming grin, and she reached out to touch Mary's cheek with a shimmering, translucent hand. "I knew you would, my dear," she said, her voice filled with a deep, abiding love. "You have the heart of a true gardener, a soul that is forever entwined with the living world. And with my guidance and Dickon's help, you will succeed, I have no doubt." And so, as the rain continued to fall and the mist swirled and eddied outside the window, Mary and Martha and the hologram of Lilias Craven began to plan. They spoke of seeds and soil, of the delicate balance of light and water and nutrients that would be needed to coax the garden back to life. They laughed and joked and dreamed, their voices rising and falling like the wind in the trees. And for the first time in her life, Mary felt a sense of belonging, a deep, unshakable connection to the world around her. She knew that there would be challenges ahead, that the path to the garden would be fraught with danger and uncertainty. But she also knew that she was not alone, that she had Martha and Dickon and the spirit of Lilias Craven to guide her every step of the way. And so, with a smile on her face and a song in her heart, Mary Lennox set out to change the world, one tiny seed at a time. For she knew that in the end, it was the smallest things that mattered most, the quiet moments of beauty and wonder that could transform even the bleakest of landscapes into a paradise of colour and life. Chapter 15. The Sun and the Secret. The rain had fallen for a week, a relentless downpour that seemed to wash away the grime and the despair of the decaying city. But on the 8th day, the sun returned, piercing through the clouds like a beacon of hope, and Mary felt her heart soar with a joy she had never known before. She had spent the long, dreary days indoors, huddled in the depths of the abandoned factory with Colin, the sickly boy who had become her unlikely friend and confidant. They had talked for hours, spinning tales of far-off lands and long-forgotten wonders, their voices rising and falling like the wind in the trees. Colin had shown her the books he had hidden away, tattered volumes of ancient lore and exotic adventures, their pages yellow with age and their spines cracked and worn. Together, they had pored over the faded illustrations, marvelling at the strange and wondrous creatures that seemed to leap from the pages. But it was the stories of gardens that had captured Mary's heart, the tales of lush, verdant paradises that seemed to exist beyond the bounds of the grey and lifeless city. She had listened with rapt attention as Colin spoke of the hanging gardens of Babylon, of the Zen gardens of Japan, and of the secret, walled gardens of Old England, where the wealthy and the privileged had once retreated to escape the cares of the world. As the days had passed, Mary had watched with growing amazement as Colin seemed to come alive, his pale, drawn face filling out and his eyes sparkling with a newfound vitality. It was as if the stories and the dreams had awakened something deep within him, a spark of life that had lain dormant for far too long. Even Mrs. Medlock, the stern and forbidding matron of the factory, had noticed the change in Colin's demeanour. She had pulled Mary aside one day, her face lined with a grudging respect. "I don't know what you've done, girl," she had said, her voice gruff and unaccustomed to praise. "But whatever it is, keep doing it. The young master hasn't had a tantrum in days, and the nurse says she's actually enjoying her job for once." Mary had nodded, a small secret smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She knew that the real reason for Colin's transformation lay beyond the factory walls, in the secret garden that she and Dickon had discovered. But she also knew that Colin was not yet ready to face the world outside, to confront the pity and the whispers that had haunted him for so long. And so, she had bided her time, waiting for the right moment to broach the subject of the garden. One day, as they sat together in the dim, flickering light of Colin's room, Mary had finally gathered the courage to speak. "Colin," she'd said, her voice soft and hesitant, "what do you think of gardens? Of fresh air and sunshine and the smell of growing things?" Colin had stiffened, his face darkening with a sudden, irrational anger. "I hate them," he had spat, his voice trembling with a deep, abiding fear. "I hate the way people stare at me, the way they whisper and point and laugh. I hate the way they pity me, the poor, pathetic creature who will never walk or run or play like a normal child." Mary had felt her heart ache with a deep, profound sadness. She had known that feeling all too well, the sense of being an outsider, of being trapped in a world that seemed to have no place for her. But she had also known that there was hope, that there was a way out of the darkness and the despair. And so, she had taken Colin's hand in her own, her voice soft and reassuring. "But what if there was a garden where no one would stare or whisper?" she had said, her eyes shining with a fierce, unshakable conviction. A secret place, hidden away from the world, where you could be yourself, without fear or shame. Colin had looked at her then, his eyes wide and searching, as if seeing her for the first time. "Do you really think there could be such a place?" he had whispered, his voice trembling with a desperate, yearning hope. Mary had nodded, a slow, secret smile spreading across her face. "I know there is," she had said, her voice ringing with certainty. "And I know someone who can take us there. Someone who understands the language of the earth and the sky, someone who can teach us the secrets of the living world." And so, on that bright and shining morning, as the sun rose high over the city and the birds sang in the trees, Mary had made her way to the secret garden, her heart pounding with excitement and anticipation. As she stepped through the rusted, creaking gate, she felt a rush of joy and wonder wash over her. The garden was alive, bursting with new growth and vibrant colour, the once dead earth now teeming with life and vitality. She heard a crow cawing in the distance and turned to see Dickon sitting on a low moss-covered wall, a fox cub curled up in his lap and a rook perched on his shoulder. He looked up as she approached, his face splitting into a wide, beaming grin. "Mary!" he cried, his voice ringing with a wild, exuberant joy. "Isn't it the most beautiful thing you've ever seen? The way the sun shines through the leaves, the way the flowers seem to dance in the breeze. It's like the whole world is alive and singing, just for us." Mary felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes, a deep, profound happiness welling up inside her. She'd never felt so connected, so alive, as she did in that moment, surrounded by the beauty and the wonder of the secret garden. Together, she and Dickon explored every nook and cranny of the garden, marvelling at the delicate shoots of green that poked through the earth, the tender buds that unfurled like tiny miracles in the golden light. They discovered a patch of crocuses, their petals a riot of purple and yellow, and a cluster of snowdrops, their delicate white bells nodding in the breeze. They laughed and sang and danced, their voices rising and falling like the wind in the trees, their hearts full to bursting with the sheer, exuberant joy of being alive. As they sat together on the sun-warmed grass, Mary's mind drifted to Colin, to the lonely, frightened boy who had never known the simple pleasures of the natural world. "Dickon," she said, her voice soft and hesitant, "there's something I need to tell you, something that I've been keeping secret for a long time." Dickon looked at her, his eyes warm and understanding. "You can tell me anything, Mary," he said, his voice gentle and reassuring. "I'm your friend, and I'll always be here for you, no matter what." And so, Mary told him everything about Colin and his illness, about the way he had been hidden away from the world, about the way her visits had seemed to bring him back to life. Dickon listened with rapt attention, his face filled with a deep, profound compassion. "The poor lad," he said, his voice soft and filled with sympathy. "To be trapped like that, all alone in the dark, with no one to love him or care for him. It's no wonder he's so scared and angry all the time." Mary nodded, her heart aching with a fierce, protective love. "I want to help him, Dickon," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I want to show him the beauty and the wonder of the natural world, to teach him the secrets of the living earth. But I'm afraid that he won't be able to handle it, that it will be too much for him." Dickon's face split into a wide, reassuring grin. "Don't you worry, Mary," he said, his voice ringing with confidence. "We'll take it slow, step by step, until he's ready to face the world on his own terms. And we'll be there with him every step of the way, to guide him and support him and show him that he's not alone, not anymore." And so, as the sun climbed higher in the sky and the birds sang their joyous, trilling songs, Mary and Dickon began to plan, to dream of the day when Colin would step out into the sunlight and feel the grass beneath his feet, the wind in his hair, and the warmth of the living earth in his heart. They talked of logistics and strategies, of ways to smuggle Colin out of the factory without attracting attention, of the best times and places to introduce him to the secret garden. But mostly, they talked of the future, of the day when the garden would be fully restored to its former glory, when the walls would be covered in climbing roses, and the air would be filled with the heady scent of jasmine and honeysuckle. They talked of picnics and parties, of laughter and music, and the simple, unbridled joy of being young and alive. And as the morning wore on and the shadows grew long, Mary felt a sense of peace and contentment settle over her, a deep, unshakable certainty that everything was going to be all right. For she knew that, no matter what challenges lay ahead, she had Dickon by her side and the secret garden to sustain her, and with their love and support, she knew that Colin would find his way out of the darkness and into the light, that he would learn to embrace the beauty and the wonder of the natural world, just as she had. And so, as the sun began to sink low in the sky and the birds settled in for the night, Mary and Dickon made their way back to the factory, their hearts full of hope and their minds buzzing with plans and possibilities. They knew that there would be obstacles and setbacks, that the path ahead would be long and winding and fraught with danger. But they also knew that they had each other and the secret garden and the unshakable conviction that together they could overcome anything. As they stepped through the rusted, creaking gates of the factory, Mary turned to Dickon, her eyes shining with a fierce, determined light. "Thank you," she said, her voice soft and filled with emotion. "Thank you for everything, for being my friend, for believing in me, for showing me the beauty and the wonder of the living world." Dickon grinned, his face filled with a wild, untamed joy. "That's what friends are for, Mary," he said, his voice ringing with conviction. "And besides, you've shown me things too, things I never even knew existed, like hope and courage and the power of the human spirit to overcome even the darkest of times." And with that, they parted ways, each to their own small corner of the factory, their hearts full of love and their minds full of dreams. For they knew that no matter what the future held, they had each other and the secret garden and the unshakable belief that together they could change the world, one tiny seed at a time.
Are you enjoying this version of The Secret Garden, reimagined in the style of Neil Gaiman? Please take a minute to like this video and hit that subscribe button. We would love to hear your comments too. Now back to The Secret Garden Reimagined.
Chapter 16. The Garden of Hope. The morning dawned bright and clear, the sun rising over the decaying ruins of the city like a beacon of hope in a world of darkness and despair. Mary and Dickon were already hard at work in the secret garden, their hands stained with dirt and their faces flushed with the exertion of their labours. They had risen early, slipping out of the abandoned factory before the rest of the world had begun to stir. Mary had forgotten to tell Colin of their plans, too caught up in the excitement of the day ahead to think of anything else. She had asked Martha to pass along the message, but the robotic maid had been hesitant, her circuits whirring with concern. "He won't like it, Miss Mary," she had said, her mechanical voice tinged with worry. "He's grown accustomed to your visits, and he doesn't take well to change." But Mary had brushed aside her concerns, too eager to feel the sun on her face and the dirt beneath her fingers to worry about Colin's mercurial moods. "He'll understand," she had said, her voice filled with a confidence she didn't quite feel. "And besides, the garden needs me. It's been neglected for far too long." And so, as the morning wore on and the sun climbed higher in the sky, Mary and Dickon worked tirelessly, their efforts fueled by a sense of purpose and a deep, abiding love for the living world. Dickon was a natural in the garden, his hands moving with a surety and a grace that seemed almost otherworldly. He taught Mary the secrets of the earth, showing her how to coax life from even the most barren and inhospitable soil. Together, They planted and pruned and watered, their laughter ringing out across the garden like a joyous, triumphant song. And slowly, gradually, the once dead earth began to awaken, green shoots pushing their way up through the rubble and the debris of the forgotten city. As the afternoon wore on, the garden began to take shape, a lush, verdant oasis amidst the decay and the ruin of the urban jungle. The fox cub and the rook that had become Dickon's constant companions darted and played among the flower beds, their antics adding to the sense of life and vitality that seemed to permeate every corner of the secret space. Mary felt herself growing stronger and healthier with every passing moment, the fresh air and the exercise filling her with a sense of energy and purpose that she had never known before. Her once pale cheeks were flushed with colour, and her eyes sparkled with a fierce, determined light. But as the sun began to sink low in the sky and the shadows grew long across the garden, Mary knew that it was time to return to the factory, to face the world beyond the secret gates and the challenges that awaited her there. She bid farewell to Dickon and the animals, promising to return the next day, and made her way back through the twisting, turning streets of the city, her heart filled with a sense of accomplishment and pride. But as she stepped through the rusted, creaking doors of the factory, she was greeted by a sight that made her heart sink into her stomach. Martha was waiting for her, her mechanical face twisted into an expression of worry and concern. "Oh, Miss Mary," she said, her voice filled with a deep, abiding sadness. "I tried to tell Master Colin of your absence, but he didn't take it well. He's been in a right state all day, refusing to eat or drink or even speak to anyone." Mary felt a flicker of irritation, a sudden, irrational anger at Colin for his selfishness and his stubbornness. She had given him so much of herself, had poured her heart and soul into trying to help him find his way out of the darkness, and this was how he repaid her. She marched down the hallway to Colin's room, her footsteps echoing like gunshots in the eerie, oppressive silence. She flung open the door, her face flushed with anger and frustration, and found Colin lying in his bed, his face turned towards the wall. "What's the matter with you?" she demanded, her voice sharp and accusing. "Why are you being so selfish and stubborn? I was busy in the garden, trying to make something beautiful out of this ugly, broken world, and all you can think about is yourself." Colin rolled over, his face twisted into a mask of anger and betrayal. "You promised you would come and see me today," he spat, his voice trembling with a deep, abiding hurt. "You said you would always be there for me, no matter what, and then you disappear without a word, leaving me alone and forgotten, just like everyone else." Mary felt her anger rising, a hot, bitter tide that threatened to overwhelm her. "I am not responsible for your happiness, Colin Craven," she shouted, her voice ringing out like a clarion call. "I have my own life to live, my own dreams to chase. I cannot spend every waking moment catering to your whims and your tantrums." Colin's face turned a mottled shade of red, his eyes blazing with a fierce, irrational fury. "If you don't want to be my friend anymore, then so be it," he screamed, his voice cracking with emotion. "I don't need you or anyone else. I'll send that Dickon away and the garden too and everything that makes you happy." Mary felt her heart turn to ice, a sudden, terrifying calm settling over her like a shroud. "If you do that," she said, her voice low and deadly, "then I will never speak to you again. I will leave this place and never come back, and you will be alone forever, just like you've always been." And with that, she turned on her heel and stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding crash. Outside, she found the nurse waiting for her, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "That was well done, Miss Mary," she said, her voice filled with a grudging respect. "Master Colin needs someone to stand up to him, to show him that the world doesn't revolve around his every whim and fancy. Maybe now he'll start to realize that he's not the center of the universe." Mary felt a flicker of doubt, a sudden irrational fear that she had gone too far, that she had pushed Colin away forever. But as she made her way back to her own room, she found a package waiting for her, a beautifully wrapped box filled with books and games and all the things she had always dreamed of owning. It was from her uncle, Mr. Craven, a man she had never met but who seemed to understand her in a way that no one else ever had. And as she sat there, surrounded by the trappings of a life she had never dared to imagine, Mary felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of gratitude and love. She knew that she had been hard on Colin, that she had lashed out at him in anger and frustration. But she also knew that sometimes the only way to help someone was to be tough, to push them out of their comfort zone and force them to confront the truth about themselves. And so, as the night wore on, and the stars began to emerge from behind the clouds of smog and pollution that hung low over the city, Mary made a decision. She would go back to Colin tomorrow, would try to make amends for the harsh words she had spoken in the heat of the moment. But she would also continue to work in the secret garden, to pour her heart and soul into bringing life and beauty back to the forgotten corners of the world. For she knew that it was there, in the quiet moments of connection with the living earth, that she would find the strength and the courage to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The next morning, Mary awoke with a sense of purpose and determination, her mind filled with thoughts of the garden and the boy who waited for her in the depths of the factory. She dressed quickly, her fingers fumbling with the fastenings of her overalls, and made her way down to Colin's room, her heart pounding with a strange mixture of fear and anticipation. When she arrived, she found Colin sitting up in bed, his face pale and drawn, his eyes red and swollen from crying. He looked up as she entered, his expression wary and guarded, as if he wasn't quite sure what to expect. "I'm sorry," Mary said, her voice soft and hesitant. "I shouldn't have said those things to you yesterday. I was angry and frustrated, and I took it out on you. That wasn't fair." Colin stared at her for a long moment, his face unreadable. And then, slowly, hesitantly, he began to speak. "I'm sorry too," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I know that I can be selfish and stubborn sometimes, that I don't always think about how my actions affect other people. I get so scared sometimes, Mary, scared that I'll be alone forever, that no one will ever love me or care about me the way they should." Mary felt her heart break a little at his words, at the raw, aching vulnerability that lay beneath them. She crossed the room and sat down on the edge of his bed, taking his hand in her own. "You're not alone, Colin," she said, her voice filled with a fierce, unwavering conviction. "You have me and Dickon and Martha and all the other people who care about you. We may not always agree with you or do things the way you want us to, but that doesn't mean we don't love you." Colin's face crumpled and he began to cry, great heaving sobs that shook his thin, frail body. Mary gathered him into her arms, holding him close and whispering words of comfort and reassurance. And as she sat there, rocking him back and forth like a child, she knew that this was just the beginning, that there would be many more challenges and obstacles to come, but she also knew that they would face them together, that they would draw strength and courage from each other, and from the secret garden that had brought them together. For the garden was more than just a place of beauty and wonder, more than just a sanctuary from the harsh realities of the world outside. It was a symbol of hope and renewal, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, life could find a way to thrive and flourish. And so, as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Mary and Colin and Dickon worked tirelessly to bring the secret garden back to its former glory. They planted and pruned and watered, their hands stained with dirt and their faces flushed with the joy of creation. And slowly, gradually, the garden began to change, to transform from a forgotten, neglected wasteland into a lush, verdant paradise. The walls were covered in climbing roses and fragrant jasmine, the air filled with the buzzing of bees and the singing of birds. And at the center of it all, standing tall and proud amidst the riot of color and life, was the great ancient tree that had once been the heart of the garden. Its branches reached out towards the sky like gnarled, twisted fingers, its leaves shimmering in the golden light of the sun. It was there, beneath the sheltering canopy of the tree that Mary and Colin and Dickon would gather each day, their faces filled with a quiet, contemplative joy. They would sit and talk and dream, their minds filled with visions of a world beyond the factory walls, a world where nature and technology could coexist in harmony and balance. And as the years passed and the world began to change, as the great cities crumbled and fell, and the wild places of the earth began to reclaim what had once been lost, the secret garden remained, a beacon of hope and light in a world that had all but forgotten the true meaning of life. For Mary and Colin and Dickon knew that the garden was more than just a place, more than just a sanctuary from the cares and worries of the world outside. It was a living, breathing thing, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the human spirit. And they knew that, as long as the garden remained, as long as there were those who remembered the secrets of the living world and the magic of growing things, there would always be hope for the future, always be a chance for renewal and rebirth. And so, with the sun on their faces and the wind in their hair, they tended to their little patch of paradise, knowing that, no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would always have each other and the garden to guide them on their way. Chapter 17. The Scream in the Night. Mary woke with the dawn, her mind already racing with thoughts of the secret garden and the work that lay ahead. She dressed quickly, her fingers fumbling with the fastenings of her overalls in her eagerness to be outside, to feel the cool, damp earth beneath her fingers and the warm, golden sun on her face. She met Dickon at the garden gate, his face alight with the same quiet, contemplative joy that she had come to know so well. Together, they worked tirelessly, their hands moving with a surety and a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, coaxing life and beauty from the once barren soil. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, and the shadows grew long across the garden, Mary felt a deep, bone-deep exhaustion settle over her, a weariness that was born of hard work and satisfaction rather than despair. She bid farewell to Dickon and made her way back to the factory, her mind already filled with thoughts of the soft, welcoming embrace of her bed. But as she lay there, her eyes drifting shut and her mind wandering towards the realm of dreams, a sudden piercing scream tore through the silence of the night, jolting her awake with a start. It was Colin, his voice high and thin and filled with a wild, desperate terror that sent shivers down Mary's spine. She lay there for a moment, her heart pounding in her chest, her mind reeling with the shock of it all. And then, with a sudden, fierce determination, she threw back the covers and leapt to her feet, her anger rising like a hot, bitter tide in her throat. She had had enough of Colin's tantrums, enough of his selfishness and his stubbornness, and his refusal to see the world beyond the narrow confines of his own fear and pain. She marched down the hallway, her footsteps echoing like gunshots in the eerie, oppressive silence. She flung open the door to Colin's room, her face flushed with fury, and found him lying in his bed, his body writhing and thrashing like a wild animal caught in a trap. "Stop it!" she shouted, her voice ringing out like a clarion call in the darkness. "Stop it right now, Colin Craven! I hate you, do you hear me? I hate you, and I wish everyone would just leave you alone to scream yourself to death." Colin's eyes flew open, his face frozen in a mask of shock and disbelief. He had never seen Mary like this before, had never seen the fierce, unyielding strength that lay beneath her quiet, unassuming exterior. For a moment, he simply stared at her, his mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. And then, slowly, hesitantly, he began to speak. I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice hoarse and trembling. "I didn't mean to wake you. I got scared, Mary. I got so scared." Mary felt her anger soften, a sudden, overwhelming compassion welling up inside her. She crossed the room and sat down on the edge of Colin's bed, taking his hand in her own. "I know," she said, her voice gentle and reassuring. "I know you're scared, Colin, But you can't keep doing this. You can't keep letting your fear control you, letting it turn you into someone you're not. Colin's face crumpled, and he began to cry, great, heaving sobs that shook his thin, frail body. Mary gathered him into her arms, holding him close and whispering words of comfort and reassurance. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice soft and soothing. "It's all right, Colin. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. We're going to get through this together, you and me." As she held him, Mary's mind began to race, a sudden wild idea taking hold of her like a fever. She had seen the way Colin's body had twisted and contorted in the throes of his tantrum, had seen the way his spine had arched and curved like a bow. And suddenly, she knew what she had to do. "Colin," she said, her voice low and urgent, "I need to see your back. I need to see if there are any lumps, any signs of the disease you're so afraid of." Colin's eyes widened, and he shrank away from her, his face filled with a sudden, irrational terror. "No," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "No, Mary, please, I can't bear it." But Mary was insistent, her face set in a mask of grim determination. "You have to," she said, her voice brooking no argument. "You have to face your fears, Colin. You have to see the truth for yourself." And so, with trembling fingers and a racing heart, Colin allowed Mary and the nurse to examine his back, to run their hands over the smooth, pale skin and search for any signs of the dreaded lumps and bumps. But there was nothing there, nothing but the sharp, jutting angles of his vertebrae, the product of a lifetime spent lying in bed, wasting away in the darkness. "There's nothing there," Mary said, her voice filled with a quiet, triumphant joy. "Do you hear me, Colin? There's nothing there. You're not going to die, not any time soon. You're going to live, and you're going to grow up, and you're going to be happy." Colin's face was a mask of shock and wonder, his eyes wide and staring as he struggled to process the enormity of what he had just heard. I'm not going to die," he whispered, his voice trembling with a desperate, yearning hope. "No," Mary said, her voice firm and unwavering. "You're not going to die. You're going to live, Colin. You're going to live, and you're going to be happy." And then, with a sudden, impulsive gesture, Colin reached out and took Mary's hand in his own, his fingers warm and strong, and filled with a newfound vitality. "I want to go outside," he said, his voice filled with a quiet, determined resolve. "I want to see the garden, Mary. I want to see Dickon and the fox and the crow and all the other things you've told me about. I want to feel the sun on my face and the wind in my hair. I want to be alive." Mary felt a sudden, overwhelming rush of joy and wonder, a sense of hope and possibility that she had never known before. She knew in that moment that everything had changed, that the world had shifted on its axis, and that nothing would ever be the same again. And so, with a smile on her face and a song in her heart, she helped Colin out of bed, steadying him as he took his first tentative steps towards the world beyond the factory walls. They made their way through the twisting, turning corridors of the factory, their footsteps echoing in the eerie, oppressive silence. And then, at last, they emerged into the garden, the secret, sacred space that had brought them together and changed their lives forever. Colin's eyes were wide with wonder, his face alight with a joy and a happiness that Mary had never seen before. He stared at the riot of colour and life that surrounded him, at the climbing roses and the fragrant jasmine, the buzzing bees and the singing birds. And then, with a sudden, impulsive gesture, he reached out and took Mary's hand in his own, his fingers warm and strong and filled with a newfound vitality. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Mary, for everything, for believing in me, for helping me to see the truth, for giving me a reason to live." Mary felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes, a deep, abiding love and compassion welling up inside her. She knew, in that moment, that she would do anything for this boy, that she would fight with every ounce of her strength to keep him safe and happy and whole. And so, with the sun on their faces and the wind in their hair, They set out to explore the garden, to uncover its secrets and its wonders, to revel in the simple, unbridled joy of being alive. They wandered through the winding paths and the overgrown flower beds, their laughter ringing out like a joyous, triumphant song. They chased butterflies and watched the birds soar overhead, their hearts filled with a sense of peace and contentment that they had never known before. And as the day wore on and the shadows grew long across the garden, they made their way back to the factory, their faces flushed with exertion and their eyes bright with happiness. That night, as Mary lay in her bed, her mind filled with thoughts of the garden and the boy who had captured her heart, she knew that everything had changed, that the world had shifted on its axis, and that nothing would ever be the same again. She thought of Colin, of the way he had looked at her with such love and gratitude, of the way his hand had felt in her own, warm and strong and filled with a newfound vitality. And she thought of the garden, of the secret, sacred space that had brought them together and changed their lives forever. She knew that it was more than just a place, more than just a sanctuary from the cares and worries of the world outside. It was a symbol of hope and renewal, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, life could find a way to thrive and flourish. And she knew that, as long as the garden remained, as long as there were those who remembered the secrets of the living world and the magic of growing things, there would always be hope for the future, always be a chance for renewal and rebirth. And so, with a smile on her face and a song in her heart, Mary drifted off to sleep, secure in the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be, in the secret garden that had become her home and her haven, in a world that had once seemed so cold and unforgiving. She dreamed of the days to come, of the adventures that lay ahead, of the wonders and the mysteries that they had yet to uncover. And she knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, she would always have Colin and Dickon by her side, and the garden to guide them on their way. For the garden was more than just a place, more than just a sanctuary from the cares and worries of the world outside. It was a living, breathing thing, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the human spirit. And Mary knew that, as long as the garden remained, as long as there were those who remembered the secrets of the living world and the magic of growing things, there would always be hope for the future, always be a chance for renewal and rebirth. And so, with the moon shining down upon her and the stars twinkling in the velvet sky, Mary Lennox slept, dreaming of the garden and the boy who had captured her heart, and the magical, mysterious world that lay just beyond the factory walls, waiting to be discovered. Chapter 18. The Secret Revealed. Mary awoke to the sound of birdsong, the soft, trilling melody drifting in through the grimy window of her tiny bedroom. She lay there for a moment, her mind still hazy with the remnants of sleep, before the events of the previous night came rushing back to her in a dizzying, overwhelming flood. Colin's tantrum, the wild, desperate screaming that had torn through the silence of the night, the way she had confronted him, her anger rising like a hot, bitter tide in her throat. And then, the moment of revelation, the sudden, shocking realization that Colin's fears were unfounded, that he was not going to die, that he had a chance to live and be happy. Mary sat up, her heart racing with excitement and anticipation. She knew that everything had changed, that the world had shifted on its axis, and that nothing would ever be the same again. And she knew that she had to see Colin, to share with him the wonders and the mysteries of the secret garden that had brought them together and changed their lives forever. She dressed quickly, her fingers fumbling with the fastenings of her overalls, in her eagerness to be outside, to feel the cool, damp earth beneath her fingers and the warm, golden sun on her face. But as she made her way down the twisting, turning corridors of the factory, she was stopped short by the sound of Martha's voice, calling out to her from the shadows. "Miss Mary!" the robotic maid exclaimed. her mechanical eyes whirring and clicking with concern. "I've been looking all over for you. Master Colin is ill. He's been asking for you all morning." Mary felt a sudden sharp pang of guilt, a sense of responsibility that she had never known before. She had been so caught up in her own excitement, in her eagerness to share the secret of the garden with Colin, that she had forgotten about the toll that the previous night's events had taken on him. "I'll go to him right away," she said, her voice filled with a quiet, determined resolve. "But first I need to go to the garden. I need to bring him something to cheer him up and give him hope." Martha's faceplate shifted and whirred, her circuits humming with confusion and concern. "But Miss Mary," she said, her voice tinged with worry. "The garden is off limits, you know that. If Mrs. Medlock finds out—" But Mary was already gone, her footsteps echoing down the hallway as she raced towards the secret gate that led to the garden. She knew that she was taking a risk, that she was defying the rules and the expectations that had governed her life for so long. But she also knew that it was worth it, that the garden held the key to Colin's happiness and well-being, and that she would do anything to bring him the joy and the wonder that he had been denied for so long. As she stepped through the gate and into the garden, Mary felt a rush of joy and wonder wash over her, a sense of peace and contentment that she had never known before. The air was filled with the sweet, intoxicating scent of flowers in bloom, the delicate fragrance of roses and jasmine and honeysuckle mingling together in a heady, dizzying perfume. And there, in the centre of it all, was Dickon, his face alight with the same quiet, contemplative joy that she had come to know so well. He was surrounded by his animals, the fox and the crow and the 2 squirrels that he had named Nut and Shell, their furry bodies darting and playing among the overgrown flower beds. "Mary," he exclaimed, his voice ringing out like a joyous, triumphant song. "I knew you'd come. I could feel it in my bones, the way the garden was calling out to you, the way it was ready to reveal its secrets at last." Mary felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes, a deep, abiding love and gratitude welling up inside her. She knew that Dickon was more than just a friend, more than just a companion in the garden. He was a kindred spirit, someone who understood the magic and the mystery of the natural world, someone who could guide her and Colin on the path to healing and renewal. "Dickon," she said, her voice soft and filled with emotion, "I need your help. Colin is ill. He's been through so much. I need to bring him here, to show him the beauty and the wonder of the garden. I need to give him a reason to live, to hope, to dream." Dickon's face grew serious, his eyes filled with a deep, abiding compassion. "Aye," he said, his voice soft and reverent. "The garden has a way of healing, of bringing life and light to even the darkest of places. And Colin, he needs that more than anyone. He needs to feel the sun on his face and the wind in his hair, to hear the birds singing and the bees buzzing. He needs to be a part of something bigger than himself, something that will give his life meaning and purpose." Mary nodded, her heart swelling with a fierce, protective love. She knew that Dickon was right, that the garden was more than just a place of beauty and wonder. It was a sanctuary, a haven from the cares and worries of the world outside, and she knew that, if she could just bring Colin here, if she could just show him the magic and the mystery that lay waiting for him, everything would be different. And so, with a smile on her face and a song in her heart, Mary made her way back to the factory, her mind filled with thoughts of the garden and the boy who needed it more than anything in the world. She found Colin lying in his bed, his face pale and drawn, his eyes filled with a deep, abiding sadness. But as she entered the room, as she sat down beside him and took his hand in her own, she saw a flicker of hope, a glimmer of light that seemed to chase away the shadows that had haunted him for so long. "Mary," he whispered, his voice hoarse and trembling, "you came back. I was so afraid that you wouldn't, that you would leave me alone in the darkness, just like everyone else." Mary felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes, a deep, abiding love and compassion welling up inside her. I will never leave you, Colin, she said, her voice firm and unwavering. I will always be here for you, no matter what. And I have something to tell you, something that will change everything. And so, with a deep breath and a pounding heart, Mary began to speak, her words painting a vivid picture of the secret garden that lay waiting for them, just beyond the factory walls. She told him of the roses and the jasmine, the delicate wildflowers and the towering trees. She told him of the birds and the bees, the butterflies and the dragonflies that flitted and danced among the overgrown flower beds. And she told him of Dickon, the strange and wonderful boy who could charm the animals and coax the flowers to bloom, who held the secrets of the natural world in the palm of his hand. As she spoke, Mary watched Colin's face transform, his eyes widening with wonder, and his lips curving into a smile that seemed to light up the whole room. She saw the hope and the joy that blossomed in his heart, the sense of possibility and promise that had been denied to him for so long. And when she was finished, when she had told him everything that she knew and everything that she had seen, Colin reached out and took her hand in his own, his fingers warm and strong and filled with a newfound vitality. Mary, he said, his voice soft and filled with emotion, I want to see it. I want to go to the garden, to feel the sun on my face and the wind in my hair. I want to be a part of something bigger than myself, something that will give my life meaning and purpose. Will you take me there? Mary felt her heart swell with joy and wonder, a sense of hope and possibility that she had never known before. Of course, she said, her voice ringing with conviction. Of course I will take you there, Colin, and we will explore every nook and cranny, every secret and every mystery. We will bring the garden back to life, and in doing so, we will bring ourselves back to life too. And so, with the sun shining down upon them and the birds singing in the trees, Mary and Colin made their way out of the factory, their hearts filled with a sense of adventure and their minds buzzing with possibilities. They walked hand in hand through the twisting, turning streets of the city, their laughter ringing out like a joyous, triumphant song. And as they approached the secret gate that led to the garden, as they stepped through the rusted, creaking doors and into the world beyond, Mary knew that everything had changed, that the world had shifted on its axis, and that nothing would ever be the same again. For the garden was more than just a place, more than just a sanctuary from the cares and worries of the world outside. It was a living, breathing thing, a testament to the enduring power of nature and the human spirit. And as Mary and Colin stepped into its embrace, as they felt the cool, damp earth beneath their feet and the warm, golden sun on their faces, they knew that they had found their true home, their true purpose in life. And so, with smiles on their faces and songs in their hearts, they set out to explore the garden, to uncover its secrets and its wonders, to revel in the simple, unbridled joy of being alive. For they knew that, no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would always have each other and the garden to guide them on their way. And they knew that as long as the garden remained, as long as there were those who remembered the secrets of the living world and the magic of growing things, there would always be hope for the future, always be a chance for renewal and rebirth. Chapter 19. The Botonist's Hologram. Mary's footsteps echoed through the empty corridors of Sector 7, the rhythmic clang of metal on metal, a stark reminder of the world she inhabited. The industrial sprawl of New Misselthwaite stretched out before her, a labyrinth of steel and circuits that seemed to pulse with an artificial heartbeat. She paused at a grimy window, her reflection ghostly in the smudged glass. At 13, Mary was a child of the digital age, her pale skin glowing faintly from the bioluminescent tattoos that served as her ID and credit system. Her eyes, once bright with curiosity, now held the dull sheen of someone who had seen too much of a world with too little wonder. Mary Lennox, you are approaching your designated living quarters, chimed the ever-present AI assistant embedded in her neural link. Would you like me to open the door? Mary sighed, her breath fogging the glass. No, Martha, I think I'll take a walk. I must advise against that, Mary. Air quality levels are currently... Override, Mary muttered, feeling a twinge of satisfaction as the AI's voice cut off mid-sentence. She knew she'd pay for it later with extra health scans, but right now she didn't care. The suffocating sameness of her days since arriving at New Misselthwaite was driving her mad. She turned away from the window and continued down the corridor, her footsteps now deliberately quieter. The last thing she needed was for Mrs. Medlock, the compound's stern administrator, to catch her wandering off schedule again. As she rounded a corner, a flicker of green caught her eye. It was so unexpected in this world of greys and blues that Mary found herself drawn towards it, like a moth to a flame. The source seemed to be coming from behind a door she'd never noticed before. A door that looked significantly older than its surroundings, its wood worn and its brass handle tarnished. Mary glanced around, making sure she was alone, then reached out and grasped the handle. To her surprise, it turned easily, and the door swung open with a creak that seemed to echo through time itself. She stepped inside, and her world exploded into colour. The room was filled with holographic projections of plants, trees with leaves that rustled in a non-existent breeze, flowers that seemed to bloom and wither in accelerated time, vines that crept along invisible walls. In the centre of it all stood a man, or rather, the hologram of a man. He was older, with a kind face creased by laughter lines, and eyes that sparkled with an inner light Mary had never seen in the dull gazes of New Misselthwaite's inhabitants. "Well, hello there," the man said, his voice warm and slightly accented. "I wasn't expecting visitors. Welcome to my garden." Mary stared open-mouthed. What are you?" The man chuckled. "I'm Dr. Archibald Craven, or at least I was. Now I suppose I'm just a collection of memories and knowledge, preserved in this little pocket of digital space. And you are?" "Mary Lennox," she replied, still too stunned to remember her manners. "But how are you here? I've never seen a hologram this detailed before." "Ah, well, that's a bit of a long story," Dr. Craven said, gesturing to a holographic bench that materialized beside him. "Why don't you have a seat, and I'll explain." Mary hesitated for a moment, then sat down. To her amazement, the bench felt solid beneath her. "Haptic feedback," Dr. Craven explained, noticing her surprise. "Quite advanced for its time, which I'm guessing was quite some time ago, judging by your reaction. Now, as for how I'm here, I was, a botanist. The last botanist, I suspect, given the state of things outside." He waved a hand, and the holograms around them changed, showing scenes of lush forests, vibrant meadows, and crystal-clear streams. Mary gasped, having never seen anything so beautiful. "This was the world as it once was," Dr. Craven continued. "A world I feared was dying even in my time. So I created this place, a digital seed bank, if you will. A repository of all the knowledge and beauty of the natural world, preserved in the hopes that one day someone like you might find it and bring it back to life." Mary's mind reeled. "But how? The world out there, it's all metal and machines. There's no room for this." She gestured at the holographic paradise surrounding them. Dr. Craven's eyes twinkled. "Are you so sure about that? Sometimes, my dear, life finds a way in the most unexpected places. All it needs is a little help." He held out his hand, and a small holographic seed appeared floating above his palm. "This is where it all begins, with one tiny seed and the will to nurture it." Mary reached out instinctively, her fingers passing through the hologram. For a moment, she felt a profound sense of loss, but then determination set in. "Teach me," she said, looking up at Dr. Craven. "Teach me how to make things grow." The hologram's smile widened. "With pleasure, my dear. But first, we need to find you some real seeds. And for that, we'll need to take a little journey into the forgotten corners of this place you call New Misselthwaite. And so began Mary's secret education. Every day she would sneak away to the hidden room, where Dr. Craven's hologram would teach her about soil composition, photosynthesis, and the delicate balance of ecosystems. They would explore the forgotten nooks and crannies of the compound, finding seeds that had lain dormant for decades, waiting for someone to remember them. One day, as Mary was carefully planting a seed in a small container of soil she'd painstakingly collected, a voice startled her. "What are you doing?" Mary whirled around to see a boy about her age, pale and thin, seated in a hovering wheelchair. His eyes were wide with curiosity and a hint of accusation. I'm gardening," Mary stammered, unsure how to explain her secret project. The boy's brow furrowed. "Gardening? Is that some kind of new sim program?" Mary shook her head. "No, it's real. Look." She held out the small pot with its tiny sprout. The boy leaned forward, his chair humming as it adjusted to his movement. That's alive. But how? Nothing grows here." "Nothing grew here," Mary corrected. "But things can change. I'm Colin, by the way. Colin Craven." Mary's eyes widened. "Craven? Are you related to Dr. Archibald Craven?" Colin's face clouded. "He was my father, but he disappeared years ago when I was just a baby. How do you know about him?" Mary bit her lip, unsure how much to reveal. I found something of his. A kind of message he left behind. He was a botanist, wasn't he?" Colin nodded. "The last one, they say. Before the Great Withering." He looked at the plant again, a spark of something, hope maybe, in his eyes. "Can you show me more?" And so, Mary's secret garden gained another caretaker. Together, she and Colin would visit the hidden room, learning from Dr. Craven's hologram and slowly, painstakingly bringing life back to their small corner of the world. As weeks passed, their little garden grew, hidden away in an abandoned storage unit. Plants crept up the walls, their leaves reaching for the artificial sunlight Mary and Colin had rigged from scavenged parts. The air became fresher, filled with the scent of green things growing. One day, as they were tending to their secret oasis, Colin made an announcement. "I think I want to try standing up." Mary looked at him in surprise. Colin had never so much as hinted at leaving his chair before. "Are you sure? Is it safe?" Colin shrugged. "Probably not. But I want to feel the soil under my feet. Just once." Mary nodded, understanding completely. She helped Colin position his chair near a soft patch of moss they'd cultivated. With trembling arms, he pushed himself up. For a moment, he swayed, and Mary was sure he would fall. But then he steadied, a look of wonder spreading across his face as his bare feet sank into the moss. "I'm standing," he whispered, then louder. "Mary, I'm standing!" Their laughter echoed through the garden, a sound as new and precious as the life they'd nurtured. But their joy was short-lived. The door to their sanctuary burst open, and Mrs. Medlock stormed in, flanked by security drones. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded, her eyes darting from the impossibility of the thriving plants to Colin standing on his own 2 feet. Before either of them could answer, a new voice spoke up. "I believe I can explain, Mrs. Medlock." Dr. Craven's hologram flickered into existence, causing Mrs. Medlock to stumble back in shock. "Dr. Craven? But how?" "It's a long story," the hologram said with a smile. "One that I think you'll find quite illuminating. But first, I believe we need to discuss the future of New Misselthwaite. You see, my son and Miss Lennox here have proven something I long hoped was possible, that life can return even to the most barren of places." As Dr. Craven spoke, Mary and Colin exchanged glances. They knew that everything was about to change, but for once, change didn't seem so scary. After all, they had already brought a garden to life in the heart of a dead world. What else might be possible? Mrs. Medlock listened, her expression moving from shock to disbelief to cautious hope. But the resources, the risk. Sometimes, Mary piped up, surprising herself with her boldness, the biggest risk is not taking any risk at all. We've been hiding from the world for so long, trying to control everything. Maybe it's time we let a little wildness back in. Colin nodded, still standing tall despite the trembling in his legs. We've been surviving, but we haven't been living. This garden, it's shown us what living really means. Mrs. Medlock was silent for a long moment. Then, to everyone's surprise, she laughed. It was a rusty sound, as if it hadn't been used in years, but it was genuine. Well, she said, shaking her head, I suppose if we're going to turn this place upside down, we might as well do it thoroughly. Dr. Craven, I believe you have some explaining to do. And you too, she added, turning to Mary and Colin. I think it's time you shared your green thumbs with the rest of New Misselthwaite. As they left the garden, Mary took one last look back. The plants seemed to wave goodbye, their leaves rustling in an unseen breeze. She smiled, knowing that this was just the beginning. The secret garden wasn't so secret anymore, but that was okay. Some secrets, she realized, were meant to be shared. Dr. Craven's hologram flickered beside her. You've done well, Mary, he said softly. You've brought life back to more than just plants. Mary nodded, thinking of Colin standing on his own, of Mrs. Medlock's laughter, of the spark of hope she'd seen in eyes that had been dull for too long. I guess sometimes, she said, healing the world starts with healing ourselves. Indeed, Dr. Craven agreed. And sometimes it starts with a single seed. As they stepped out into the corridor, Mary could have sworn she felt a warm breeze on her face, not the stale, recycled air of New Misselthwaite, but something fresher, wilder. Something that whispered of possibilities and new beginnings. The door closed behind them, but Mary knew the story was far from over. In fact, she thought with a smile, it was just beginning to bloom. Chapter 20. The Secret Garden Revealed. Mary Lennox stood at the edge of Sector 7, her eyes fixed on the crumbling remnants of what was once New Misselthwaite's Central Park. The harsh neon lights of the city flickered behind her, casting an eerie glow on the abandoned swings and rusted jungle gyms. A week of acid rain had left everything slick and slightly radioactive, the air heavy with the acrid smell of decay. She sighed, her breath visible in the chilly air. The weather had put a damper on their plans, quite literally. Colin's threatened cold hadn't helped either. But Mary was nothing if not persistent. She'd waited this long to show Colin the garden. She could wait a little longer. "Penny for your thoughts?" came a voice from behind her. Mary turned to see Dickon, his bioluminescent tattoos glowing softly in the dim light. Unlike most of New Misselthwaite's residents, Dickon's tattoos weren't the standard issue ID markers. His swirled in intricate patterns that mimicked vines and leaves, a reminder of the world that once was. Mary smiled. "Just thinking about the garden. And Colin, do you think he'll be well enough soon?" Dickon nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Aye, that he will. That boy's got more fight in him than a cyber-enhanced alley cat. Speaking of which..." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, flickering hologram of a tabby cat. "Found this little fella scrounging for scraps near the old library. Real flesh and blood, if you can believe it." Mary's eyes widened. "A real cat? I thought they were all extinct." Dickon chuckled. "Nature's full of surprises. Even in this concrete jungle, you just gotta know where to look." He pocketed the hologram and gestured towards the derelict park. "Take this place, for example. Looks dead, don't it? But if you listen closely..." He cupped his hand to his ear, and Mary followed suit. At first, all she could hear was the distant hum of the city's power grid. But then, faintly, she caught the sound of chirping. "Birds?" she gasped. Dickon nodded, grinning. "Life finds a way, Mary. Always has, always will. Now, about that garden of yours." They spent the next hour plotting and planning, their heads bent together over a holographic map of the compound. Colin had become obsessed with the secrecy of their mission, insisting on a complex route that would avoid all security cameras and potential witnesses. "He's taking this whole secret garden thing very seriously," Mary mused, tracing a path through a series of abandoned maintenance tunnels. Dickon laughed. "Can you blame him? Poor lad's been cooped up in that sterile room for years. This is probably the most excitement he's had since, well, ever." As they finalised their plans, a commotion from the main building caught their attention. Mr. Roach, the head gardener, though gardener was a bit of a misnomer these days, given the lack of actual gardens, was being summoned to Colin's room. "Well, that's new," Dickon remarked, raising an eyebrow. Mary nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Let's go see what's happening." They made their way back to the main building, slipping into the crowded corridor outside Colin's room. The air was buzzing with whispered speculation. "I heard the young master's condition has changed," one of the cleaning bots whirred to another. "Impossible," the other bot replied. "Master Colin's condition is as unchanging as the city's smog layer." Mrs. Medlock's voice cut through the chatter. "Mr. Roach, thank you for coming so quickly. I must warn you, you may find the scene unusual." Mr. Roach, a portly man with a cybernetic eye that constantly scanned for plant life, a mostly futile exercise these days, looked nervous. "Is it serious, Mrs. Medlock?" The stern woman's face softened slightly. "Not in the way you might think. It seems young Dickon has worked some sort of magic on our Colin." At this, Dickon and Mary exchanged knowing glances. Mr. Roach entered the room, and a collective gasp went up from the assembled staff as the door slid open. There, sitting up in bed and looking more alive than anyone had seen him in years, was Colin Craven. But it wasn't just Colin that caused the stir. Perched on his lap was a real living lamb, its wool stark white against the sterile grey of the room. "Ah, Mr. Roach," Colin said, his voice carrying a hint of authority that seemed at odds with his frail appearance. "I have some instructions for you and your team." Mr. Roach blinked his organic eye, while his cybernetic one whirred in confusion. Yes, Master Colin." "I will be going out tomorrow," Colin announced, causing another ripple of shock through the onlookers. "I require absolute privacy. No one, and I mean no one, is to be in or near the old gardens from dawn until dusk. Is that clear?" Mr. Roach nodded, too stunned to speak. Colin's face broke into a smile, transforming him from a sickly invalid to a mischievous boy in an instant. "Excellent. That will be all, Mr. Roach. Oh, and do close your mouth. You'll catch flies." As Mr. Roach stumbled out of the room, looking dazed, Mary and Dickon slipped away, trying to contain their laughter. "Did you see his face?" Mary giggled once they were out of earshot. Dickon grinned. "Aye, looked like he'd seen a ghost, or a garden, which might be even rarer these days." The next morning dawned clear and crisp, the acid rain having washed away some of the ever-present smog. Mary woke early, her excitement making sleep impossible. She made her way to Colin's room, finding him already awake and chattering excitedly. "Do you think the flowers will be blooming?" he asked as soon as she entered. "Will there be butterflies? I've only ever seen them in holograms." Mary smiled, sitting on the edge of his bed. "It's still early spring, but there might be some early bloomers, and who knows? Maybe we'll see a butterfly." Colin's eyes shone with anticipation. "I can hardly believe it's real. It feels like something out of an old story. A secret garden in the middle of all this." He gestured vaguely at the window, where the stark skyline of New Misselthwaite loomed. "Sometimes," Mary said softly, "the most magical things are the ones that shouldn't exist at all." A knock at the door interrupted them. Dr. Craven entered, his face a mixture of skepticism and cautious optimism. "Well, Colin," he said, running a bioscanner over the boy, "your vitals look surprisingly good. If you're sure about this outing—" "I've never been more sure of anything in my life," Colin declared. Dr. Craven nodded. "Very well, but you'll stay in your chair, and Dickon will be with you at all times. At the first sign of trouble, you come straight back. Understood?" Colin nodded eagerly, already reaching for his clothes. As Dr. Craven left, the nurse came in to help Colin dress. Mary couldn't help but notice the woman's surprised expression at Colin's cooperation. Usually, getting him dressed was a battle of wills. Today, he was practically bouncing with energy. Finally, everything was ready. The strongest footman was called to carry Colin downstairs, where Dickon was waiting with the wheelchair. As they emerged into the weak sunlight, Colin took a deep breath, his eyes wide with wonder. "It smells different out here," he marvelled. Dickon chuckled. "That's what passes for fresh air these days. Wait till you get a whiff of the garden." They set off, following the convoluted route they had planned. Mary led the way, with Dickon pushing Colin's chair. They wound through narrow alleys, ducked under broken fences, and at one point had to navigate a short tunnel that had once been part of the city's defunct subway system. As they neared their destination, the surroundings began to change subtly. The omnipresent concrete and metal gave way to crumbling brick. Weeds pushed through cracks in the pavement, their tenacious green a stark contrast to the grey world around them. "We're almost there," Mary whispered, her heart pounding with excitement. They rounded a final corner, and there it was, the ivy-covered wall that hid their secret paradise. Mary approached the hidden door, her fingers tracing the outline only she could see. "Close your eyes, Colin," she instructed. "Don't open them until we tell you." With a soft click, the door swung open. Dickon pushed Colin's chair inside, and Mary followed, closing the door behind them. For a moment they stood in silence, drinking in the sight. The garden, wild and overgrown, was a riot of colour and life. Early spring flowers poked their heads through the remnants of winter, their petals a defiant splash of beauty against the barren world outside. The air was filled with the buzz of insects and the chirping of birds, sounds so rare in New Misselthwaite that they seemed almost magical. "All right, Colin," Dickon said softly. "You can look now." Colin lowered his hands from his eyes, and for a moment he didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "It's real. It's all real." Tears streamed down his face as he took in the scene before him. Sunlight, unfiltered by smog or protective domes, bathed his pale skin. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of earth and growing things ruffled his hair. I want to touch it," Colin said, his voice stronger now. "Help me up, Dickon." Carefully, Dickon and Mary helped Colin to his feet. He swayed for a moment, then took a shaky step forward. Then another, and another. "I'm doing it!" he cried, his face alight with joy. "I'm walking!" He took a few more steps before his legs gave out, but Dickon was there to catch him. They lowered him gently onto a patch of soft grass, and Colin ran his fingers through it, marvelling at the texture. "It's so alive," he murmured. "Everything out there is dead or dying, but in here..." "In here," Mary finished for him, "life goes on, no matter what." As if to punctuate her words, a butterfly fluttered past, its wings a brilliant blue that seemed to glow in the sunlight. Colin's eyes followed its path, wonder written across his face. "I'm going to get well," he declared suddenly, his voice firm with conviction. "I'm going to get well, and I'm going to help bring this life back to the rest of the city." Mary and Dickon exchanged glances, hope blossoming in their hearts like the flowers around them. "We'll do it together," Mary said, taking Colin's hand. Dickon nodded, his bioluminescent tattoos pulsing with a warm light. "Aye, that we will. One garden at a time, if we have to." As they sat there, Surrounded by the impossible beauty of their secret garden, the future seemed to unfurl before them like a flower opening to the sun. The world outside might be harsh and unforgiving, but in this small patch of green, hope had taken root. And as anyone who has ever tended a garden knows, once hope takes root, there's no telling how far it might grow. Chapter 21, A New Tree. In the heart of New Misselthwaite, a metropolis of gleaming metal and pulsing neon, there existed a moment of eternity. It was the kind of moment that, in ages past, one might have experienced while lying in a sun-dappled meadow or standing atop a windswept hill. But in this world of decaying urbanity and digital dreams, such moments were as rare as the butterflies that once danced on summer breezes. Colin Craven, a boy who had never known anything but the sterile confines of his hermetically sealed room, felt this timelessness wash over him as he sat in his hoverchair, surrounded by the impossible beauty of the hidden garden. The contrast between the bleak cityscape he had always known and this vibrant oasis of life was so stark that it made his head spin. "Is it always like this?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if he feared speaking too loudly might shatter the illusion. Mary Lennox, her bioluminescent tattoos pulsing with excitement, smiled at her cousin. "No," she said, "sometimes it's even better." Dickon, the boy who seemed more at home among the plants and animals than in the tech-heavy world outside, nodded in agreement. "Aye, and today's a right fine day, if I do say so myself, almost as if the garden knew you were coming, Master Colin." The afternoon unfolded before them like a flower opening to the sun. The garden, once hidden and neglected, now seemed to glow with an inner light. Flowers that had no business blooming in this polluted world raised their heads proudly, their petals a riot of colours that put even the most advanced holo displays to shame. Mary and Dickon, caught up in the magic of the moment, began to bring Colin treasures from every corner of the garden. A twig with an unfurling leaf here, a perfectly formed bud there, even a downy feather dropped by one of the garden's avian inhabitants. "It's like a treasure hunt," Colin marvelled, examining each offering with the intensity of a scientist studying a new species, which, in a way, he was. "But instead of gold and jewels, we're finding life itself." Dickon grinned, his teeth startlingly white against his sun-bronzed skin. "Now you're getting it, lad. There's more wealth in this garden than in all the crypto vaults in New Misselthwaite." As they moved through the garden, Dickon pushing Colin's hoverchair with the care of a royal attendant, Mary couldn't help but marvel at the change in her cousin. The sickly, bitter boy she had first met seemed to have vanished, replaced by this wide-eyed explorer drinking in every sight and sound. "Oh!" Colin exclaimed suddenly, pointing to a nearby tree. "Is that where the robin lives? Will we see him again?" Dickon chuckled. "Patient, now. He'll come when he's good and ready. Robins don't run on schedules like them fancy AI assistants you're used to." As if on cue, a flash of red caught their eyes. The robin, as bold as brass, had alighted on a branch just above their heads. He cocked his head, regarding them with a beady eye that seemed to say, "Well, what have we here?" "Look," Mary whispered excitedly. "He's got something in his beak. I think he's feeding his mate." Colin watched, entranced, as the robin flitted from branch to branch, occasionally disappearing into a well-hidden nest. "He's keeping secrets too," he mused, "just like us." The three children giggled at the thought, their laughter a melody that seemed to make the flowers stand a little taller and the leaves rustle with joy. As they continued their exploration, Colin's sharp eyes spotted something that made him frown. "What's that over there?" he asked, pointing to a gnarled old tree with a broken limb. "It looks wrong somehow." Mary and Dickon exchanged a quick glance, a flicker of concern passing between them. But before they could formulate a response, the robin chose that moment to swoop down, landing on the arm of Colin's chair with a cheeky chirp. "Well, I'll be," Dickon breathed. "Looks like you've made a new friend, Master Colin." The potential danger of the old tree was forgotten as Colin marvelled at the tiny creature perched so close. "Hello there," he said softly, hardly daring to move. "Welcome to our secret." As the afternoon wore on, the shadows began to lengthen, painting the garden in hues of gold and amber. Colin, his face flushed with excitement and fresh air, turned to Mary with a gleam in his eye. "I want to have tea out here," he declared. "Can we do that?" Mary grinned. "I don't see why not. This is our kingdom after all. Dickon, do you think you could fetch us some refreshments without arousing suspicion?" Dickon gave a mock salute. "Leave it to me, your majesties. I'll be stealthier than a cybercat on the prowl." While Dickon was gone, Mary and Colin sat in companionable silence, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant muffled sounds of the city beyond the garden walls. It was a moment of perfect peace, a balm for souls too long, trapped in a world of circuits and steel. Dickon returned with a hover tray laden with tea and biscuits, his pockets bulging suspiciously. As he set out their impromptu picnic, a family of squirrels emerged from a nearby bush, their cyber-enhanced eyes glowing faintly in the dimming light. "I may have promised them a few crumbs in exchange for their silence," Dickon admitted with a wink. They sipped their tea and nibbled on biscuits, watching as birds investigated the scattered crumbs and the squirrels performed acrobatic feats worthy of a hollow circus. Colin's eyes shone with a light that had nothing to do with bioluminescence or LED implants. "I want to come back every day," he said suddenly, his voice filled with determination. "I want to see everything grow and change. I want to be part of it." Mary squeezed his hand. "You will be. We all will." Dickon nodded, his expression serious for once. "Aye, and you'll be doing more than just watching, Master Colin. Those legs of yours, they're not as weak as you think. A bit of sunshine and fresh air, and you'll be running around this garden in no time." Colin's face lit up with hope, but before he could respond, a gruff voice cut through the tranquil atmosphere like a malfunctioning hover car. "Here! You there!" The children froze, their eyes wide with panic. Slowly, they turned to see a weathered face glaring at them over the garden wall. It was Ben Weatherstaff, the old gardener whose job had been reduced to maintaining the compound's meager hydroponic systems. "How did you get in here?" Ben demanded, his cybernetic eye whirring as it focused on Mary. "This area's been off-limits for years." Mary, her heart pounding, tried to muster a response, but Colin beat her to it. His voice, when he spoke, carried a note of authority that seemed at odds with his frail appearance. "Bring me closer, Dickon," he commanded. "I want to speak to him face to face." Dickon hesitated for a moment, then nodded, pushing Colin's hoverchair towards the wall. As they approached, Colin's hand found a hidden control, and the chair began to rise, lifting him until he was eye level with the startled gardener. "Ben Weatherstaff," Colin said, his voice ringing out clear and strong, "I am the master of Misselthwaite Manor, and this garden belongs to me." Ben's organic eye widened in shock, while his cybernetic one spun wildly, trying to process what it was seeing. "Master Colin?" he sputtered. But you're supposed to be an invalid?" Colin finished for him, a hint of bitterness creeping into his tone. "A cripple? Well, as you can see, the rumours of my incapacity have been greatly exaggerated." With a determined grunt, Colin grasped the arms of his chair and pushed himself to his feet. He swayed for a moment, his legs trembling with the effort, but he remained upright, chin held high. Ben Weatherstaff's mouth fell open, his weathered face a mask of astonishment. It can't be," he mumbled. "All these years we thought." "You thought wrong," Colin said firmly. "Now, Ben Weatherstaff, I have a command for you. You will keep our secret. You will tell no one what you've seen here today. Do you understand?" Ben nodded dumbly. tears forming in his one human eye. "Aye, Master Colin, I'll keep your secret. But please, might I come in? Just for a moment?" Colin considered for a moment, then nodded regally. "You may. Mary will meet you at the door. But remember, Ben Weatherstaff, this garden is ours now. We are bringing it back to life, just as it's bringing me back to life." As Ben hurried away to meet Mary at the hidden door, Dickon helped Colin back into his chair. The boy was trembling, but his eyes shone with triumph. "Did you see his face?" Colin chuckled weakly. "I thought his cyber eye was going to short-circuit." Mary returned with Ben in tow, the old gardener looking around in wonder at the revitalized garden. "It's a miracle," he muttered. "A right bloody miracle." As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues that rivaled the garden's flowers, the unlikely group sat together, sharing stories and dreams. The garden, their secret haven in a world of decay, seemed to pulse with newfound energy. In that moment, surrounded by the impossible beauty they had nurtured, Mary realized that they had done more than just restore a garden. They had planted seeds of hope in a world that had all but forgotten what hope looked like. And as anyone who has ever tended a garden knows, once hope takes root, there's no telling how far it might grow. As twilight deepened and the first stars began to twinkle through the ever-present smog, Mary looked around at her companions. Colin, his face flushed with exertion and joy. Dickon, his bioluminescent tattoos glowing softly in the gathering darkness. Ben, his gruff exterior softened by wonder and nostalgia. She smiled to herself, thinking of the AI hologram of Dr. Craven that had started this whole adventure. "Life finds a way," he had told her. And here, in this secret garden, life was doing more than just finding a way. It was thriving, evolving, and spreading its tendrils of hope into the hearts of all who entered. As they reluctantly prepared to leave their sanctuary, Mary caught a glimpse of something that made her gasp. There, nestled among the roots of the old plum tree, was a tiny sapling. A new tree, sprouting in defiance of all odds. "Look," she whispered, pointing it out to the others. "It's us, small and fragile now, but growing stronger every day." Colin nodded solemnly. "And one day," he said, his voice filled with conviction, "we'll be strong enough to break through the walls and bring life back to all of New Misselthwaite." As they made their way back to the compound, leaving the garden to its nightly secrets, Mary couldn't shake the feeling that they had set something in motion that was bigger than all of them. Something that, like the persistent weeds pushing through cracks in the pavement, would not be denied its place in the sun. The secret garden had awakened, and with it, the long-dormant seeds of change. In a world of rust and ruin, a new spring was beginning to bloom. Chapter 22. Magic. Mary Lennox darted across the neglected urban garden, her feet barely touching the cracked concrete paths that wound between patches of stubborn weeds and rusted remnants of long-forgotten playground equipment. The air hummed with the ever-present buzz of distant machinery and the faint crackle of static from the city's omnipresent data cloud. Behind her, in the heart of their secret sanctuary, Dickon watched Colin with the keen eye of a naturalist observing a rare species. The boy who had once been a prisoner of his own fears now sat straighter in his hoverchair, a newfound determination etched across his features. "I can stand," Colin declared, his voice carrying a hint of wonder at his own audacity. "It's just as you said, Dickon. It was fear holding me back all this time." Dickon's face split into a grin that seemed to outshine even the harshest neon lights of New Misselthwaite. "Aye, that it was. And now look at you, ready to take on the world, or at least this little piece of it we've claimed for ourselves." Colin's brow furrowed suddenly, a memory surfacing. "Dickon," he said slowly. "Mary mentioned something about magic before. What did she mean by that?" Dickon's eyes twinkled with mischief, his bioluminescent tattoos pulsing in time with his amusement. "Magic, young master? Why, you're making it right now, as sure as I'm standing here." "Me?" Colin's eyebrows shot up in surprise. You," Dickon nodded. "The same magic that's bringing life back to these urban crocuses." He gestured to a cluster of purple flowers pushing through a crack in the concrete. "Is working its way through you. Can't you feel it?" Colin paused, considering. Then slowly, he nodded. I think I can. It's like a warmth, spreading from my toes all the way up to my head." "That's the magic, all right," Dickon confirmed. "Now, what say we put it to the test? That tree over there looks like it could use a friend." Colin's eyes lit up with determination. "Yes," he said, pushing himself to his feet with trembling arms. "I'll walk to it. And when Ben arrives, I want to be standing." As if on cue, the sound of the garden door creaking open echoed across the urban oasis. Mary's voice floated back to them, hushed but urgent. "He's coming! Are you ready, Colin?" Colin gritted his teeth, leaning heavily on Dickon as they made their way to the tree. "Ready as I'll ever be," he muttered. Ben Weatherstaff shuffled into view, his cyborg eye whirring as it adjusted to the dim light of the overgrown garden. When it finally focused on Colin, standing tall, if a bit wobbly, against the tree, the old gardener's organic eye widened in shock. "Master Colin?" he gasped, his voice a mixture of disbelief and awe. Mary, sensing Colin's struggle, whispered encouragement. "Stay strong, Colin. You can do this." Colin drew himself up to his full height, chin lifted in defiance of years of weakness. "Look at me, Ben Weatherstaff," he commanded, his voice ringing out clear and strong. "Do I look like a cripple to you? Do I seem half-witted?" Ben, tears glistening in his human eye, shook his head slowly. "No, young master," he croaked. You look strong as an ox and sharp as a tack." "Then tell me," Colin pressed, a hint of anger creeping into his voice. "Who thought I was? Who spread such lies?" Ben's weathered face crumpled with guilt. "It weren't lies, exactly, Master Colin. Folk thought, well, they thought you were dying. On account of being kept inside all the time, away from the sun and fresh air, what little of it we have left in this godforsaken city." Colin's face hardened with resolve. "Well, I'm not dying, Ben Weatherstaff. I'm living, and I intend to keep on living for a very long time." A slow smile spread across Ben's face, crinkling the corners of his eyes, both organic and mechanical. "Aye, that you will, lad. You've got the look of your mother about you now, all fire and spirit." Colin's expression softened at the mention of his mother, but he quickly regained his commanding demeanour. "Now, Ben Weatherstaff, listen carefully. This garden is our secret. You're not to breathe a word of what you've seen here to anyone. Do you understand?" Ben nodded solemnly. "I understand, Master Colin. But if I might say, I've been keeping this garden secret for years now." Colin's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You have?" "Aye," Ben confirmed. "Even when they told me to let it go wild, I couldn't bear to see it all fall to ruin. So I'd sneak in, tend to what I could. It weren't much, mind you, but—" "It was enough," Colin finished for him, a hint of wonder in his voice. "You kept it alive all this time." Ben ducked his head, embarrassed by the praise. "Did what I could, is all—" Colin nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Then I know we can trust you with our secret. This garden, it's bringing me back to life, Ben, just as surely as you kept it alive all these years." Suddenly, Colin's eyes lit up with an idea. "Dickon," he called, "bring me that trowel over there. I want to dig." Mary and Dickon exchanged glances of surprise and delight as Dickon fetched the trowel. Colin took it with trembling hands, lowering himself carefully to the ground. "Are you sure about this, Master Colin?" Ben asked, concern evident in his voice. Colin nodded firmly. I'm sure. I need to do this. With painstaking effort, Colin pushed the trowel into the soil. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a grunt of exertion, he turned over a small patch of earth. Mary and Dickon watched with bated breath as Colin worked, his face flushed with effort and triumph. When he finally sat back, a small mound of freshly turned soil before him, his eyes were shining. I did it, he breathed. Dickon, do you remember what you said? That I'd walk and dig like any other lad? Dickon grinned, his bioluminescent tattoos pulsing with joy. Aye, that I did. And look at you now, a regular gardener in the making. Ben, who had been watching the scene unfold with a mix of amazement and pride, suddenly cleared his throat. If you're of a mind to do some proper planting, Master Colin, I might have just the thing. He shuffled off, returning moments later with a small potted rose. Been nurturing this one in the hydroponics bay, he explained. Thought it might like a proper home in real soil. Colin's eyes lit up at the sight of the delicate pink blossoms. It's perfect, he declared. Mary, could you bring the watering can? And Dickon, if you could dig the hole a bit deeper. As his friends scurried to comply, Colin carefully removed the rose from its pot, his hands trembling slightly as he lowered it into the waiting earth. Ben knelt beside him, gently guiding Colin's hands as they patted the soil around the plant's base. There now, Ben said softly. That's a proper planting. Your mother would be proud, Master Colin. Colin sat back on his heels, admiring their handiwork. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the garden, making the newly planted rose seem to glow with an inner light. It's magic, Colin whispered, his voice filled with awe. Real magic, happening right here in the middle of all this decay. Mary nodded, her eyes shining. It's like the garden is waking up, isn't it? Coming back to life, just like you. Colin's face set with determination. I want to stand up, he declared. One last time, before the sun sets completely. It feels important somehow, like it's part of the magic. Dickon and Ben moved to help him, but Colin waved them off. No, he said firmly. I need to do this on my own. With agonizing slowness, Colin pushed himself to his feet. His legs trembled with the effort, and for a heart-stopping moment, it seemed he might fall. But then, as if drawing strength from the very earth beneath him, he straightened. The last rays of the setting sun bathed Colin in a warm, golden light. He stood tall, his face glowing with exertion and triumph, framed by the vibrant green of the secret garden. I'm standing, he laughed, the sound ringing out clear and joyous in the twilight. I'm standing on my own 2 feet. As darkness fell over New Misselthwaite, the secret garden held its breath, witnessing a miracle of its own making. In that moment, surrounded by friends and the magic of growing things, Colin Craven was no longer a sickly boy trapped in a world of metal and circuits. He was a force of nature, as strong and resilient as the urban weeds that pushed through cracks in the concrete, reaching always for the sun. Mary watched her cousin with a mixture of pride and wonder, marvelling at the transformation. It wasn't just Colin who had changed, she realized. They had all been touched by the magic of this place, this impossible oasis of life in a world that had all but forgotten what it meant to grow. As they made their way back to the compound, leaving their secret sanctuary to the gentle ministrations of the night, Mary couldn't help but feel that they had set something momentous in motion. Like the delicate tendrils of a newly planted seed, hope was taking root in the most unlikely of places. And in a world as harsh and unforgiving as New Misselthwaite, hope might just be the most powerful magic of all. Later that night, as Mary lay in her pod, the soft hum of the air recyclers a constant backdrop to her thoughts, she found herself unable to sleep. The events of the day kept replaying in her mind, each moment more miraculous than the last. She slipped out of bed, padding quietly to the window. The cityscape of New Misselthwaite stretched out before her, a sea of neon and shadow. Somewhere out there, beyond the towering skyscrapers and twisting elevated roadways, their secret garden lay waiting, a hidden heart of green in a world of grey. A soft chime from her neural link interrupted her reverie. It was a message from the AI hologram of Dr. Craven, the long-dead botanist who had first guided her to the garden. "Quite a day, wasn't it?" the message read, the words scrolling across her field of vision. "You've done well, Mary, better than I could have ever hoped." Mary smiled, typing back her response. "We couldn't have done it without you, Dr. Craven. Your knowledge, your guidance. It's been invaluable." There was a pause before the next message appeared. "Perhaps, but it's you and Colin and Dickon, who are truly bringing the garden back to life. You're doing what I never could. You're sharing the magic." Mary considered this for a moment. Do you think we could do more? Bring some of that magic to the rest of New Misselthwaite?" The response came quickly this time. "I think, my dear Mary, that you can do anything you set your minds to. The world out there may seem dead, but remember, where there's soil, there's hope, and hope, once planted, has a way of spreading." As the message faded from her vision, Mary turned back to the window. The city no longer seemed quite so bleak. Instead, she saw it as a canvas, waiting to be painted with the vibrant colours of life. "Watch out, New Misselthwaite," she whispered to the night. "Spring is coming, and this time it's here to stay." With a heart full of plans and dreams of a greener future, Mary finally drifted off to sleep. And as she slept, she could have sworn she heard the faint rustling of leaves and the soft chirping of birds, sounds that had no place in the sterile confines of her room, but which seemed to echo from a place just beyond the realm of dreams. In the secret garden, under the light of a moon partially obscured by smog, the newly planted rose turned its face to the sky. And deep in the earth, in long dormant soil, something ancient and powerful began to stir. The magic of the garden, once awakened, would not be contained. Like the persistent weeds that push through cracks in the pavement, it would find a way to spread, to grow, to thrive. And in its wake, a new world would bloom, a world where the lines between nature and technology blurred, where the wisdom of the past and the innovations of the future merged to create something entirely new. A world where, against all odds, hope took root and flourished. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky over New Misselthwaite, the secret garden stood ready to nurture, ready to heal, ready to inspire, ready to change the world, one small miracle at a time. Chapter 23. Belief. Dr. Craven paced the sterile corridors of New Misselthwaite, his footsteps echoing off the metal walls. The air hummed with the constant buzz of machinery and the faint crackle of data streams, but he barely noticed. His mind was consumed with worry for Colin. "Perhaps I should send a drone to check on him," he muttered, his cybernetic eye whirring as it calculated probabilities and potential outcomes. Just as he was about to give the command, the pneumatic doors hissed open, and Colin glided in on his hoverchair, his face flushed with an excitement Dr. Craven had never seen before. "Colin!" Dr. Craven exclaimed, rushing forward. His medical scanners activated automatically, bathing Colin in a soft blue light. "How are you feeling? Any dizziness? Shortness of breath?" Colin waved away the scanner with an impatient hand. "I'm fine, Dr. Craven. Better than fine, actually. I'm well." Dr. Craven's organic eye widened in surprise. "Well? But Colin, you must be careful. Too much exertion could—" "Could what?" Colin interrupted, a hint of his old petulance creeping into his voice. "Make me sick? I'm already sick, aren't I? Or at least that's what everyone's always told me." Dr. Craven sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "Colin, please understand. We only want what's best for you." Then let me go out again tomorrow, Colin insisted. The garden, it's making me better. I can feel it. As Dr. Craven opened his mouth to protest, Mary, who had been watching the exchange silently, stepped forward. Dr. Craven, she said softly, maybe we should trust Colin on this. He knows his own body better than anyone. Dr. Craven looked from Mary to Colin, then back again. Finally, he nodded. Very well. But please, be careful. And Colin, if you feel even the slightest bit unwell, I'll come straight back, Colin promised, though the gleam in his eye suggested he had no intention of doing any such thing. As Dr. Craven retreated, muttering about running more tests, Mary turned to Colin with a curious expression. What? Colin demanded. Why are you looking at me like that? Mary tilted her head, considering. I was just thinking, Dr. Craven's been awfully patient with you, hasn't he? Having to be polite to a rude boy for 10 years must have been quite a trial. Colin's jaw dropped. Rude? Me? I'm not rude. Mary raised an eyebrow. Aren't you? You interrupt people. You make demands. You never say please or thank you. That's because I'm ill, Colin protested. Everyone's always treated me like I might break at any moment. And you've let them, Mary pointed out. But you're not as fragile as all that, are you? Not anymore. Colin's face set in a stubborn line. No, I'm not. I won't let anyone think I'm weak. I stood up today, you know. In the garden. Mary nodded. I know. It was quite impressive. But strength isn't just about standing up, Colin. It's about how you treat others, too. Colin was silent for a moment, processing this. Then he looked at Mary with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Am I very queer, then? Mary couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you're quite queer. But then again, so was I when I first came here. Liking people and finding the garden. It's made me less so, I think. Colin's face lit up with determination. Then that's what I'll do. I'll stop being queer and I'll use the magic of the garden to help me. Mary smiled. The magic of the garden is a powerful thing, she agreed. It's pure and good. It makes you want to be better. As they talked, the scene around them seemed to shimmer and fade, replaced by the lush greenery of the secret garden. The stark metal walls of New Misselthwaite gave way to ivy-covered stone, the harsh neon lights softening into dappled sunlight filtering through leaves. In this oasis of life amidst the urban decay, Colin thrived. Every hour that wasn't marred by acid rain or smog alerts, he spent in the garden. He marvelled at the unfurling leaves, the delicate petals of flowers pushing through cracks in the concrete, the remnants of Ben Weatherstaff's careful tending now blossoming into full life. Dickon, ever the nature whisperer, introduced Colin to the myriad of insects and small animals that had somehow found their way into this hidden paradise. Colin watched in fascination as bees, their tiny bodies augmented with micro-sensors to help them navigate the polluted city air, buzzed from flower to flower. He learned to recognize the different calls of birds, some organic, some robotic companions, designed to help pollinate in the absence of their flesh and blood counterparts. As the days passed, Colin's fascination with the garden's magic grew. He began to ponder how this intangible force might be harnessed, directed, used to influence the world around them. I've been thinking, he announced one day, as he, Mary, Dickon, and Ben Weatherstaff sat in the shade of an old apple tree, about magic and how it works. Ben raised an eyebrow, his cybernetic eye whirring as it focused on Colin. Magic, young master? In this day and age? Colin nodded earnestly. Yes, magic. Look at me, Ben. A month ago, I couldn't even sit up in bed without help. Now I'm here, in the garden, getting stronger every day. If that's not magic, what is it? Ben scratched his chin thoughtfully. Well, when you put it that way. Exactly, Colin said, warming to his theme. And I think I've figured out how to make it work even better. We're going to conduct a scientific experiment. Mary and Dickon exchanged amused glances, while Ben looked sceptical, but intrigued. "What kind of experiment?" Mary asked. Colin's eyes shone with excitement. "We're going to chant. Every day, we'll gather in a circle and repeat certain phrases, positive ones, about health and strength and growth. If we say them often enough, with enough belief, they'll come true." "Like programming a computer," Dickon mused, his bioluminescent tattoos pulsing thoughtfully. "Precisely," Colin exclaimed. "We're programming reality itself." Ben chuckled, shaking his head. "Well, I've heard stranger ideas in my time, and if it makes you happy, young master, I'm game to try." And so, under the spreading branches of the apple tree, they gathered for their first magical session. Colin, sitting straight-backed in his hover chair, raised his hands dramatically. "The magic is in me," he intoned. "The magic is in the garden. The magic is making me well." One by one, the others joined in, their voices blending together in the warm afternoon air. Even the animals seemed to sense the solemnity of the moment, gathering around the circle with curious eyes. "The magic is in the earth," Colin continued, his voice growing stronger with each repetition. "It's in every leaf and flower. It's in the sun and the rain and the air we breathe." As they chanted, Mary couldn't help but feel a sense of something shifting, changing. Whether it was magic or simply the power of belief, she couldn't say. But there was no denying the light in Colin's eyes, the colour in his cheeks, the strength in his voice. When the chant finally came to an end, Colin made an announcement that took them all by surprise. "I'm going to walk around the garden," he declared, "all the way around without stopping." Ben's eyebrows shot up. "Now, young master, let's not get ahead of ourselves." But Colin was already pushing himself to his feet, leaning on Dickon for support. "No, Ben, I can do this. The magic will help me." And so, with Dickon on one side and Mary on the other, Colin began his circuit of the garden. Ben followed behind, his face a mixture of concern and growing wonder, as Colin's steps became steadier, more confident. "I can feel it," Colin panted as they rounded the first corner. "The magic flowing through me, making me stronger." Step by step, they made their way around the garden. Colin's face was flushed with exertion, but his eyes shone with triumph. As they approached the apple tree where they had started, he straightened up, taking the last few steps without support. "I did it!" he crowed, throwing his arms up in victory. "The magic worked!" Mary clapped her hands in delight. "Oh, Colin, wait until Dr. Craven sees—" "No!" Colin interrupted, his face suddenly serious. "We can't tell anyone. Not yet. I want to get even stronger first. I want to surprise my father when he comes home." The others nodded in agreement, caught up in the excitement of the secret. "I'm going to be an athlete," Colin declared, his voice filled with newfound confidence, "and a scientific discoverer. I'll unlock the secrets of this magic and use it to heal the whole world." Ben, who had been watching the proceedings with a mixture of amusement and awe, finally spoke up. "Well, young master, I must say you've got the spirit for it. Who knows? Maybe you'll end up a prize fighter." Colin turned to Ben, his face suddenly stern. "I will not be a prize fighter, Ben Weatherstaff. I'm going to be a scientific discoverer, and I'm going to make important discoveries about magic. And you mustn't say such things." Ben, taken aback by Colin's vehemence, quickly saluted. "Right you are, Master Colin. No more talk of prize fighting. Scientific discoverer it is." As they made their way back to the hover chair, Mary couldn't help but marvel at the change in Colin. The sickly, demanding boy she had first met was fading away, replaced by someone stronger, more determined, and perhaps just a little bit magical. Later that night, as the neon lights of New Misselthwaite pulsed outside her window, Mary lay awake, thinking about the day's events. The garden, their secret oasis in this world of metal and circuits, was changing them all. Colin was growing stronger, yes, but he was also growing kinder, more considerate. Dickon, always in tune with nature, seemed to glow with an inner light that had nothing to do with his bioluminescent tattoos. And Ben, cynical old Ben, was rediscovering a sense of wonder that had been buried under years of tending to soulless hydroponic bays. As for Mary herself, she felt as though she were waking up from a long sleep. The world outside the garden was still harsh, still decaying. But now she could see the potential for beauty, for life, in even the most unlikely places. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, her neural link chimed softly. It was a message from the AI hologram of Dr. Craven, the long-dead botanist who had first guided her to the garden. "You've done well, Mary," the message read. "The garden is thriving, and so are you. But remember, the real magic isn't in the plants or the soil, it's in you, in all of you." Mary smiled, typing back a response. "We know, Dr. Craven, Colin's been teaching us about the power of belief. Do you think it's really magic?" There was a pause before the reply came. Magic, science. In the end, they're not so different. Both require belief, experimentation, and a willingness to see the world in new ways. Colin's on the right track, even if he doesn't quite realize it yet. As the message faded from her vision, Mary turned her gaze to the window. Beyond the towering skyscrapers and twisting maglev tracks, she knew the garden was waiting, a hidden heart of green in a world of grey. "We believe," she whispered to the night. "We believe in magic, in life, in the power of growing things." And somewhere, in the secret garden, a seed that had lain dormant for years cracked open, sending a tiny tendril reaching for the sky. The magic of belief, once awakened, could not be contained. Like the persistent weeds that push through cracks in the pavement, it would find a way to spread, to grow, to thrive. And in its wake, a new world would bloom, a world where the lines between nature and technology blurred, where the wisdom of the past and the innovations of the future merged to create something entirely new. A world where, against all odds, hope took root and flourished. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky over New Misselthwaite, the secret garden stood ready. Ready to nurture, ready to heal, ready to inspire, ready to change the world, one small miracle at a time.
Are you enjoying this version of The Secret Garden, reimagined in the style of Neil Gaiman? Please take a minute to like this video and hit that subscribe button. We would love to hear your comments too. Now back to the concluding chapters of The Secret Garden Reimagined.
Chapter 24. Dickon's Garden and Colin's Secret. In the shadow of New Misselthwaite's towering arcologies, where the remnants of nature struggled against the encroaching urban sprawl, Dickon tended to a small miracle. His family's cottage, a relic from a bygone era, stood defiantly on the edge of the moor, surrounded by a low wall of rough stones. Within this boundary, Dickon had coaxed life from the barren earth, creating a garden that seemed to exist in defiance of the very laws of nature. Rows of vegetables stood tall and proud, their leaves a vibrant green that seemed almost unreal in the otherwise monochrome landscape. Flowers of every imaginable hue dotted the garden, their petals unfurling towards the smog-filtered sunlight. It was as if Dickon had captured a piece of the old world and preserved it here, a living time capsule of what the earth had once been. Mrs. Sowerby, Dickon's mother, often found herself drawn to this oasis. She would sit on an old, weathered bench, listening to the buzz of pollinator drones and the soft whir of Dickon's bioluminescent tattoos as he worked. It was here that Dickon shared the most extraordinary tale she had ever heard. "You'll never believe what's happened, Mother," Dickon began, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "It's about Master Colin and Miss Mary, and a garden that's been hidden away for years." As Dickon recounted the story of the lost key, the friendly robin, and Colin's miraculous transformation, Mrs. Sowerby found herself transported. She could almost see the secret garden in her mind's eye, a splash of colour and life hidden within the cold, metallic heart of New Misselthwaite. "And you say young Colin is walking now?" Mrs. Sowerby asked. Her voice filled with wonder. Dickon nodded enthusiastically. "Aye, and not just walking. He's getting stronger every day. It's like the garden's healing him, Mother. Him and Miss Mary both." Mrs. Sowerby's eyes twinkled with amusement. "And I suppose they're keeping this miraculous recovery a secret?" Dickon grinned. "Oh, you should see them, Mother. They're having the time of their lives, pretending Colin's still an invalid. It's like a grand game to them." Indeed, back at New Misselthwaite, Colin and Mary were engaged in an elaborate charade. Colin, once truly frail and bedridden, now had to stifle his laughter as he was carried from room to room by unsuspecting staff. "Oh, the discomfort!" Colin would moan dramatically, winking at Mary when the nurses weren't looking. "I fear the journey to the garden has quite exhausted me." Mary, for her part, played the role of the concerned cousin to perfection. "Perhaps we should cancel tomorrow's outing, Colin," she would say, her voice dripping with false worry. "We wouldn't want to overtax your delicate constitution." As soon as they were alone, however, their facades would crumble, and they would dissolve into fits of giggles. "Did you see Dr. Craven's face when I complained about my unnatural appetite?" Colin chortled one afternoon, as they sat hidden away in their secret garden. He looked like he was trying to solve a particularly complex equation. Mary grinned, twirling a strand of her hair around her finger. "And when the nurse kept fussing over how much weight you've gained, I thought I was going to burst from holding in my laughter." Their laughter echoed through the garden, a sound as bright and alive as the flowers blooming around them. It was a far cry from the sombre, oppressive atmosphere that had once permeated New Misselthwaite. But maintaining their secret was not without its challenges. As Colin's appetite grew to match his increasing strength, it became harder to explain away the disappearance of his meals. This is where Mrs. Sowerby's contributions became invaluable. "I've sent along some fresh milk and homemade buns," Dickon announced one morning, producing a basket from behind his back. "Mother thought you might need some extra sustenance, what with all this magic you've been working." Colin's eyes lit up at the sight of the food. "Your mother is a saint, Dickon, but how will we explain this to the staff?" Mary, ever resourceful, had already concocted a plan. "We'll tell them we've been feeding the wildlife in the garden. They'll be so pleased that you're taking an interest in nature that they won't question it too closely." And so, their clandestine feasts began. Roasted eggs and potatoes, cooked over small fires hidden from view. Fresh milk and oatcakes, savoured in the dappled shade of the secret garden. These mystery meals became a symbol of their shared secret, each bite a small act of delicious rebellion against the world that thought it knew them. As the days passed, Colin's strength grew in leaps and bounds. Each morning, the children would gather in the garden for what Colin had dubbed their magic rituals. "The magic is in me," Colin would intone, his voice ringing out clear and strong. "It's making me well. It's making me strong." Mary and Dickon would join in, their voices blending together in a chorus of belief and determination. Even the robotic pollinators seemed to pause in their work, hovering nearby as if drawn by the power of the children's conviction. After their chants, Dickon would lead them through a series of exercises, adapted from the physical therapy routines he had learned while volunteering at the community med centre. "Now, Master Colin," Dickon would say, his bioluminescent tattoos pulsing encouragingly, "let's try those arm circles again. Remember, slow and steady does the trick." Colin, his face set in concentration, would follow Dickon's instructions to the letter. With each passing day, his movements became more fluid, his endurance increasing. The magic, it seemed, was working wonders. Back in the sterile corridors of New Misselthwaite, the staff was in a state of constant bewilderment. The nurse, used to coaxing Colin to eat even the smallest morsels, now found his meal trays returned nearly empty. Yet when she expressed her delight at his improved appetite, Colin would only sigh dramatically and complain of feeling dreadfully full. Dr. Craven, during his regular checkups, found himself increasingly perplexed. His scans showed a boy growing stronger by the day, yet Colin continued to play the part of the invalid to perfection. "I fear I'm having one of my bad days, Dr. Craven," Colin would say, his voice weak and trembling. "Perhaps we should cancel my outing to the garden." But as soon as Dr. Craven left, shaking his head in confusion, Colin would leap from his bed, barely containing his excitement for another day in their secret paradise. Mrs. Medlock, the stern housekeeper, found herself at a loss. "I don't understand it," she confided to the nurse one evening. "The boy eats like a bird at mealtimes, yet he's gaining weight. And have you noticed how Miss Mary glows these days? It's most peculiar." The nurse could only nod in agreement. "Perhaps it's the fresh air," she suggested weakly. "Or maybe it's just magic." Little did they know how close to the truth they were. In the secret garden, Colin's transformation continued apace. His once pale skin had taken on a healthy glow, his thin arms and legs gaining definition. Mary, too, had changed. The sour, disagreeable girl who had first arrived at New Misselthwaite was gone, replaced by a vibrant young woman with laughter in her eyes and flowers in her hair. As Colin's strength grew, so did his determination to keep his recovery a secret until he could surprise his father. He would spend hours imagining the moment when he would stand tall and strong before the man who had been too afraid to even look at him for so many years. "Just think of his face, Mary," Colin would say, his eyes shining with anticipation. "When he sees me walking, running even, he'll hardly believe his eyes." Mary, caught up in Colin's excitement, would nod enthusiastically. "It will be the greatest surprise in the history of New Misselthwaite," she agreed. "Perhaps in the history of the whole world." Their shared secret had become a bond between them, stronger than any genetic link or familial tie. In the garden, away from the prying eyes and well-meaning but stifling care of the adults, they had found not just health but friendship, joy, and a sense of purpose. One afternoon, as they sat beneath the spreading branches of an old apple tree, Colin turned to Mary with a serious expression. "Do you think," he asked hesitantly, "that we could use this magic to help others, to heal the world outside our garden?" Mary considered the question, her brow furrowed in thought. "I don't see why not," she said finally. "If it can make flowers bloom in this desolate place and make you strong when everyone thought you were beyond hope, why couldn't it work on a larger scale?" Colin's face lit up with excitement. "Exactly! We could start with New Misselthwaite, make the whole city green again, and then, who knows? Maybe we could heal the whole world." As they chattered excitedly about their plans for global renewal, Dickon listened with a fond smile. His bioluminescent tattoos pulsed with a warm, comforting glow, as if in approval of their grand ambitions. "Well," he said finally, when there was a lull in their enthusiastic plotting, "I reckon if anyone can do it, it's you two. But perhaps we ought to start small, eh? Maybe we could begin by planting a few flowers outside the garden walls." Colin and Mary exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. "You're right, Dickon," Colin said. "We'll start small, but dream big. That's the real magic, isn't it? Believing in something so strongly that you make it come true." As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues that rivaled the garden's most vibrant blooms, the three friends made their way back to the manor. Colin, leaning on Dickon for support, more out of habit now than necessity, paused at the garden door. "One day," he said softly, "we won't have to keep this place a secret. One day, the whole world will be our garden." Mary squeezed his hand. "And we'll tend it together," she promised. As they stepped out of their sanctuary and back into the world of metal and circuits, they carried a piece of the garden's magic with them. It shone in their eyes, echoed in their laughter, and bloomed in their hearts. In the days and weeks that followed, the staff of New Misselthwaite continued to marvel at the changes in Colin and Mary. They attributed it to the fresh air, to the company of other children, to the natural resilience of youth. But deep down, they sensed that something more profound was at work. Something that, for lack of a better word, they might almost call magic. And in the secret garden, hidden from view, but growing stronger every day, the future was taking root. A future where the lines between nature and technology blurred, where the wisdom of the past and the innovations of the future merged to create something entirely new. A future where, against all odds, hope flourished and miracles bloomed. As night fell over New Misselthwaite, the secret garden stood silent and serene. But beneath the soil, in the rustling leaves, in the very air itself, something was stirring. The magic that Colin and Mary had awakened was spreading, reaching out beyond the garden walls. And somewhere in the vast, cold expanse of the city, a single flower pushed its way through a crack in the concrete, reaching for the stars. The healing of the world had begun. Chapter 25. The Garden Blooms with Magic. In the heart of New Misselthwaite, where towering arcologies cast long shadows over the remnants of what was once called nature, a miracle was unfolding. Hidden behind walls of nanomaterial designed to mimic crumbling stone, the secret garden flourished, a vibrant splash of colour in a world of chrome and neon. Mary Lennox, her bioluminescent tattoos pulsing with excitement, knelt beside a cluster of flowers that had no business existing in this polluted wasteland. Their petals, a riot of purples and pinks, seemed to glow with an inner light that defied the dim, filtered sunlight that struggled through the ever-present smog. "Look, Colin!" she exclaimed, her voice barely above a whisper. "They weren't here yesterday. It's like they sprung up overnight." Colin Craven, once the sickly heir to the new Misselthwaite Empire, now stood on trembling legs beside her. His hoverchair, a marvel of medical technology, sat unused nearby. "It's the magic," he said with conviction. "It must be." Dickon, his bioluminescent tattoos mimicking the patterns of leaves and vines, smiled at his friend's wonder. To him, the son of the last true gardener in this concrete jungle, the miracle of growth was an old friend, but even he had to admit that there was something special about this garden. A flash of red caught their attention, and they turned to see the robin alight on a nearby branch. In its beak was a tiny twig, destined for the nest where its mate sat patiently, keeping their eggs warm. "Oh, Dickon," Mary breathed, "do you think we'll get to see the babies when they hatch?" Dickon's grin widened. "Aye, if we're patient and quiet. The robin trusts us now, especially me." As if to prove his point, Dickon made a soft, chirping sound. The robin cocked its head, then chirped back before flying off to its nest. Colin watched the exchange with fascination. "How do you do that, Dickon? It's like you speak their language." Dickon shrugged, his tattoos rippling with the movement. "It's not so different from programming one of your fancy AIs, I reckon. You just need to understand the code." As they watched, the robin returned to its nest, settling in beside its mate. The birds regarded the children with bright, curious eyes. "You know," Mary said thoughtfully, "I think they've gotten used to us, even to you, Colin, and your strange contraption." She nodded towards the hoverchair. Colin's face lit up. "Do you really think so? I was worried I might scare them with my clumsiness." Dickon nodded sagely. "The robin understands more than you might think. He sees you getting stronger every day, learning to walk just as his chicks will learn to fly. It's all part of the same magic, isn't it?" The concept of magic had become a cornerstone of their daily lives in the garden. Each morning, they would gather beneath the spreading branches of an old apple tree, joining hands as Colin led them in what he called their incantations. "The magic is in the garden," Colin would intone, his voice growing stronger with each passing day. "The magic is in us. It's making us well, making us strong. Mary and Dickon would join in, their voices blending together in a chorus of belief and determination. Even the robotic pollinators, designed to replace the bees long since driven to extinction, seemed to pause in their work to listen. After their chants, Dickon would lead them through a series of exercises, adapted from an old holovid of a champion wrestler he'd once seen. "Now, Master Colin," Dickon would say, his tattoos pulsing encouragingly, "let's try those arm circles again. Remember, slow and steady does the trick." Colin, his face set in concentration, would follow Dickon's instructions to the letter. With each passing day, his movements became more fluid, his endurance increasing. The magic, it seemed, was working wonders. One rainy afternoon, when the acid in the precipitation made venturing into the garden impossible, Colin grew restless. "I feel like I'm back in my old room," he complained, pacing the floor of Mary's quarters. "Trapped and useless." Mary, who had been idly scrolling through a hollow feed of the latest nanotech advancements, sat up suddenly. "I have an idea," she said, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Why don't we explore the manor?" Colin's eyebrows shot up. "Explore? But we know every inch of this place." Mary shook her head. "Not the old wings. The parts that haven't been used in years. I bet there are whole sections of Misselthwaite that haven't seen a human in decades." And so, with the thrill of adventurers setting off into uncharted territory, they set out. Colin insisted on walking, using an old-fashioned cane for support rather than his hover chair. "It's more in keeping with the spirit of exploration," he declared. They crept through corridors lined with paintings, whose hollow displays had long since failed, leaving only static images of stern-faced ancestors. They peeked into rooms filled with furniture draped in sheets, looking like ghosts in the dim light. In one room, they found a collection of ancient books, real paper books, their pages yellow with age. "Look at this," Mary breathed, carefully opening one. "It's a book about plants, real plants, from before the Great Withering." Colin leaned in, his eyes wide with wonder. Do you think we could grow some of these in our garden?" Before Mary could answer, a voice made them both jump. "And why not? With a little magic, anything's possible." They whirled around to see the flickering form of Dr. Archibald Craven, the AI hologram of the original botanist who had first guided Mary to the garden. "Dr. Craven," Mary exclaimed, "I didn't know your projection could reach this far into the manor." The hologram smiled, the lines around his eyes crinkling, in a way that seemed too real for a computer simulation. "My dear, there's very little in Misselthwaite that I don't know about, including," he added with a wink, "a certain garden that seems to be coming back to life." Colin stepped forward, his grip on the cane tightening. "You know about the garden? About me?" Dr. Craven nodded. "Indeed I do, young Colin. And I must say I'm impressed. You've taken to gardening with a passion that rivals your mother's." At the mention of his mother, Colin's eyes widened. "My mother? She was a gardener?" "The best I've ever known," Dr. Craven said softly. "She could coax life from the most barren soil, much like you're doing now, both with the garden and with yourself." As they talked, Mary found herself marveling at the strange turns her life had taken. Here she was, in a decaying mansion in the heart of a dying city, discussing the magic of growing things with the hologram of a long-dead botanist and a boy who was supposed to be an invalid. "Dr. Craven," she said suddenly, "do you think we could use this magic to help others, to heal the world outside our garden?" The hologram's eyes twinkled. "My dear Mary, I think that's precisely what you're meant to do. The garden was just the beginning. The seeds you're planting now, seeds of hope, of resilience, of life itself, they have the power to change everything." As they made their way back to the inhabited parts of the manor, Colin turned to Mary with a determined look in his eye. "We're going to do it," he declared. "We're going to bring the magic to the whole world, starting with my father." Mary squeezed his hand. "And we'll do it together," she promised. The next few weeks passed in a blur of growth and discovery. The garden continued to flourish, each day bringing new wonders. The children's appetites grew along with their strength, a fact that did not go unnoticed by the manor's staff. "I don't understand it," the nurse confided to Dr. Craven one evening. "Master Colin eats like a bird at mealtimes, yet he's gaining weight. And have you noticed how Miss Mary glows these days? It's most peculiar." Dr. Craven, the human one, not the AI hologram, merely shook his head in bewilderment. "Perhaps it's the fresh air," he suggested weakly. "Or maybe it's just magic." Little did they know how close to the truth they were. In the secret garden, hidden from prying eyes, the children feasted on provisions secretly supplied by Mrs. Sowerby, Dickon's mother. Fresh milk and homemade buns, fruits and vegetables grown in Dickon's own garden. It was a far cry from the nutrient pills and synthetic proteins that made up most of New Misselthwaite's diet. "It's like tasting sunshine," Mary declared one afternoon, biting into a ripe apple. Colin nodded in agreement, his mouth too full of fresh bread to speak. These clandestine meals had become a symbol of their shared secret, each bite a small act of delicious rebellion against the world that thought it knew them. As Colin's strength grew, so did his determination to keep his recovery a secret until he could surprise his father. He would spend hours imagining the moment when he would stand tall and strong before the man who had been too afraid to even look at him for so many years. "Just think of his face, Mary," Colin would say, his eyes shining with anticipation. "When he sees me walking, running even, he'll hardly believe his eyes." Mary, caught up in Colin's excitement, would nod enthusiastically. "It will be the greatest surprise in the history of New Misselthwaite," she agreed. "Perhaps in the history of the whole world." One evening, as they were preparing to leave the garden, Colin made a decision. "I want to keep the curtain open," he declared. "The one over my mother's portrait." Mary looked at him in surprise. "Are you sure? I thought it made you sad to see it." Colin shook his head. "Not anymore. Now it gives me strength. Her smile, her eyes, they're full of life, just like our garden. It's all part of the same magic, don't you see?" As they made their way back to the manor, the sun setting behind the towering arcologies, Mary found herself reflecting on the changes of the past few months. The sour, disagreeable girl who had first arrived at New Misselthwaite was gone, replaced by someone who saw beauty and potential even in the most unlikely places. And Colin, the sickly bitter boy she had first met, had blossomed like one of their garden flowers. He walked with confidence now, his eyes bright with purpose and joy. As they reached the manor's entrance, Colin paused, looking back towards the hidden garden. "One day," he said softly, "we won't have to keep it a secret. One day, the whole world will be our garden." Mary squeezed his hand. "And we'll tend it together," she promised. That night, as Mary lay in her pod, the soft hum of the air recyclers a constant backdrop to her thoughts, she received a message from the AI hologram of Dr. Craven. "You've done well, Mary," the message read. "Better than I could have ever hoped. The garden is just the beginning, you know. The real magic is in you, in all of you. It's the power to see beauty where others see only decay, to nurture life in the most barren places. That's the magic that will heal the world." As the message faded from her vision, Mary turned her gaze to the window. Beyond the towering skyscrapers and twisting maglev tracks, she knew the garden was waiting, a hidden heart of green in a world of grey. "We believe," she whispered to the night. "We believe in magic, in life, in the power of growing things." And somewhere, in the secret garden, a seed that had lain dormant for years cracked open, sending a tiny tendril reaching for the sky. The magic of belief, once awakened, could not be contained. Like the persistent weeds that push through cracks in the pavement, it would find a way to spread, to grow, to thrive. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky over New Misselthwaite, Mary drifted off to sleep with a smile on her face. In her dreams, she saw a world transformed, the stark towers of the city softened by cascades of greenery, the polluted air cleared by forests of air-purifying plants, the once barren ground bursting with life. It was a vision of the future, yes, but also a memory of the past, a reminder of what the world had once been and what it could be again. In the secret garden, the robin stirred in its nest, sensing the approach of a new day. Soon its chicks would hatch, adding their voices to the symphony of life that was growing louder with each passing day. And in the heart of New Misselthwaite, in a room that had once been a prison of fear and illness, Colin Craven slept peacefully, his dreams filled with running through fields of flowers and climbing trees that touched the sky. The magic was working, slowly but surely, healing not just 2 children and a forgotten garden, but beginning to spread its influence beyond the old stone walls. It whispered in the wind that rustled through the leaves, pulsed in the bioluminescent glow of Dickon's tattoos, shone in the eyes of everyone touched by the children's growing joy and strength. As the sun rose, painting the smog-filled sky in hues of pink and gold, New Misselthwaite stood on the brink of a transformation it could not yet comprehend. The secret garden was more than just a patch of green in a world of grey. It was a seed of change, planted in the most unexpected of places. And as anyone who has ever tended a garden knows, once a seed takes root, there's no telling how far it might grow. The healing of the world had begun, one flower, one child, one whispered incantation at a time. And in the end, that might just be the greatest magic of all. Chapter 26. The Bloom of Belief and the Magic of Growth. In the heart of New Misselthwaite, where the sky was a perpetual tapestry of neon-lit smog and the ground a maze of concrete and steel, there existed a pocket of impossible green. Hidden behind walls of smart glass programmed to mimic crumbling stone, the secret garden flourished, a vibrant rebellion against the dying world outside. It was here that Colin Craven, once the sickly heir to the New Misselthwaite Empire, now stood tall and proud. His hover chair, a marvel of medical technology that had been his constant companion for years, sat unused nearby, its sleek surface gathering pollen from the flourishing plants around it. "Today," Colin announced, his voice ringing out clear and strong, "we shall discuss the scientific principles behind magic." Mary Lennox, her bioluminescent tattoos pulsing with amusement, exchanged a glance with Dickon. These impromptu lectures had become a regular occurrence, Colin's way of preparing for his future as a scientific discoverer. Ben Weatherstaff, the grizzled old gardener, whose cybernetic eye whirred as it focused on Colin, chuckled. "Aye, lecturing's a fine thing, young master. No one can argue back." Colin, caught up in his enthusiasm, barely noticed the gentle ribbing. "Magic," he continued, "is a force that permeates all living things. It's in the soil beneath our feet, in the air we breathe, in the very cells of our bodies, and through careful study and application, we can harness this force to achieve the impossible." As Colin spoke, gesticulating wildly, Ben's organic eye widened in wonder. It wasn't the words that captivated him, but the transformation of the boy himself. Gone was the pale, sickly child who had been confined to his room for years. In his place stood a vibrant young man, his cheeks flushed with health and excitement. "It's right uncanny," Ben muttered to Mary. "If I hadn't seen it with me own eyes, I'd never believe it. He looks like a different lad entirely from a few weeks ago." Mary nodded, her face glowing with pride. "It's the magic," she whispered back. "And Mrs. Sowerby's food, of course. And the garden. It's all part of the scientific experiment." As if on cue, Colin turned to them, his eyes shining. "You see, even Ben can see the effects of our work here. This garden is our laboratory, and we're on the cusp of a great discovery." The recent rains had left the garden lush and vibrant, but had also encouraged a proliferation of weeds. Colin, far from being deterred by the prospect of manual labour, attacked the task with gusto. "The magic works best when we're active," he declared, his hands deep in the rich soil. "It's a symbiotic relationship, you see. We tend the garden, and in turn, it tends us." As he worked, Colin's mind raced with new ideas and theories. "I think I'll write a book about magic," he mused. "There's so much to explore, so much we don't yet understand. Every day brings new discoveries." Suddenly, Colin stood up straight, a look of wonder spreading across his face. I think I'm well," he said softly, as if afraid speaking the words too loudly might break the spell. "Truly well. Can you feel it? The magic, flowing through me?" Mary and Dickon rushed to his side, their faces mirroring his joy. "Oh, Colin," Mary exclaimed. "You are. You're strong and healthy and alive," Dickon finished, his bioluminescent tattoos pulsing with excitement. "You're more alive than I've ever seen you, Master Colin." The moment was so profound, so filled with joy and wonder, that it seemed to demand some form of celebration. It was Ben who provided the solution. "It seems to me," the old gardener said gruffly, though his eyes shone with emotion, "that this calls for a bit of the doxology." Colin's brow furrowed in confusion. "The what?" "It's a song," Dickon explained, "a song of praise and thanksgiving. My mum sings it sometimes when the world seems especially beautiful." And without further ado, Dickon began to sing, his clear voice rising above the gentle rustle of leaves. "Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise him all creatures here below. Praise him above ye heavenly host. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost." Colin and Mary listened in rapt attention, feeling the words resonate deep within them. It wasn't about any specific deity, they realized, but about gratitude for the magic that flowed through all things. "Again," Colin whispered when Dickon finished. "Let's all sing it together." And so they did, their voices blending in a joyful chorus. Even Ben, after some grumbling, joined in, his gruff baritone adding depth to the children's higher tones. As the last notes faded away, a new voice spoke from the garden entrance. "Well now, that's a sound to gladden any heart." They turned to see Susan Sowerby, Dickon's mother, standing there. Her simple clothing seemed out of place in the high-tech world of New Misselthwaite, but her warm smile and kind eyes made her fit perfectly into the magic of the garden. "Mrs. Sowerby," Colin exclaimed, rushing forward to greet her. "You've come at last." Susan's eyes widened as she took in Colin's appearance. "Well, I never," she breathed. "Dickon told me you were improving, but this is a miracle if ever I saw one." She turned her gaze to Mary, who stood shyly nearby. "And you, Miss Mary, you're blooming like one of these roses. It does my heart good to see it." There was something about Susan Sowerby that made the children feel instantly at ease. Perhaps it was her gentle manner, or the way she looked at them with understanding and love. Whatever it was, they found themselves pouring out their hearts to her, sharing their hopes and fears, their triumphs and worries. "Do you think," Colin asked hesitantly, "that my father will be pleased when he sees me?" Susan's face softened. "Oh, my dear boy, he'll be over the moon, and he'll come home, you'll see. A father can't stay away when his son needs him." Her words seemed to lift a weight from Colin's shoulders. He stood a little straighter, his eyes shining with renewed hope. "It's the magic," he explained earnestly, "and the garden, and your food, of course. It's all part of the experiment." Susan nodded sagely. "Aye, there's magic in good food and fresh air and the love of growing things. You've discovered a powerful secret, you have." As they walked through the garden, Susan marveled at the riot of colors and scents. "It's like stepping into another world," she said softly, "a world where anything is possible." The children beamed with pride. This garden was their creation, their secret, their magic made manifest. "You must come to our cottage," Susan said, as the afternoon began to wane. "There's naught like a day out on the moor, with the heather in bloom and the sky stretching out forever, and you can meet all of Dickon's brothers and sisters." Colin's face lit up at the prospect. "Oh, can we? I've never been on a proper outing before. It sounds wonderful." As Susan prepared to leave, Colin suddenly threw his arms around her. "I wish," he said, his voice muffled against her shoulder, "that you were my mother too." Susan's eyes filled with tears as she hugged him back. "Oh, my dear lad, I may not be your mother by birth, but I'll love you just the same. And your own mother, God rest her soul, she's watching over you. She's part of the magic too, you know." With a final wave, Susan departed, leaving the garden feeling somehow warmer and brighter for her presence. As the sun began to set, painting the smog-filled sky in hues of purple and gold, the children gathered their things to head back to the manor. But before they left, Colin turned to his friends, his face serious. "I've been thinking," he said, "about what Mrs. Sowerby said, about my mother being part of the magic. What if we could use the magic to bring more life back to the world outside, not just in our garden, but everywhere?" Mary's eyes widened at the idea. "You mean like healing the whole city?" Colin nodded enthusiastically. "Why stop at the city? Why not the whole world? If the magic can make flowers bloom in this little garden, why can't it make forests grow in the wastelands outside?" Dickon, ever practical, scratched his head. "That's a mighty big task, Master Colin. Where would we even start?" "With a seed," Colin said firmly. "Just like we did here. We'll plant a seed of magic in the heart of New Misselthwaite and watch it grow." As they made their way back to the manor, their minds buzzed with possibilities. The stark towers and neon lights of the city no longer seemed quite so oppressive. Instead, they saw potential, bare walls that could be covered in vines, empty lots that could become pocket parks, even the polluted river that could one day run clear again. Later that night, as Mary lay in her pod, the soft hum of the air recyclers a constant backdrop to her thoughts, she received a message from the AI hologram of Dr. Craven. "You've done more than you know, Mary," the message read. "The garden was just the beginning. The seeds you're planting now, seeds of hope, of resilience, of life itself, they have the power to change everything. The magic you've awakened, it's bigger than all of us." As the message faded from her vision, Mary turned her gaze to the window. Beyond the towering skyscrapers and twisting maglev tracks, she could almost see it, a future where the harsh lines of the city were softened by green, where the air was clean and sweet, where life flourished in every corner. "We believe," she whispered to the night. "We believe in magic, in life, in the power of growing things." And somewhere in the secret garden, a seed that had lain dormant for years cracked open, sending a tiny tendril reaching for the sky. The magic of belief, once awakened, could not be contained. Like the persistent weeds that pushed through cracks in the pavement, it would find a way to spread, to grow, to thrive. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky over New Misselthwaite, Mary drifted off to sleep with a smile on her face. In her dreams, she saw a world transformed, the stark towers of the city softened by cascades of greenery, the polluted air cleared by forests of air-purifying plants, the once barren ground bursting with life. It was a vision of the future, yes, but also a memory of the past, a reminder of what the world had once been, and what it could be again. In the secret garden, the robin stirred in its nest, sensing the approach of a new day. Soon, its chicks would hatch, adding their voices to the symphony of life that was growing louder with each passing day. And in the heart of New Misselthwaite, in a room that had once been a prison of fear and illness, Colin Craven slept peacefully, his dreams filled with running through fields of flowers and climbing trees that touched the sky. The magic was working, slowly but surely, healing not just 2 children and a forgotten garden, but beginning to spread its influence beyond the old stone walls. It whispered in the wind that rustled through the leaves, pulsed in the bioluminescent glow of Dickon's tattoos, shone in the eyes of everyone touched by the children's growing joy and strength. As the sun rose, painting the smog-filled sky in hues of pink and gold, New Misselthwaite stood on the brink of a transformation it could not yet comprehend. The secret garden was more than just a patch of green in a world of grey. It was a seed of change, planted in the most unexpected of places. And as anyone who has ever tended a garden knows, once a seed takes root, there's no telling how far it might grow. The healing of the world had begun, one flower, one child, one whispered incantation at a time. And in the end, that might just be the greatest magic of all. In the days that followed, the children's enthusiasm for their grand plan only grew. They spent hours in the garden, not just tending to the plants, but brainstorming ways to spread their magic beyond its walls. Colin, ever the scientist, began to compile a database of plants that could thrive in the harsh urban environment. Mary, with her newfound love of all things green, started designing vertical gardens that could transform the blank walls of the arcologies into living tapestries. Dickon, drawing on his family's generations of gardening knowledge, worked on developing nutrient-rich soil that could support plant life even in the most polluted areas. As they worked, the AI hologram of Dr. Craven watched over them, offering guidance and encouragement. "You're doing something remarkable here," he told them one afternoon. "You're not just growing plants, you're growing hope." And hope, it seemed, was a powerful force indeed. For as the children's plans grew and blossomed, so too did the magic of the garden seem to strengthen. Flowers bloomed with impossible vibrancy, fruits grew plump and sweet, and the air within the garden walls became fresher and cleaner with each passing day. It was as if the very essence of life itself had taken root in this forgotten corner of New Misselthwaite, nurtured by the belief and determination of 3 extraordinary children. As the sun set on another day of planning and dreaming, Colin turned to his friends with a gleam in his eye. "You know," he said, "I think we're ready to take the next step. It's time to bring our magic to the rest of New Misselthwaite." Mary and Dickon nodded in agreement, their faces alight with excitement and purpose. They knew that the task ahead would be challenging, that they would face skepticism and resistance. But they also knew that they had something powerful on their side, the magic of belief, of growth, of life itself. As they left the garden that evening, they carried with them more than just plans and dreams. They carried the seeds of a new world, ready to be planted in the heart of their dying city. And in the secret garden, as night fell and the first stars began to twinkle through the ever-present smog, a soft breeze rustled through the leaves. It was a sound like a sigh, or perhaps a whisper of encouragement. The magic was ready. The time had come for it to grow beyond the garden walls, to spread its healing touch to a world in desperate need of renewal. The greatest adventure was just beginning. Chapter 27, The Garden of Tomorrow. The neon-lit spires of New Misselthwaite pierced the smog-choked sky, a monument to humanity's relentless march towards a future that seemed to have left nature behind. But within the heart of this chrome and glass labyrinth, a quiet revolution was taking root. Archibald Craven, once the brooding lord of this techno-industrial empire, stood at the threshold of the secret garden, his hand hovering over the biometric lock. For 10 years, he had wandered the world, seeking solace in VR paradises and augmented realities, trying to escape the grief that clung to him like a second skin. Now, drawn back by a message from Susan Sowerby, a simple text that somehow cut through the noise of 1,000 notifications, he found himself facing the one place he had feared to tread. As the door slid open with a soft hiss, Archibald was assaulted by a riot of colours and scents that seemed impossible in this sterile world. The garden, once a sanctuary for his late wife, had become a vibrant oasis of life. And there, amid the flourishing greenery, was a sight that made his cybernetically enhanced heart skip a beat. Colin, his son, the boy he had been too afraid to face, the child he had left in the care of AI nannies and medical drones, was running. Not in a VR simulation, not with the aid of exoskeletal supports, but on his own 2 feet, his laughter ringing out like a forgotten melody. "Father!" Colin cried, his face alight with joy. "You're just in time for the grand unveiling." Archibald blinked, his optical implants struggling to process the scene before him. Unveiling? Mary Lennox, her bioluminescent tattoos pulsing with excitement, stepped forward. "We've been working on something special, Uncle Archie. Something that's going to change everything." Dickon, his own tattoos mimicking the patterns of leaves and vines, grinned. "Aye, it's right magical, if I do say so myself." Archibald found himself swept along by the children's enthusiasm, following them deeper into the garden. As they walked, Colin chattered away, his words tumbling out in a rush of pent-up emotion. "You see, Father, it all started with the magic. Well, and Mary finding the garden, and Dickon knowing about plants, and Mrs. Sowerby's food, and Ben Weatherstaff's grumbling encouragement, but mostly the magic." Archibald's brow furrowed. "Magic? Colin, you know there's no such thing as—" "Oh, but there is!" Colin interrupted, his eyes shining. "Not the kind with wands and spells, of course. This is scientific magic, the magic of life itself." They came to a stop before a strange contraption that looked like a cross between a computer server and a terrarium. Wires and tubes snaked out from it, connecting to various plants throughout the garden. Mary stepped up, her voice taking on a professorial tone that reminded Archibald eerily of his late wife. "We call it the Gaia interface. It's a biomechanical system that amplifies the natural growth processes of plants. But more than that, it taps into the interconnectedness of all living things." Dickon nodded sagely. "It's like, well, imagine if you could hear the whispers of every blade of grass, feel the pulse of every tree. That's what the Gaia interface does, but for the whole city." Archibald stared at the device, then at the children, then back at the device. You built this? Here in the garden?" Colin beamed with pride. "With a little help from Dr. Craven's AI. Yes. Oh, that reminds me. Dr. Craven, you can come out now." A holographic figure shimmered into existence beside them, a man Archibald recognized with a start as his late brother-in-law, the brilliant botanist, whose work had been largely forgotten in the rush towards urbanization. "Hello, Archie," the hologram said with a warm smile. "It's been a long time." Archibald gaped. "But how?" "Oh, that was my doing," Mary chimed in. "I found his old research AI and reactivated it. He's been helping us understand the garden and develop the Gaia interface." The holographic Dr. Craven nodded. "These children have done remarkable work, Archie. They've not only revived this garden, but have created a system that could potentially regenerate ecosystems across the globe." Archibald felt overwhelmed, his mind reeling from the implications. "But why? Why go to all this trouble?" Colin's face grew serious. "Because the world is dying, Father. The cities grow, but at the cost of everything else. We need to find a balance, and we know the garden can show us the way." As if on cue, the Gaia interface hummed to life. Lights danced along its surface, and a soft, melodic tone filled the air. Around them, the plants seemed to sway in response, their leaves reaching towards the device as if drawn by an invisible force. "Watch," Mary whispered. A holographic display sprang to life above the interface, showing a map of New Misselthwaite. As they watched, tiny green dots began to appear, spreading out from the garden like ripples in a pond. "Each dot represents a new growth point," Colin explained excitedly. "Places where the magic, the bioelectric field generated by the interface, is stimulating dormant seeds or encouraging new growth." Archibald watched in awe as the green dots multiplied, spreading through the city like a benevolent virus. This is incredible, but surely the city's systems will detect this and try to stop it. Dickon grinned mischievously. That's where my part comes in. I've been working with some of the local hacktivist groups. We've created a sort of digital camouflage. As far as the city's AI is concerned, everything's normal. It'll only notice the changes when it's too late to stop them. And the best part, Mary added, is that it's not just plants. The interface affects all living things. People exposed to its influence report feeling happier, healthier, more connected to the world around them. Archibald felt a twinge in his chest, not the pain he had grown accustomed to, but something warmer, unfamiliar. Was this hope? It's not too late, Father, Colin said softly, taking Archibald's hand. For the city, for the world, for us. The garden taught us that. No matter how dark things seem, life finds a way. We just need to give it a chance. As if in response to Colin's words, a gentle breeze swept through the garden, carrying with it the scent of flowers and the promise of renewal. Archibald closed his eyes, allowing himself to truly feel for the first time in years. When he opened them again, he saw not just a garden, but a vision of the future. A future where the harsh lines of the city were softened by cascades of greenery, where the air was clean and sweet, where people walked with heads held high, connected to each other and to the world around them. All right, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Show me everything. Tell me how I can help. The children exchanged triumphant glances. Well, Colin began with a grin, it all started when Mary found an old key. As the sun began to set, painting the smog-filled sky in hues of purple and gold, the group sat together on the soft grass, planning their green revolution. The Gaia interface hummed softly in the background, its tendrils of life spreading further with each passing moment. Archibald looked at the faces around him, Colin vibrant and full of life, Mary, her eyes sparkling with determination, Dickon, a bridge between the old ways and the new, and the hologram of Dr. Craven, a reminder that knowledge and wisdom could transcend even death. He felt a sense of purpose that he had thought lost forever. You know, he said thoughtfully, your mother always said that the garden was magical. I never quite believed her, but now... He gestured at the thriving plants around them, at the holographic display showing green slowly reclaiming the city. Now I understand. Colin leaned against his father, a contented smile on his face. It's like Ben Weatherstaff always says, where there's life, there's hope, and where there's hope, there's magic, they all finished together, laughing. As night fell over New Misselthwaite, the secret garden glowed with an inner light, part bioluminescence, part technology, but mostly the radiance of dreams taking root and flourishing. The city slept on, unaware that beneath its streets and between its towers, a transformation was beginning. In the days and weeks that followed, subtle changes began to appear throughout New Misselthwaite. Vines crept up the sides of buildings, their progress too slow to notice day by day, but undeniable over time. Flowers bloomed in abandoned lots, their colours a stark contrast to the monochrome cityscape. The air grew a little cleaner, the people a little happier, though few could say exactly why. Archibald Craven, once the reclusive owner of New Misselthwaite's largest tech conglomerate, emerged from seclusion with a radical new business plan. Green tech became the company's new focus, with the mysterious Gaia interface at its heart. Scientists and engineers flocked to join the project, drawn by the promise of merging cutting-edge technology with the wisdom of nature. Mary Lennox, no longer the sour, disagreeable girl who had arrived months before, became the face of a new youth movement. Her impassioned speeches about the importance of reconnecting with the natural world inspired a generation raised on screens and simulations to look up from their devices and see the beauty around them. Dickon, with his uncanny ability to communicate with both animals and machines, became a sought-after consultant, helping to integrate the growing green spaces with the city's existing infrastructure. His family's cottage on the outskirts of the city became a pilgrimage site for those seeking to learn the old ways of tending to the earth. And Colin thrived. The boy who had once been confined to his room now ran through the streets of New Misselthwaite, his laughter infectious, his enthusiasm boundless. He split his time between working with his father on the technical aspects of the Gaia interface and getting his hands dirty in the ever-expanding network of gardens sprouting throughout the city. 1 year to the day after Archibald's return, the group gathered once more in the secret garden. The place had changed. No longer a hidden oasis, it had become the heart of a vast network of green spaces that pulse with life and energy. But its essence, the magic that had started it all, remained the same. "I've been thinking," Colin announced, as they sat beneath the spreading branches of an apple tree, its fruit a perfect blend of nature's bounty and technological enhancement, "about what to call this thing we've started." Mary raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and what have you come up with, oh great scientific discoverer?" Colin grinned, used to his cousin's gentle teasing. "I was thinking, the Garden of Tomorrow. Because that's what we're building, isn't it? A future where technology and nature work together, where the magic of life touches everyone and everything." Dickon nodded approvingly. "I like it. Has a right nice ring to it, that does." Archibald smiled, looking around at the thriving garden and the city beyond, where green now vied with steel for dominance of the skyline. "Your mother would have loved it, Colin. She always believed that the garden could change the world. I don't think even she imagined just how right she would be." The hologram of Dr. Craven flickered to life beside them, his expression one of pride and wonder. "You've done something remarkable here, all of you. You've proven that even in the darkest of times, life finds a way. That with a little belief, a little magic, and a lot of hard work, anything is possible." As night fell and the bioluminescent plants began to glow, casting the garden in an ethereal light, the group sat together, sharing stories and dreams. The Gaia interface hummed softly in the background, its network spreading further with each passing moment, nurturing the seeds of change across the city and beyond. And in the heart of New Misselthwaite, once a symbol of nature's defeat, a new world was blooming, a world where the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future grew together in perfect harmony. A world where magic, in all its forms, was not just believed in, but lived every day. The secret garden had grown beyond its walls, beyond the city, becoming a beacon of hope for a planet in need of healing. And at its center stood a group of unlikely heroes, a once sickly boy, a formerly disagreeable girl, a nature-loving tech whiz, a reformed recluse, and the digital echo of a visionary botanist, proof that the most extraordinary changes often have the humblest of beginnings. As the stars twinkled overhead, visible now through the clearer skies, Colin's voice rose soft but clear. "The magic is in the garden. The magic is in us. The magic is making our world well." And all around them, in the rustle of leaves and the hum of technology, in the laughter of children and the dreams of a city reborn, the magic answered. The Garden of Tomorrow was just beginning to bloom.
We hope you have enjoyed this audiobook. Thanks for listening. If you like this, you might try some of our other audiobooks, such as Jane Eyre, reimagined in the style of Margaret Atwood, or Pride and Prejudice in the style of Carolyn Brown. We even have The Art of War in the style of Dr. Seuss, and Frankenstein as if it had been written by Stephen King. Subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell to find out as soon as new classic books reimagined are released.